Happy New Year's, everyone. And I'm glad that this is a time that maybe we could celebrate. I have quite a few people that I wanted to share interviews with and to bring in their perspective of how last year went, how looking forward to what's going to happen this year, and projecting positive thoughts and intentions for the earth in many different ways, for the people that we love and care about, and always having hope and excitement toward what is up ahead. So, I hope you enjoy the show. I want you to reflect on all those wonderful things, as well as thinking about healing, wellness, and a happier life overall, embracing those things around us, and also taking on a better perspective of super soldiers. The super soldiers are not bad. Their experiences are not bad. They just are. They exist, and that we need to embrace these things. There's a lot of doomsday talk about super soldiers that I've been noticing lately. I don't know why. I mean, because of someone exits or a few people exit, it doesn't mean that you throw out everything. That's old adage, throwing out the baby with the bathwater. I mean, you get rid of what isn't good, you learn from it, and we just keep going, keep going. And those that have been soldiers for thousands of years, they've already done that. If they decided that they don't want to do it anymore, they still have a long history of many of the things that they've already done. So it's good for people to be aware of what's happened, what they've been involved with, and to understand it a little better rather than being upset about it and blaming everything on that. Because a lot of the stuff, the bad stuff that's happening, is not coming from the super soldier program, but from the corporations. And we've said this over and over and over and over. For some reason, people are choosing to create another narrative around it. And we can't dictate or decide why that's happening, but it is happening. But what you needs to be is all the wiser and to understand it's not logical that after thousands of years, suddenly, everything's falling apart. It's not. There's definitely uh, a series of events that have happened in each individual, not just, you know, a group of people and then that's it. Each person has their own experiences and their involvement with super soldiers or the super soldier program. But it's not like what people are saying. And I know that they've been trying to demonize this for a long time. Ever since I started, this has been a big like crisis moment. But when we point out and we prove that it's the corporations doing these things, they just deliberately, intentionally look the other way, which makes me think that they're listening to the corporations without realizing it, or they have an affinity for the corporations. And well, some people are not a part of this program. They never were. And those are the ones that tend to complain the most, that they don't want to be a part of it. And they really aren't a part of it. It's just that they're watching others being a part of these things. And then they assume, oh, well, I need to break this. I need to destroy it. I need to tell everyone in the whole world how bad this is. And they don't understand it. They don't know it. They've never been a part of it. They are separate from it. So as long as we understand that, they're maybe they think that they're advocating, maybe they think that our people actually think, well, they care about us and they're trying to protect us from these things, but maybe they're not. Maybe, this creates a lot of interest and likes and followers and all of these things, and people start listening to them and then they get, their following that they were looking for because people were not able to do their own personal work and understand that they're not coming from the right source of information. So let's be all the wiser this year. Maybe if we can learn to decipher things on our own a little better and not be so reactionary and not to say that, s- the incident that happened with James Rink is going to happen with everyone. It doesn't. I've been targeted multiple times. I'm sure that they intended for certain things to happen that haven't happened, but I also, don't, put my hand in the fire a lot either. And I'm not saying that's exactly what happened there, but like I said, each person makes decisions, whatever that decision is, um, can be a serious matter or it can be a place of safety. And so learning to be guided by that intuition and knowing. And it's kind of like a soldier intuition. You kind of know when there's someone in the building. You feel it, you sense it. You sense your parameters a little better, but no one is 100%. So sometimes you just have to be a little skeptical and reluctant and step back a bit and then understand that um, you are, kind of on the edge in a different way. But there's also levels of protection that people are not aware of, especially those that are not a part of it, will never understand what it's like when you know that you're in a situation and you should not still be here to talk about it, but you are. And that's the soldier understands that. So, with that said, and I can go on and on about this topic, but for those people that have been with us and there's no struggle with them trying to decide or understand it. They're already with us. It's the others that are not really sure and they're trying to make a decision. Um, if you subscribe and you like our videos, I guarantee you're going to learn a lot. And people have told you not to listen to us. Maybe you should. Maybe you should. We're not 100% right, but we will definitely give you the tools and the things that you need to keep you moving forward. So, thank you, and I'm looking forward to this year. It's going to be a very interesting year, and I hope you enjoy the interviews. Okay, so we have Peter the Insider here, and we're going to talk about our a New Year message and anything that he wants to share with us today. But I do have some questions. So we'll bring Peter in. Hello, Peter.
Hello,
Happy New Year.
thank you very much. Situation it is and it is complicated, you
Yeah.
know, isn't
So,
it?
yeah, it is. What I was mentioning to you before is that Vince Zampella died, and
Yeah,
he was the creator of Call of Duty.
that's
So
correct.
that was how a lot of our team members were a part of Call of Duty. Um,
100% correct. Yeah.
that's Unit 374 that I'm referring to. So, how does
Yeah.
that impact well, first of all, you said that it was something that was planned, but you could see there was this car crash.
I don't want, I can discuss if it was a car crash or not. If you know what I'm trying to say, I don't know if you know.
So this was someone extracted him or
Yeah,
someone
yeah,
who
extracted,
did
yeah.
that? So because he was a soldier, wasn't he? He was originally a soldier.
Yep, yep, yep.
And was he actually one of the characters in Call of Duty?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Which one was he?
Not the character. He was behind the scenes, doing behind the scenes. You
Like
know,
he was a soldier behind the scenes.
let's call it like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, because it looked like he drove his car into or just drove too fast and was out of control.
Yeah, not typical for him. Just by the way.
Because he can handle it. He can handle the
Yep,
driving fast.
definitely. Yep, yeah.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you can't say who took him out?
Yeah, I can. Yeah. Milch that did shit to him.
The merge.
Yeah, Milch. Yeah.
Why?
Uh-huh. Doing shit. Believe that it will be fun.
It'll
Do
be
shit.
fun to take him out because what do they think that that storyline will go away?
Technically, yeah.
But by taking him out, there's a whole system behind Call of Duty, isn't there? That they would have to
Nah, they
deal.
wanna get the whole stuff away. That's it.
Well, I mean, no one likes wars in the situation, but murder isn't if this is murder, it's not in the military defending yourself.
No,
This
no,
is
no. I understand what you are saying.
it's
Yeah,
assassination, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know who else who died too was the guy that had that surf shop called Ron John's.
Oh yeah, I know, I
He was
know, I
also a
know,
soldier.
I know, I know.
Did they kill him too?
Yep, that bad.
And because the surfers were the ones that got freed from Montauk,
I
they
know.
figured,
Another crazy story. I don't want to say story, but you know what I mean. Story.
did they
Yeah.
want to destroy all those that were surfers?
Yeah, because technically they believe it is funny. No, not the surfers. The whole people they made the whole narrative, if we wanna call it like that, like a
Well, I
narrative.
don't know. Well, in with Ron Johns, it was just he was interested in surfing and creating like sports items and fun stuff for surfers, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know, I know.
So to kill him, what was strange about that? What would be the purpose of that?
No, no, they were doing a lot of shit.
Well, because I'm going to tell you something really weird.
Okay.
Um, we were headed we were headed to go to Ron John's, but no
Uh-huh.
one knew that. It was only us, me and a couple of other people. And
Uh-huh. Okay.
as we were heading over there, a man called out to us. He was looking at me. He said, "Are you going to Ron John's again today?"
What?
And we turned and looked
What?
at him, and I said, "I didn't." I was like, "What? Am I hearing something right?" And he says, "Are you going to Ron John's again today?" And he's looking at me. He looked like he was in his late 20s. He had
Uh-huh.
hair down to about here, brown hair,
Uh-huh.
curly,
Mm-hmm.
sort of curly. And I looked at my friends and then I started walking towards him. And then he turned his head and acted like trying to gaslight, like he didn't say anything.
What the heck? What the heck?
And we thought someone's listening to our conversation.
What the heck?
So you tell me what that
What
was.
the heck?
And he looked like he was irritated that where we were going. Who was he? Was he from the one of the agencies, or
Yeah, yeah, the
because
alphabet agencies. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
they're watching us?
Oh, definitely yes.
And what? I mean, we're not even doing anything, and they're watching us.
Nah,
Crazy.
because they look, they believe that we are persons of interest. If you know what I'm trying to say, persons of interest. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, person of interest, period. No questions asked.
Well, apparently you were a person of interest recently, so yeah.
Oh, yeah, oh, crap. That is
Because the merge is
absolutely,
crossing over into the agency, isn't it? And Monarch and the
yeah,
agency. Yeah.
doing shit. Jeez,
Because I
that,
heard someone doing a speech recently, and he was very confused, and he thought Montauk, and the ACIO were all connected, which didn't make any sense.
yeah, absolutely. That was, what the heck is that?
And we don't
Yeah,
know.
I
I mean,
know.
he should have known, and I've told him to come and talk to you. and ask you about
I
it.
know who I'm talking about. Oh, now
Yeah,
I
he did
understand.
a speech in England. And so we were like, well, why? Why is he that confused? He has everything jumbled up together. Didn't make any sense. He seems really upset, but yet in another moment, we see that he's all happy and celebrating somewhere. So, it's almost like this crazy,
what the heck?
it's not making any sense at all. Not making
What
any
the
sense. And by the
heck?
way, Peter, I want to also say that it's interesting because your content is being used by other people, right? When it's being used by other
Oh,
people, then
I know that, just by the way.
then
I know that.
like
I
it's
know that. I know that.
certain individual who has a show in England um said, didn't believe you, but when they say something, then he with your content, then it's okay. So it's
No,
like they want
I
to
know,
get rid of us.
I know that, just by
They
the
want
way.
to get rid
Yeah.
of us, and then yeah, and then they can use our content, which is really weird. And I mean, I don't know why so many people think that that's going to help anything, because all it will look like is they look like they're not using their real content, so they're not going to look honest. And then us, people are like, well, why aren't you out there? You know what I mean? So it's like it doesn't.
I understand what you are saying. Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Okay, so I just had to get that off my chest because I know people are wondering what's going on and why, the people are still, after all these years, confused about our content, or he's talking about our content incorrectly, maybe intentionally, maybe not intentionally.
Oh yeah,
All
definitely.
right,
Uh-huh,
so
uh-huh.
yeah, I just had to get that because if there's a theme of 2025, it's plagiarism, right? And
Definitely yes,
misrepresentation,
definitely
and
yes.
also hating on people just because they think they can get away with it, or that it's popular to hate a certain group of people,
Well,
because
just
then
by the
if
way,
they
I don't know why. I don't know,
yeah, well,
absolutely.
if they, every problem they've ever had in their life, if they can blame it on us, then maybe that works out for them. I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. But
Maybe,
yeah,
maybe.
or not just us, but others as well that are
No,
trying to
I
follow
understand
Brew.
what you are saying. I
Yeah.
understand what you are saying. Definitely.
So the other thing is, um, I want to know what you think, how 2025 went for us, and then
From my
what,
point of view, very
yeah,
good. Good.
good
At
because
least my,
we
at least my personal opinion, it was good.
we solved some things, or we kind of corrected some
Definitely
issues.
yes. A lot of things. A lot of things.
Can you give us some examples of what was resolved in 2025?
Definitely, yeah. At least merging realities, they shouldn't be merged.
Okay, good.
And saving our potential problems, merging slash dismerging, how can I say it, convergation, diversity, convergation and divergation, and on from another realities, because they want to merge something, then diverge from another stuff. Like, what the heck are you talking about? Because they believe, we know who I'm talking about, that they are playing gods just because they've got abilities. It is like playing the stuff, literally playing the stuff just because they can. I was like, what the heck?
Yep.
This bullshit. You cannot go and do stuff just because you can. What the heck? It
Well,
doesn't
this
make any.
without something else happening in return. I mean, if you're doing things, the world is not a plaything. It's not your stage. So if you're
No,
doing things,
definitely, yeah,
yeah,
100%
you have
correct.
to consider that other people are going to be affected by it. And
Yeah,
that makes you karmically responsible for what you're doing. And people think, well, I can do this. I can do whatever I want. I was hurt. I was injured. I can, you know, and that's the megalomaniac, the one that feels that they're so empowered, they're above everyone else. that they can get away with hurting whoever they want in the process, attacking people that haven't done anything wrong to them, and
Definitely.
completely
Just by the
sleep
way,
well at night.
definitely yes.
They completely feel fine. They feel good about themselves. They think it's great because it's all centered around them. But ultimately, that bubble collapses
I
eventually.
know, I know, I know. Yeah, yeah.
Asking for trouble, that's for
I
sure.
know. Definitely, yeah.
So, so that's actually good news. Which realities was it that was we had a
Actually,
voice?
it should be vice versa. Uh, which kind of realities shouldn't be like that? They were playing gods with many realities. It was like trying shit. Like, oh my god, why they are doing shit like that? Eesh,
Were
very
they
bad.
doing it also with the TV or the movie? No, it's a TV series, Netflix series, the new Stranger Things. It just came out. I haven't
Oh
even
yeah,
watched
yeah,
it
yeah,
yet
definitely. It was like, oh my god, that's shit.
because they're still bringing in variations of even new variations of what happens at Montauk. They're creating it. Are they creating
I
more?
wanna say creating. I will say,
Yeah.
I will rather say modifications. I will rather say that.
I think people are going in there, they're trying to change
Why
things,
in the
but
world deliberately someone deliberately will go there? Just
not only that, I
jeez.
think even like through regressions or what have you, I think they're going in there,
Oh
they're
my
trying to
god.
alter things, but what I think they're doing is they're pulling themselves into it. And then they're going to
Mm.
blame other people for that. But they're doing it themselves and they know better, but or maybe they don't know better. I don't know.
I think that's the
I
second.
don't know.
The second is right option. To
Well,
be perfectly honest with you.
here again, we're going to warn people. Most of them don't, the ones that are doing it don't listen. The ones that are wise and have a consciousness and are thinking level-headedly, they take into account what we're saying, and I think people are learning, and that's one of the reasons why I'm glad that we do these shows is to at least protect those people that want to be protected, help people to get out of some of these programs that want to get out of these programs, not perpetuate them, and not think that they're smarter than those people that created these programs because they don't understand. And I could see immediately that
Definitely not 100% correct.
they take the wrong approach. They always take the wrong approach. They come in with ego. That's the first thing that's a problem. And with ego, ego can always be fooled, you
No,
know?
no,
And
hundred
that's
percently
that's not
correct.
empowerment, Peter. It's a difference. When you go in with courage, you're cautious and you are aware of the fact that at any moment it could go wrong. Ego goes in and thinks, huh, I'm perfect. I can come in here, I
And
can do whatever I
oh,
want,
100%
right?
correct. Yep.
And they miss everything, and before you know it, they're trapped in 1,000 places and they don't know how it happened. And then, of course, they'll blame other people. That every single time it happens like that.
I know. I know.
So, and you know what? When I say 1,000 places, you know what I'm talking about. It
100.
goes
Oh,
into
100% correct.
multi dimensional spaces all at once from mishandling things. And well, I
No, I understand. And just
I
by the way,
yep,
I'm 100% on your side because if it is ego-driven crap, no, no,
good luck,
it's
right?
crap.
It's a bad combination. Spiritual work and ego is a very, very bad combination.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, as you said. Ish.
Because the universe can see through all things when you especially go into those other realms. Um, so that's good news. We got that. But what I wanted to bring up, Peter, that I had an awareness of Militech.
Oh my.
What's going on with Militech?
I don't know. What are you saying about Melitech?
I heard Militech today.
Mm-hmm.
So I know that they were trying to bleed through into Florida.
Uh-huh.
And maybe that's part of what we've been dealing with is Militech assets.
Oh my.
That's from Cyberpunk, for those of you who don't know.
I know, but I'm just like, shit, that's not good.
That's bad, right?
Yay, that's not good, guys.
And it made me think that if Militech came through, that too could have been influential on what happened with James in his event, and where a bunch of people got felt frequency issues and all that. Because Militech is they want to take over military wise, or maybe bring in a world war, or a universal war, something, right?
Universal war, definitely, yes.
Yeah, and these
Universal.
these are not humans. These are, well, the androids.
Nah, definitely not. No. Definitely
They're
not.
they're androids, right?
Hmm.
And they're based, was it based out west? Where
Yep.
was it? So if you in the future, uh I don't know, the 2077 or later.
2017. I mean, year doesn't matter. Year doesn't matter.
Okay, so 2077, right?
It was the basic stuff, but year doesn't matter in this in this case.
The
Nah.
time period of
Yeah.
2077, where is Militech in the United States? Location.
And that's the problem all over the place. That's the problem.
They're all over. Didn't they have a base though out west?
But yeah, in California, yeah.
It was in California. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, California's having a lot of
And
floods.
in which kind of shit is California. It went to shit. California is cooked,
Yeah.
and
Well,
especially and especially LA is cooked. It's cooked.
is that what's causing the bleed through?
Yeah,
Um,
bleed through caused all the problems they are facing. Just by the way,
that's the floods and everything. What's the floods have to do with it?
because they are testing it. It's their testing playground. I don't know how cool. No. Polygon. They are calling it polygon, but technically it shouldn't be called like that because polygon should be like if you are blowing something like bombs and on and on. But they multiplicated the meaning of the term. It shouldn't be called like that. It shouldn't be. No,
Yeah. I want,
it shouldn't be.
I think it's important to be optimistic and joyful and all that for our new year, but I also think we are boots on the ground. We have our soldiers, and even
Yeah,
people
that's correct.
complain about super soldiers and say that, they're used in this and that. They're the only ones that are protecting us from getting destroyed. Actually, in my
Oh
opinion,
yeah, 100%
right? If
correct.
if all the soldiers left right now, which they know, and they're telling these people to go out and announce this and convince people to pull out,
Just
they know
just by the way,
it's not
just
an
by the way.
accident. Monarch is guiding these people. They don't even realize it. Guiding these people to do this so that we sabotage the earth. Yeah, absolutely. There's a new team that showed up. Uh, that call is it's a galactic team, I guess, called Epsilon 12, 12th Division. We talked about it.
Yeah.
Um, I have a picture of it. Maybe Rolf can share the picture. I saw this it almost looks like a colony, but I don't believe it's the colony that you were talking about, Peter.
Okay.
And and it looked like a galactic something out of some futuristic whatever, and I could see a neon light that said Epsilon.
Oh my God. No neon lights. It is always bad sign about neon. Oh my God, that's not good.
So, but I remember
Shoot,
it. I don't think it,
it's not good. You know it's not good.
no, that's to let people know where it is.
Crap.
for the future, for 2026, someone mentioned that something big was going to happen, or some big things are going to happen. What do you think? What's your opinion?
Yeah, I want to say for fate of the world, quite a few wars will stop. Problem is, one war will stop, and another two or three wars will start it. That's the problem. We know which war I am talking about. They will stop.
You mean like the Ukraine?
Yeah, and war in Palestine, yeah, they will stop. Problem is, at least we know one in Balkan region is, I don't want to say it's sure, but almost sure. They start few wars like big ones in Latin America, few and other wars in Africa. They don't know yet which kind of regions because it is a huge continent. Few and other wars in Asia, and it's, do you know, it's crap because those people are good people. They never desire this shit.
What is the reason for this that they are going from we get rid of a war here and then it opens up a war there. Is this part of the bleed through where the energy, it's almost
That's the
like a
problem with the extremely unstable energy and cruel energy, and there are, I don't want to say creatures. I will rather say it loudly, entities. I am not expert in this field, so you will or you will be able to categorize them where the heck they are, where they heck should belong. It is bad. They are doing shit.
well, we
They
know
are
that
nasty. They
Serpo,
look nasty. They look nasty.
yeah,
And they are hungry for power and energy. They are greed and on and on. Jeez, not good,
is
not
this,
at
are they
all.
coming from Serpo or
Yeah, but they are not Zetas from
oh,
Serpo. They are
it's
from
another group?
underground. They are from underground, and they look nasty. They look nasty, and they are nasty in like energy. What they are doing, jeez, that's bad.
Are
Really
they
bad.
connected to the Atlas asteroid?
Definitely yes. Because they believe like Project Atlas, like, oh, we bring them technology and they will be happy about it. Yeah, and we are naive. I don't want to say we, like we right now, but you know what I'm trying
Well, I
to say.
called it an asteroid, but we know it's a ship, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
also
correct.
Swan, same thing, right? Coming from the Swan
Oh my God.
constellation,
Yeah, yeah,
asteroid ship.
100% correct. Yeah, yeah.
What do the Swan beings look like?
Technically, they are pretty much normal, like a humans, but they are shorter. They are like gnomes. Like, I don't want to say gnomes, but they are like normal
Dwarfs?
people.
Dwarfs, sure.
Normal people, but how can I say it? Like no normal people like shorter. Like, I don't know, like in between 3 or 4 feet, like 90
Like the
to
Greys.
100. Sorry, what?
Sounds like the Greys almost in the height.
No, 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 no. They are like people, but shorter.
Hmm. Okay. And but are they coming from this family? I saw them connected to this very wealthy elite family from the past, maybe 1800s. They merged with this family that I saw.
I know. I know which. Okay, I know. Yeah.
Which family was it? I didn't know which. I knew it was an elite family, but I didn't know which one it
No,
was.
no, no, no. I don't want to mention them, but I know who are you talking about. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Like the Rothschilds or Rockefellers
Ah, no,
or
no, I don't want to mention the family. I don't want to
why?
mention the family.
Why?
It's because it is matter of further and deeper investigation, and it is ongoing mission, ongoing case, and
Okay.
we shouldn't jeopardize ongoing mission. No, we don't want to do that.
Okay. I know we talked about that movie. I think it's called Asteroid City.
Oh
Asteroid
yeah,
City.
that was crazy movie.
And in the
Gee.
end, they showed like this ET. They showed this nuclear because some of the ETs right there they helpful. They'll try to block nuclear fusion
I know. Just
and
by the way,
experimentation, and then there's some that want it, right? They want to see destruction. Um, so yeah, in Asteroid City, it's almost like they're doing some kind of experimentation. And we watched it, I think it comes from 2023, but it made me think of that kind of energy is around here. Like they're kind of seducing the public to be curious about, not everyone, a lot of people are just like, no, this is crazy, right? But
yep, yep.
then there's a population that thinks it might be interesting to be in a dystopian reality because they've watched so many movies, so they almost think, well, it won't be too bad. I'll be the one that survives, you know. They always think that, they're the survivalists in the whole thing,
I know.
right? So, yeah, so we still have that is the government ever going to accept
What?
the Atlas and Swan phenomenon of them, coming into that they are actually, um, UAPs or a
Oh,
species or
that's a question. I don't
invasion.
know because they don't want to talk about it publicly, of course, for obvious reasons.
Yeah, explain to the public why they don't want the public to know about these things.
It's pretty much simple because they will lose, literally lose, uh, power. Technically, there is only one possible option how they keep people control. Very easy. Uh, to get some sort of mystery. Like, okay, does it exist? Does it work? I mean, the whole technical stuff and on and on. No, I don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about that. And just by the way, so many people know that exists. It's obvious. Now they don't want to talk about it. Now they don't want to talk about
They don't want to talk about it. Like you said, they can then back engineer things and not let us know about it.
it.
There's a
Oh
lot of
yeah,
this
100% correct.
the
Yeah.
big thing too, Peter, I find it interesting is everyone's interested in the United States doing full disclosure, but they never talk about full disclosure with other nations.
Pretty much. And that's the problem that in US, I don't want to say it is almost criminal act or something, but it's not like that. You will be kind of surprised that in many in other countries, let's say, you can talk about that and you don't and you will not be persecuted, or I don't know how can I say.
Like South America.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Russia too? Is it
Oh
safe to
yeah,
talk?
you can talk about that. I mean, people will say that you are some sort of crappy weirdo, but officially, publicly by authorities, they that you can talk about crap, They are like that.
Well, you could talk about it, but will any of these other nations, nobody
No,
asked,
they don't want to persecute you. No,
no, no, not that, Peter. People want full disclosure. They want them to open up all the government records regarding UFOs or
do you really
UAPs.
believe that some any government on the in the world will? Nah, they will never do so.
They
Like
focus on the
never.
United States, but South America is not doing full disclosure. Russia's not doing full disclosure. China's not doing full disclosure. Europe is not doing full disclosure. Africa's not doing full disclosure.
In Australia, the situation is different. I don't want to say different. Rather say we literally have like, okay, you access or free access to the of information, and if you go to the archives and you can, okay, I want to see this and that incidents, and on and on, there is no denial. Let's talk it that way. Let's call it that way.
So, certain nations will allow certain archived
And
information
definitely, for example, New Zealand. Oh, go to Japan. They've got tremendous archive, like archives like that. No problem.
available to the public, non-citizens.
Yeah. But I mean, the problem is they are not publicly talking about it. But it's like, okay, and for example, uh, my dad or my mom or like grandma, like we got photos on that and all. And so in those countries, they will not say, don't do about that, don't talk about that. You can go to the archive and make your own research, but they are not talking publicly about it, yeah. But they are not at least persecuting you, like don't do crap to you, at least.
I just found out, from one of my older siblings that my father was on an aircraft carrier, by Japan. Di
Uh-huh.
can you verify that?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Was he pulled into Japan in some way?
Yeah, some way. I don't want to be more specific, but yeah.
You mean you'd have to talk to me privately about it?
No, it was part of top secret mission. I don't want to talk about that.
So my father's still active. I mean, he's been gone for
Yeah,
years.
yeah. I'm just saying there are certain things let's say, they will go public. I mean, let's say you can talk about the stuff. You can talk about the things like, okay, file will be unsealed and on and on. But, and this is important, but it will be in certain like stuff like, okay, 30, 40, 50 and another years. And and this is important, there are certain files, they are like, nah, no chance, like what the heck are you talking about? I know the system, they are like 60,
Yeah,
70,
I think
they're,
this
they're
is
like
from World.
80 years or 100
Yeah,
years. I'm
it
like,
was
what the
World War
heck?
II. So it's still one of those things you can't talk about.
There are like things like that.
So in some ways, it feels like there was a collaboration with maybe, I don't know who, in Japan with the United States at the same time that there was a war.
I
And
know.
that doesn't make any sense to me. That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's
it
the
is
ETs
crazy.
then.
Yeah,
Does it have to anything to do with the Mysterians?
yeah.
Okay. That's why that we have the Mysterians here too. Okay. Boy, it's crazy. Hmm. Anything else that you want to share, Peter,
From my
regarding
point of view, from my point of view, everything fine.
everything's fine and you're fine. I'm fine. Both of us have been attacked, but we're
Yeah,
fine.
just by the way.
Yeah, you had a little surprise today. We won't get into it. But
There's the little surprise. Little surprise.
I'm glad that you're here to talk about it. So people think, oh yeah, we're the ones that are doing it. No, we're the ones that are getting it. We're the ones that
Ah,
are
just by the way.
we're the ones that are trying to protect everyone else, and we're in the front lines. Yeah. So
Crappy situation, you know.
I'm glad that you're here to talk about it. We'll say it like that. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
we're not to take it lightly. It's a very serious thing. And especially, being followed or watched or what have you is
yeah,
crazy. So with that said, I'm going to say thank you, and we will have many other conversations during
definitely
2026.
yes. I think we will get to regular shows, at least one per week or something.
Okay.
That's it from my from my side.
All right. Well, happy New Year to you, Peter. And
Thank you. So till next time. Bye bye.
bye. So here is some of the live footage of the Vincennes crash, the insane SF-90 crash at the Angeles Crest. And you can see it looks like it was completely out of control, just as we mentioned with Peter. Here's another Andronetalks news special. I just want to share this information regarding Kurt Russell. And the reason why I'm bringing up Kurt Russell is because he was very instrumental in the whole Monarch Corporation and some of the background things, also connecting it to Hollywood and Disney. So you see this combination of, the attraction of Disney, the attraction of Hollywood, the celebrity type of status, and him being instrumental within the Monarch Corporation. And so because we usually talk about Kevin Spacey or Paul Serene, who is the primary character in the video game Quantum Break. And here we're looking at Kurt Russell, who is involved with the movie Monarch Legacy of Monsters, and you can see him right here. And in that role, he plays the army officer Lee Shaw, which is like the Shaw House, across different timelines, with his real life son Wyatt Russell playing the younger version of him. And as they uncover secrets of monster hunting, Organization Monarch linked to Godzilla's world, with season 2 set to continue their story in Skull Island. And so you see how he's a key figure in Monarch's history. And I know people, those of you that don't understand soft disclosure, this is what we're talking about. And years ago, Peter mentioned to me about these creatures, these ancient creatures that you see in some of the old maps of the world. And also, I believe it is one of Monarch's, um, how can I say, trophies, that they have these sea creatures which are extremely powerful because they're like a primordials, and they had them under control. And I think this is the storyline behind it, and how they had them locked up and then used them, probably use their genetics, enhance people with them, all sorts of crazy things that have been happening, but nobody else talks about except for Peter. And so when people start claiming that they know more than Peter, it's just like they got the information from Peter first, and then they try to put their own spin on it, but it's still recognizable to me when they're doing that. So, um, and it should, and I hopefully other people start to see it as well, that if people should be crediting Peter for, revealing some of this information, and how Monarch is bragging and disclosing some of the things that they're doing. Let's go back to the link. True story behind Walt Disney's death, Kurt Russell and the founder's last words. Now, I'm seeing articles that say that Walt Disney said this. Some articles are backstepping on the story, so it's almost like, all right, it's strange. Why would his last words be Kurt Russell? So maybe the company, Disney, thought for whatever reason, boy, this doesn't sound right either. Let's not reveal this to the public. Let's say, oh, this is, um, fake news. This is not anything that actually happened. So it feels like the information came out and then they backstepped on it. But, for obvious reasons, it sounded weird. And that maybe his last words should have been his wife, or, something that they thought, would be a more normal transition into the afterlife. But anyhow, the reason why he brought him up is very, very intriguing. And I believe it's because of he was maybe passing the ball to Kurt Russell, maybe his earlier Walt Disney's connection to Monarch then transitioned over to Kurt Russell. He left a note behind with Kurt Russell's name. And they talk about his health and Orlando's Disney World. So this is specifically in Florida. And let's see. So here's what happened. Yes, the true story of Walt Disney at this time was also that of a man who was inordinately busy with upcoming film releases and the development of Orlando's Disney World, with the mogul's final writing before his last hospitalization being a list of names scribbled at the bottom of a television production page in the founder's signature red grease pen. And out of everyone in the world who would have featured on this list, who else should appear than the future star of John Carpenter's The Thing? Part of what makes this legend so appealing is the fact that it's so dramatic. The coincidence that one Hollywood legend would reference another in their final moment sounds like a heartwarming conclusion to Disney movies himself, but the truth is a bit more complicated. In reality, the details of this last-minute note, which is real and was even included in the recreation of Disney's office displayed at Disney World starting in 2001, differ between each telling. In fact, the note itself even features an awkward misspelling with Russell's first name written as Kurt, Kirt, in a humbling moment that grounds this popular Disney legend. They pulled me into the office a couple years after he died, and this woman, who I didn't believe was his secretary, but might have been, I don't know, pointed to something he wrote, and she said, "Do you know what that's about?" And I said, "No, I don't." And then she said, "Because he wrote something after it, but then he went back up and wrote your name. And that was the last thing he wrote." And I said, "Oh, gee, I don't know what it's connected to." And that was a quote supposedly from Kurt Russell. And supposedly he was very impressed with Kurt Russell. He liked some of the work that he had done. But on a deeper level, I think there was a passing of the power or of something. So let's take a look at the John Carpenter's The Thing. Kurt Russell was John Carpenter's last choice for The Thing. A research team in Antarctica is hunted by a shape-shifting alien that assumes the appearance of its victims. And I think pretty much that confirms what I was saying. There's Antarctica and a shape-shifting alien. And that is something that Monarch would be very interesting. Also, Montauk as well. So since we're talking along those lines, I thought I would add this little piece of information and trivia, and also to help further confirm some of the things that we've been saying all along regarding the Monarch Corporation and some of the other players that are involved.
Hello there, it's Olaf Andersson here. It's been a while since I've been speaking to you all. I'm very grateful. Thank you, Jessica, and especially to Peter as well. And big thanks to the members of the Unit 374. It's been a pleasure to be talking to you all through the year. We've been sharing recalls, different aspects, sharing information about ongoing missions, etc. and the best to you. Greetings to all the listeners and supporters out there. In 2025, there have been numerous of sightings. As you know, UAPs or UFOs worldwide. In Europe as well, Scandinavia, different airports here and there, these drones or unknown crafts showing up. Many witnesses worldwide. We're talking, let's say, thousands of different objects. And several US congressional meetings have been held as members seek answers. There's a few new credible witnesses step forward, and many people around the world were hoping for a disclosure in 2025. But our governments are keeping quiet, and for those out there still involved in black ops and secret missions, the silence, yeah, it's very challenging. Many of these crafts and drones, as we know, they are reverse engineered from ET technology we have obtained through decades of trading with ET groups. I'm afraid it's a fact many negative private corporations access these crafts and technologies. My experience as a pilot, I've been doing a lot of things through different corporations and organizations, but especially I was a pilot for Kruger Corporation. So I was flying many of these crafts as we see witnesses in the sky today. Different models, could be TR3, B, C, etc. Different models. We also use these, similar crafts for Moon or Mars missions. They're still in use. And different cargo ships. I was involved in trading with the ETs outside our solar system. So as you know, many of us in the unit we are experienced handling with so-called future technologies or ET tech, time travel, portals, devices for entering dimensions, smart glass pads, screens, testing. We have been involved in testing ET devices at labs, holographics for camouflage, smart guns, dozens types of energy weapons, scalar, sonic, microwave, laser, acoustics, and super soldier gear, nanotech jumpsuits, medbeds, programmable goo or liquid used in tanks for healing, super soldier uploads, or you can say upgrades, in the trip chair, yes, getting more implants, etc. People interest in these technologies continues to grow. I can really understand that. It's very fascinating, but don't be blended by that. In the coming years, you will depend on your spiritual abilities, not advanced technology. How can you tune into Earth's frequency? That's my question It's more related to meditation, how to raise your own vibrational levels. I'm not talking about religions or dogmatic systems. Do easy things, achievable steps, spend time in nature, at home, listen to meditative music or tones, use headphones, or buy some Tibetan singing bowls. Why do we have to do this? Because we still have to face the sun's activities. There's plenty of incoming electromagnetic particles hitting our magnetic field. Our protection field is not enough. The sun will continue to hit us with solar storms in the, let's say, three more years. And the Earth's resonance frequency will increase to higher levels. So our minds and our bodies need to adapt to these changes. Is humanity ready for, let's say, a first contact with an ET group? We have to remember that many of the ET groups aren't necessarily benevolent or loving beings. Are we really prepared to meet up with them? Some individuals are telepathically or physically in contact, let's say, with Pleiadians or Nordics, and plenty of other extraterrestrials, different groups. They often act like some sort of saviors for humanity. Don't fall for this, please. They are truly manipulative and deceiving. Trust no one. Many groups pretend to be very spiritual and wise, but they are good actors. They have a angelic behavior. We are blended by their beauty and by their technology. So what about the preparation? Do we need to weaponize ourselves? Or, if we expect someone to really come here for a visit, officially visiting us. I'm not talking about extraterrestrials. They've been here, they're still here. I'm talking about the official, the first contact. So does it come down to our technology or weapons? Can any earthly space force save us? I know we are pretty much very far behind. If someone out there would like to invade us, sure, not a big deal. They can wipe us out in a second. So ultimately, technology isn't enough for us. So what matters is our consciousness, spirituality. Not religious dogma. No religion can save you. When we truly can demonstrate that we are peaceful and not hostile, then we are ready to welcome others. Then we can create a peaceful alliance. So any full disclosure, 2026? Nope. It's still a slow process, but more unbelievable stories will be presented as proof, documentations, etc. Hopefully some medical technologies that benefits us. We need medicine, we need healing. There's another side, the global powers. Observe the involving strategies of global powers. Major world nations are extending their influence and increasing their capabilities, also in Europe. US wants to take over Greenland. What about Iceland, UK, Ireland, South America? I'm just pointing out something here. And when the Ukrainian war is over, actually very soon, will then Russia step by step take control over Europe? And what about the Greater Israel? Are they lying on the texts from the Nile to Euphrates? Well, I definitely see some border changes next year. And does China want to expand with Taiwan and Australia? We'll see what happens. Should we fear any threat from space? Is it an ET civilization's arrival the world powers are preparing for? Former ET agreement failure? Or are we even closer to an alien false flag invasion? Anyway, or anyhow, my reality with the Unit 374, we are still entering parallel realities, interfering with timelines, participating in wars of tomorrow, sabotage missions, secure and protect important Earth portals, protecting bases controlled by, let's say, Kruger Corporation, or any, good allies. We are preventing a worldwide disaster. Cooperate with ET allies we trust and depend on. New and ongoing missions. Establishment of a new unit. And we are welcoming new members. So I will just say Happy New Year, everyone. God bless you. Thank you for being here.
Okay, so this is the countdown to Vatican portal sealing ritual on Christmas Day, which fuels apocalyptic fears. Well, we know that they opened it last year, but it was open in December 2024. And then they will be ceremonially sealing it starting on Christmas Day. These doors were opened during the 2025 Jubilee, a tradition celebrated every 25 years since the 1300s, marking a special period of celebration, forgiveness, and they have a reason why they're doing this. The holy doors will be sealed with reconstructed brick walls and will remain closed until the next Jubilee, expected around 2050. I'm surprised it isn't 2030 the way that they're going. And let's see. So, St. Peter's Basilica, the most prominent of the four, will remain open until January 6th, 2026, when Pope Leo the 14th closes it during the final Jubilee Mass. The door at Rebibbia prison has not yet received an official closing date, though it's expected to follow the overall schedule. Here are some of the other doors. These doors were open during the 2025 Jubilee. Traditional, celebrated every 25 years. Yep, I already said that. The door at St. Mary Major Basilica will be sealed first on December 25th, followed by those of St. John Lateran Basilica and St. Paul outside the walls on December 27th and 28th, respectively. So currently those are closed, supposedly. And then the one that they're waiting for is St. Peter's Basilica, the most prominent of the four, on January 6th. So, and then this prison door, which is kind of weird to me. I don't know what that is. Also, while the Vatican frames these closings as a routine liturgical conclusion to a year of open pilgrimage, apocalyptic and conspiracy theories tie the events to biblical end time prophecies, or that too is the agenda of depopulation. That's what they call it. Well, they call it apocalypse and divine happenings, whereas it's literally a depopulation of the 12D Pleiadian events. And if you're curious to know more about that, let me know, and we will post some other videos regarding why we believe that the 12D Pleiadians are conspiring to depopulate the planet. They've have always been involved in, and it's coming from Switzerland. So you have CERN and you have the Billy Meyer group that's been involved as well. But there's others involved, other negative ETs that people think they might be positive, but they aren't. And some other unlikely suspects who are stating that the Earth, yes, we're having problems with the Earth, but it's not because of the population. The population can be managed, but the elite who, just feel like they want some more open space, or they want to be the ones that thrive and survive throughout everything. And we know that's a problem. So that's an explanation about our wars, where they profit off our wars, and then they cull the population a bit, and then they go from one place to the next. And as Peter mentioned, there will be the ending of some wars and the beginning of some new wars, and so they're just continuing on with these agendas against the existence of humanity. So sorry to be so blunt, but I have to say it as it is, and unless we're aware of it and stop with a lot of nonsense of, talking bad about other people instead of collectively seeing something more important rather than just competition or what have you in this area of um, the disclosure movement, whatever you want to call it. The biggest enemies I find are not the public that are trying to understand, but those that are supposed to be working with us. All right, so I have Navy John here with me today, and we're going to talk about whatever you want to talk about, John. Usually we go over the 2025, 2026, scenario, how it's been in the past, how it's going to be in the future. So go for it.
Yeah, I think 2025 is probably one of the worst years I've probably had. Is as just things that come up and turmoil and different things like that. I mean, you've helped me clear a lot of stuff, that still keeps coming up, and it's just, I think 2026 will be better. I've seen some of these various different channels, like even some of these profit guys or whatever, and women saying that this 2026 is going to be a year where the good will separate from the bad. I don't know if you believe in that or not, but
I think
it's
that
something
happens
that,
all the time. Yeah, that happens.
yeah, that they're going to start. There's going to be a big divide. That God, God source or whatever.
Yeah. I know that some people have strong views on this, but the apocalypse is something that they play out every couple hundred years. They've been doing
Mm-hmm.
this. This is how they cull the population. They do the mud flood and all that other stuff. So even though people think this is the first time they've ever done it, it's been done multiple times where they say this is Revelation. We have some kind of Messiah or someone's going to come and restore
Mm-hmm.
order and take care of everything. Um, I know that people get offended by that, but they have done that before. It's just that they wipe us. They've wiped us on that whole
Oh yeah, I
scenario.
agree. I'm
And
just
they
giving
are
you.
looking to depopulate, right? They're looking to depopulate. That's why they did the jab and and the virus and all that, and they did get rid of quite a few people.
Oh yeah, I'm still getting rid of them. Some of the
Hmm.
people are getting ill.
And wars, the wars that they
Yep.
keep bringing up.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's his his view on there. I don't just nail it down to just one person. That I kind of listen to. I kind of
Yeah.
listen to the variety of it. I just giving you
But
some
what do you
some.
believe? Though that's what they believe, but
Well,
what
I
do you
think things are
believe?
going to get better. I think uh, it's, it's a never ending. That's what that guy said. This other super soldier. He says that it's an ongoing battle that's been going on for a long time.
Yes.
It's just eventually it'll end, but who knows when, right?
Well, we had an 88-year mission and it's still not 100% complete. And it went wrong because we had a saboteur. We had someone who, turned on us, turned on the team, and that can happen.
Yeah,
And
got compromised or whatever.
got compromised, yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
it
just I,
affected all of us is why, and then you started having personal problems, but also the mission that we did, you and I, your wife over in Korea, and then the transfer that me bringing it over to Slovakia, that created other problems for us because it went the mission went wrong, right? Someone got a hold of the sample and did some things, and also it created they created weather anomalies over there, and there were floods and other problems. So that
I
was
know
kind of on us, I guess.
there's a lot of stuff going over on the West Coast, man. I was talking to some woman that used to work at Boeing over there in Washington, ever in
Yeah.
Washington. She's new. She said that the weather is so crazy over there; it's flooding all the cities and stuff like that. On the West Coast. She's
It's
talking
very
right.
bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like what's causing that? It's a weather modification, probably, right? I would
Yeah.
guess the harp
Pe-
or whatever.
Peter talked about it, that there are there are species that are still causing problems for us. They're creating bleed throughs and they're perpetuating wars. And he said that he predicted that we're going to be able to resolve the war in the Ukraine and Russia, but there's gonna be other wars that will pop up. It's almost like they're perpetuating wars.
Yeah, yeah. There's been a lot of them. Trump's kind of trying to take care of some of them. He got some of them resolved. It sounds like, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean he's trying to. I think he met with Netanyahu and he met with Zelensky. I don't know if he's met with Putin lately, but I guess they were actually in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, I did hear about that recently. They had a meeting or whatever, trying to get things resolved. But as Zelensky, man, he's a shady character, anyways. I don't know if I'd
Yeah.
trust him,
No,
anyways.
he was never supposed to be in this position, and he clearly is doing he's taking quite a bit of money.
Yeah, I
Who
mean,
was it? There was someone that was seeing a bunch of very like race cars, really, really high end vehicles over in Monaco, and they all had Ukrainian plates in the back. So,
I heard something about that too.
people are complaining about what's going on in Minnesota, but if you look, which is a serious problem. But if we look at, in the end result, the scale of how much money the Ukraine took from everybody, all the Europeans, it's going to be beyond criminal. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping some of this stuff comes out next year about the
Yeah, I'd like to
tribunals and
manifest that
stuff. You know what I mean?
they get exposed for literally siphoning money off of the people, because everyone says, well, you have to be fair. That there's all these government, these people need help or whatever. Yeah, go ahead and pay for it yourself. You're having hardworking, innocent people footing the bill for these people to go out and buy these oligarchs to buy all of these boats and yachts and expensive vehicles. They said a lot of these people had designer clothes. I'm not saying that they're all corrupt, but clearly there was a system or something to siphon the money. Maybe they could have ended this war sooner, but there was some other agenda going on. You know what I mean? There's a lot of corruption going on that we have to like, take on and then they try to censor us on top of it. But I mean, why don't we have a right to speak out regarding where our money goes? You know,
Oh yeah,
you and
definitely.
I are going to retire one day, right? I don't know
Yeah,
what,
that's the
what
plan.
I do, I don't really need to retire, but um, you know, what if that money that's owed to us that we pay taxes on all these years just isn't there because Zelensky needed to have money to buy whatever, a big house somewhere, maybe his fourth or fifth house. You know what I mean? I mean
Yeah.
that's not fair. It's not right.
And I think Obama was, I heard some stuff where he got arrested or something, but I don't know. I haven't seen any proof on that.
No, yeah, we don't go there with our channel. I mean, either there's some factual evidence or I know that a lot of people like to
Yeah.
talk about this stuff, but and then they also do use clones and everything too, so it makes it a little tricky.
Hmm.
But yeah, we don't go there and then we need to have something a little more solid. Yeah.
Yeah, I've just heard that before on some of the ones I listen to or whatever. But, you know,
Yeah.
I've never seen any proof or anything,
Yeah,
No.
well, you don't see him as much. You definitely don't see him as much, but he's, he still out there
He's
right
over in
now,
England, I think, isn't he? Or he was.
which is
So he's
weird.
kind of running, kind of on the run.
Well, that's where a lot of people went when Trump got into office. Quite a few people went there. Some people went to Greece, some people went to England, some people went to Spain,
Hmm.
you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
It's interesting what their selection is, where they're going.
Well, they got to be kind of worried, if it's really true what's going on, that, you know, slowly taking them out, hopefully that's true.
Well, yeah, I don't know if they're kicking them out or the people just feel like, they want to avoid, some kind of legal situation or what have you, like Ellen. Ellen, I guess, was having some legal issues,
Ellen
so
DeGeneres,
yeah,
yeah, she was like a big time bad person from what I understand, from what I've seen.
yeah,
So
yeah,
she must be a
yeah.
little worried.
Well, the whole now they're dropping more information from Epstein. So people are really like looking into all of that and finding new people or people that they know that were involved. I mean, honestly, anyone who's who was probably there on that island. I think I've come to that determination years ago that
Yeah.
this guy was the guy. If you had some kind of weird sexual interest or fetish, or you wanted to be where the celebrities were, that was the place to go to.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
It is,
How,
and
how much money he had and everything.
well, he
Blackmailing,
he did
sounds
what they
like.
wanted. He gave people whatever desire they wanted. He was the candy man,
Hmm.
and the illusion that these people thought that it would never come back on them. I mean, that's only one of the scandals. I'm sure there's others. I'm sure there's other islands. I'm sure there's other, Candymen and people like Ghislaine Maxwell that are out there. That there's not just two people in the whole world that do this stuff. They did this one
Yeah.
just got caught. And the only reason he got caught, probably, is that he didn't go along with someone very powerful on something.
Yeah. You know, he goes back to like the Israel, from what I've heard, whatever, his father was in there or something, like high up in the Israel special forces, or he was, or something. He's like a double agent or something, what I've seen, some of the stuff. I don't know if it's true
You
or
talk
not.
about Chislate and Maxwell.
Yeah, and she was too. Maybe it was her father. Was it her father that was the one?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the whole lineage of them is bad.
Yeah, like it's said, like they will these people are usually very protected. They're very protected. They're always given some kind of pass, or they create some kind of elaborate excuse for them. Something went wrong where that didn't work anymore. Turned on the wrong person. That's all I can imagine.
Yeah, and they'll turn on each other, just to save their neck, to try to get a lesser.
At this point, yeah, if someone's being threatened, that they're gonna get in trouble, yeah, they'll take down whoever they can with them. But yeah, you might find that it's the end of the line for you when you do something like that.
Mm, yeah, that's pretty interesting. Well, I think it's next year is going to be better. I'm hopeful. Anyways,
Yeah, we have to be optimistic.
yeah.
You've had a bit of a roller coaster on a personal level this year.
Oh yeah, and at work, it's just like from all directions. I haven't had any problems around the house anymore from neighbors.
That's
But
good.
the other stuff is just ridiculous. Some of these people. But anyway, so I get it from all directions.
What about your thoughts on Alex Jones and what's going on with him? Do you know?
Uh,
I guess they're threatening to, I guess he has to sell. I don't know. He needed money again.
I don't know. Doesn't he have like an England or something? He's got a European store and everything over there too, or something. Didn't he move it over there?
It's in
Or,
England too.
somewhere over
Bringing
there
up
in Europe, I
England.
thought it was saying because I still get stuff from him occasionally, and I thought it's like the European stores. Maybe trying to get around all this, but
Yeah.
didn't are they trying to say that he needs to sell his thing now? Didn't he appeal
Yeah,
all this stuff?
they're saying he has to sell it again, to pay off the scandal of whatever happened with that what do you call that? The
I
thing
know
that
what you're
he
talking
legally
about.
got in
Yeah,
trouble with. Yeah.
yeah, I know what you're talking about. That scandal or whatever. Which
In Connecticut, where yeah, there's children got killed, but he said they didn't get killed, and then
Sandy Hook.
Sandy Hook. Thank you.
Sandy Hook. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So I think they keep on, I don't know. They keep on, they have this big legal action against him, which sounds absolutely insane. It sounds
Yeah,
absolutely insane. All right, so it's like if I say something and I was wrong, does that mean that I have to give away everything I've ever owned and everything I'm going to own in the future? I mean, how far does this go?
I thought that was freedom of speech or whatever. I mean, your
Freedom of
opinion.
speech, or just, all right, so it was wrong judgment, give me a fine, and then that's it. I won't do it again. But take all your everything, take everything from you? That
Yeah,
doesn't
it's
sound right.
it's crazy. They just want to totally remove him.
They don't they want to remove him, and it's pretty obvious. And um I don't know. That's not justice. So
Yeah,
why don't they go after the people that are actually hurting people? Like, why don't they go after the people that like these shooters are treated better than Alex Jones has been treated?
I think it's the judicial system. These judges and all this. They're corrupt. They get put into power. Some of
Well,
them.
are
And you
they
just hope you don't
pocketing the
do it.
money? I mean, where's all this money going that they're pulling? We're talking millions,
I don't
millions of
know, but they
dollars that you got
sure.
to give.
I mean, they're obviously on the wrong side. I mean, that's pretty blatant. That they're not even fair. I don't even know if Supreme Court is. They got some people on there that are appointed by some other Democrats. I think Obama and stuff.
I'm
So
gonna sleep
how are
with
you going to
them.
get a fair shake there? I mean, hopefully that got turned around, and maybe they're doing the right thing. I don't know, but it's just
Oh,
crazy.
listen to this. All right, so listen to this. This is the article. 3 years in, Sandy Hook families still wait to collect what Alex Jones owes them. After a frustrating and futile 3 years, let me see if I can do a shared screen so you can see this. Because you're not even going to believe the amount of money that they're expecting. Look at this.
I know it's a crazy amount. I know that.
This came out in 2025 in June. But a hearing of federal bankruptcy court in Texas, because Texas, underway. And Thursday, things seem to be going the other way, with all parties showing signs of exasperation, including the judge. The case has been pending since 2022, folks. It needs to end, said the U.S. Bankruptcy Court Judge Christopher Lopez. The more the case drags on, he added, the more money from Jones' estate will be going toward. So the longer it takes, then they keep on adding more money. But look at the amount that they wanted. Jones declared bankruptcy after the Sandy Hook's family won 1.3 billion in two defamation suits in Connecticut and Texas after Jones spread bogus conspiracy theories that the 2012 mass shooting of Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newton, Connecticut was a hoax. Jones followed harassment and tormented Jones' followers harassed and tormented the families for years. Jones would later admit that the shooting was real and actually did kill 20 children and 6 educators. All right, but he didn't tell those people to go and harass them, you
No,
know?
yeah, he shouldn't be
It's
responsible
just
for
that they
that.
thought people were, messing around with everyone. And then supposedly the company was auctioned off, and the satirical site The Onion, I don't know if you remember seeing that, was named the winning bidder, and they shut it down and then saying the process was flawed. And months later, in a striking reversal, the judge said the company actually could not be sold through bankruptcy court after all. He told the families to go back to state court. I
I
mean, the
remember
whole thing's
that.
just crazy. 1.3 billion, not million,
Hmm.
billion.
Yeah, crazy.
I don't even know. I don't even know if he has that. Like, where did
Yeah,
they
I
even
don't.
come up with this number? Is
Yeah, I
this like
mean,
a projected view that, oh, and maybe if you keep on making this amount of money in 30 years from now, that you'll have 1.3 billion? I mean, how will they come? I don't think he has that much.
yeah, it's a lot of money. Yeah, I don't know how that's possible, really, unless he's
I've never
really.
seen anything like this in my life. I mean,
Yeah,
I've
well,
have
I
you?
can't even see being in Texas, and then he can't get a fair. I don't know.
Have you ever seen anyone get sued for that amount of money by just saying something, not killing anyone, but by saying something?
No, they say all kinds of stuff against Trump, right? They make stuff up.
Right.
Media, they don't get
Yeah, that's a
sued. Well,
president.
some of them did, but
Whether you like it or not, that's a president. You're right.
yeah, I mean, to be treated like he was treated, that's just amazing. And
Yeah. And
he has some lawsuits. I know he sued CNN and some different things, I think. But
I guarantee it wasn't 1.3
oh yeah,
billion.
uh,
That's what I'm telling you, that like the scale of this, does this sound abnormal or what?
yeah, sounds like a setup. But hopefully he gets out of it.
How is the legal system able to get away with this exorbitant amount of money? It's like a multi-lottery for these people.
I
It's
think that's why
extremely
Trump.
greedy.
I think that's why Trump says, Wano Savin and some of those guys say that the military is the only way because the military is operated. There's some corruption in there, but it's go. You got your laws in the military, and that's uh, all the stuff that they got, that they've done, and you don't have judge, you're going to have these guys sitting up there in the panel, and it might be military people, right? They might, they might side with, I think it'd be harder for them to get away with that, to get corrupted, but,
See,
hopefully the tribunals are going on and they got those going on all around the world. We'll see some
but
action.
you know what I'm talking about. Can you think of anyone that has requested that amount of money?
No.
I mean, even like say, let's find like a lawsuit against a corporation that was dumping radioactive materials, right? Multiple families get hurt. No one has, to my knowledge, no one has ever won that amount of money for
Yeah, what
something
was that
that like
one
critical.
movie in California where that Rock Rockovich or whatever, she was worked for that law firm because all those
Uh,
people got illnesses from the contaminated water and all that.
Brockovich, yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know how much they were asking.
Let's take a look. Aaron Brockovich.
But there was a lot of people involved in that.
They got, all right, so in the famous Hinckley case against PG&E, over 600 residents, 600, right? Won a
Mm-hmm.
historic 333 million settlement for health issues caused by chromium-6 contamination, and the money divided among the victims for damages like cancers and illnesses averaged around 300,000 per person after legal fees. That's 333 million, not 1.3 billion. You see what I'm
And that was a
saying?
pretty big case. Of
That
course,
was
it's
a
been a
very
while
big
ago.
case. See the
Yeah.
comparison?
Yeah. It's kind of crazy.
Insane. Um,
Just goes to show how much they fear Alex Jones and how
Yeah.
hard they try to work to, if they can't kill him physically, we'll kill his person, and if we
Mm-hmm.
can't kill his person, we'll kill his name or his bank account or whatever. Because there's nobody else
Yeah.
out there like him. He's been going for like what, 40 years or something crazy.
Yeah, he's been doing it a long time. I've been following him for like 25 years or 30 years, probably.
Yep.
Yeah.
all right,
And I know he was,
let's take a look at this. I got some facts here, okay? I got some facts we can look at. The total amount Alex Jones was ordered to pay to Sandy Hook families approximately 1.5 billion. I saw 1.3 billion earlier, and widely considered one of the largest defamation verdicts in the US history for an individual. However, it is not the highest legal fee or the total judgment in history, as there have been many large awards. Um, the total damages from two separate lawsuits in Texas and Connecticut reached 1.5 billion. And then jury awarded 965 million in compensation for damages. The judge added additional 473 million. Oh, maybe these are like because he was arguing with them that they kept adding on more to it. Maybe it was because I know he does argue. That's crazy.
Yeah, I thought he appealed it. So what is he? Is he running out of time then, or what's going on? Still going on the appeals court?
Well, let's take a look. I guess they've yet to receive their money from the judgments in the legal battles over asset sales and accusations. Jones is trying to hide money from creditors. I, wow, that's crazy. I don't believe that, that for them to even say that in AI is pretty weird. Like,
Mhm.
I don't know if there's any proof that he was trying to hide the money. Someone might have put that in there. I mean, I don't know.
AI is about as neutral as Switzerland.
Yeah. Yeah. And he tried to sell his company to this
I
group,
remember that.
wouldn't
Yeah, he was trying
let
to.
him do that.
It's got to be stressful for him.
Yeah, it would have to be. So, yeah, I mean, I know that we're bringing up Alex Jones, but um uh yeah, there's a reason.
And he's one of the pioneers. Yeah, for one reason. Yeah,
He's one of the pioneers.
yeah. I mean, he was like after he was the guy that got killed on his front step. That was I can't remember his name now. He was in Arizona, and he was an officer in the Navy, pretty high up. So he got wind of all this stuff that they were doing crooked. He became a whistleblower, got out. I can't remember his name now, but
Yeah,
anyways,
there's been a few casualties here and there.
and he was before Alex Jones. I remember Alex Jones interviewed him a couple times. He wrote a book.
Al Alex Jones has been around for quite a long time, and I think he was around Jesse Ventura and um I don't know if he talked to Dave Corso, who used to run Wolf Spirit Radio, and I knew him. Um, I used to do shows with him, and we would have discussions. And he was ex-military. He was in Pahrump, in Nevada, and he said that I think he was talking about getting attacked at that time. He was having serious health issues, and he kind of knew that there was something going on. But he used to speak out all the time about certain things. And I think he was friends with Jesse Ventura.
Mhm.
I know he was.
Yeah, he was on his show, wasn't he? On that, whatever the name of that was. Jesse Ventura had for a short time.
Yeah, he used to have his own show. He was doing form of disclosure, and he was a governor. I think it was in Minnesota.
I don't really hear much about him anymore.
No, you don't. I don't know where.
Is that Corsico guy? Did he pass away?
Of course, so yeah, I was, well, at that time I was interacting with him, and he had edema, like his body
Oh,
was all
really?
messed up. And I said he tried everything, and people were giving, and I said, do you, he had a really short temper. And he said, did you try, is there anything I can help you with? Or he goes, I tried everything. Don't tell me what I need to do. And I said, all right. He was just a character, and I just was, I understood. I mean, he was frustrated, very frustrated, because he knew that he couldn't get away from them, couldn't get away from the situation. And he knew he
Yeah, he
was
was a Navy
speaking out.
SEAL, wasn't he? Vietnam or something.
Yeah, yeah, he would go on his rants, but he was saying a lot of stuff. And his radio station was constantly, you know, recording that, and then someone else took over the station.
Mm, yeah.
Yeah,
That's some of those people back then, I mean, now you got Joe Rogan, he comes out with a lot of stuff too.
he does, but he does it in a more comical way. He doesn't say it like, like in an angry way. I think that makes a bit of a difference. Almost like he says it and he'll throw it out there, but he's acts like he doesn't know whether like he's not 100% believing it. It's almost like he just kind of puts it out there. Whereas Alex Jones is more like adamant, you know what I mean, about it. And it does make a difference because then they see it as entertainment. This is only for entertainment purposes. At least how some people say it like that. And it kind of safeguards them a bit.
He kind of he'd go on his rants. But
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
just because he cares.
I mean, for some people that, yeah, it bothers them that you do it like that because then you're like 100%, promoting what you believe. And like Joe Rogan doesn't act like he 100% believes everything. He might, but I think, is a little more savvy about it and sees that, you know, this is the way to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he probably does.
Because he comes right out and says certain things, Joe Rogan. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I think they've been after Alex Jones for a long time, trying to shut him down. I don't
Well,
know.
they haven't
Hopefully,
yet. I mean,
I
you
mean,
know what? For him to still be around,
that's what I mean. I'm
pretty
surprised he's
amazing.
still alive.
I always say I like to put protection around him. I like him. I
Yeah, I
don't
just
think he's the type of guy that I don't believe he would ever want a child to be harmed. Like, I don't think he would send people after somebody's family, and try to hurt them. I think he
mm,
honestly believed that there was some kind of manipulation or something that went on and he was trying to out it. And he chose the wrong people, the wrong situation. There was definitely someone very important that was involved in this, that they were able to bring it to this level. That's all I can say.
yeah, probably so. Hopefully, he gets through it. I don't know how, but
Now you send him protection. Send him
what's
some
that?
kind of protection. Because I don't like, everyone wants to play God, but I don't feel that he meant it. I really don't. I don't felt like he didn't mean to harm those families. And I think that it looks very greedy, in my opinion, how much they're expecting. They just want to bury him. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you lost your loved one. I can relate to, how angry you would feel. I don't think anyone should, have to go through that. But on the other hand, you want to be doing eye for an eye or tooth for tooth. Which some extremist religious people might feel that way, but it doesn't always operate that way.
I wonder if he's got bodyguards. He has. I'm sure he does. What do you think?
Has what?
Bodyguards surrounding. Have a few bodyguards
I
around
would
him.
think so.
I don't know how else he's surviving.
I would think so. That he has something around the house to secure him. But
Yeah, I don't know. It's like Pam Bondi. They talk a lot about. She might be corrupted and she's connected to the Bushes. And that, but she's still in there. So I don't know. See how that goes. I think there's going to be some changes this next year. Some of the people that are around got appointed.
there's a lot of the really serious things that have happened in this world have not even been, we haven't even been close to it, because I mean, there's the stuff that happened to us in the past couple of years was an attempt of mass genocide, like
Mhm.
world universal genocide. Nobody's talking about it.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? I mean, they
Yeah,
could finally take away the vaccination, right? I think didn't he finally do that? Kennedy,
sort of, sort of. Yeah, I mean,
he stopped funding the
not around the world. You know what I mean? It's
yeah, it's in the United States or whatever.
after the fact of all these people that are, in that situation now. It's after the fact.
I still see people wearing masks. We went to the casino yesterday. I never go to the casino. There's strange people there, but there's people wearing masks. It's like, you gotta be kidding me still. you know,
Well, I
I don't see
noticed,
that much
there's
down
some
here, but that's
countries.
Oklahoma.
There's
So I don't
some
know.
countries that, they'll always wear them. They,
Yeah,
they were wearing them, Japan, China.
these
There's,
were mainly Asians, probably. Asians like to
they,
gamble. I mean, I always see a large amount of them up there.
yeah, but they've seen, I don't know if it's an experimental area over there or they're just fully exposed to a lot, but I think they believe that it's protecting them.
Yeah,
What else are you gonna do, you know? The air
yeah.
quality being bad and you know.
I don't hardly see anybody down here, in my area. It's
No, no, no.
rarely,
I've traveled around. I haven't seen hardly anyone wearing them. Maybe on a plane or something sometimes.
Yeah, and Texas is always, they're kind of stubborn anyway, so they don't.
Yeah. But that bigger damage is already done, I think. I mean, we could say it could have been worse and it could have been less of a problem, but I guess we won't know now.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm just glad I didn't get the jab.
that's hopefully that, like I said, that stops, you know, whoever's kind of hell bent on depopulation, that stops.
And some of them say the shedding, is even if you didn't get vaccinated, you can be around people, they're shedding,
Yeah.
and you should be taking protocols.
I've been
I
around
don't.
all different types of people. I don't know if it's affected me that deeply. I think
Yeah.
people, rather than being in fear of the shedding, should just, you know, take care of themselves, build their immune system, and also, you know, maybe if you feel uncomfortable around someone, you just kind of don't be around them as much. Or um, the other thing is that Peter had something from the first some for like the femtotech, you know, to take kind of one of his little remedies. So I think it was chocolate, garlic, onions, honey, cinnamon. It's kind of like the tea a little bit, but you know, grind it all up. And he says it doesn't taste very good. He says, but it will help get rid of some of that femtotech. And people are having problems with that. And that's the first time we've had a remedy for it.
What is it something he got online or something, or just his country or
No.
something?
You know, it's just like his mint tea. It's something that he knows works.
Hmm. Might be something to get. I seen something today where they're talking about these Amish people talking about garlic for 72 days. You got to ferment it, and you take that, and it's supposed to help with your blood pressure and all that stuff, your
Hmm.
arteries. I might try that. I don't know.
Yeah.
They sell it online or whatever, but you don't know what you're getting online.
Well, if you get it from the Amish, it's probably pretty good.
Yeah, well, they say it comes in on a carriage, so it has to be pretty legit. You probably use the post office.
They ride their carriage right up to your home.
They bring it. It takes a while, but
Yeah, you'll get it maybe next spring.
well, it's like that. Whatever remedies, I see it all the time, and I want to order that. It's called Natural Remedies or some stuff. It's in a kind of a binder thing, and it goes through there all the natural
Yeah.
remedies from the past. There might be
Yeah, a lot of
something to
people are
have.
going back to that. Yes, they are. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's pharmaceutical. I don't know if that stuff's true or not. This stuff coming out, I see it all the
There's
time
certain
pop
things
up on
you
my
might, you
phone.
know, if some people like I try not to talk against it 100%
Hmm.
because, you know, I don't want to be responsible if someone stops taking something that costs their life
Oh
or
yeah,
whatever. But you know, I always tell people, well, I'm not going to tell you to get rid of anything, but I will tell you that you could take and it shouldn't interfere with it. We'll say it like that. But yeah, I mean, people really should read the label and see what the other things are that they can, other serious issues that they can have by taking that one
so I see all these
drug.
celebrities talking about this stuff. That's for your diabetes, type 2 diabetes. Like cinnamon and warm water. At night, just
Yeah,
different stuff. And then what is the other one? It's like the vinegar, apple cider vinegar
ginger,
and
apple cider
water or
vinegar,
something.
ginger, yeah, turmeric, yeah, some
Yeah,
of
and they
the
take that at night, and
basic
it
stuff.
helps out know,
Yeah, do
their
you do it? Do you do it?
I'm thinking about trying it this year. I
Yeah.
got so much stuff that I try out, in my cabinet that, it just, most of it never works,
I was hearing
but
about cloves too. You just boil cloves. It's supposed to help something. I can't remember what it was.
cloves.
Mm-hmm.
I know the garlic cloves. Is that what you're talking about?
Nope, regular cloves.
Like the cigarette cloves things?
No, well, the cigarette cloves come from the little plant, the
Yeah.
cloves.
Start smoking
Looks
cloves.
like a little. Jeez. Don't switch around my words.
But no, yeah, I know what you're talking about cloves. I knew some people that smoked those cloves, man, they stunk. They couldn't stand the smell of it. Cigarettes are okay,
Clove cigarettes, yeah.
the clove cigarettes,
I've tried it. I liked it actually.
You did?
I
I
did,
don't
but
know.
I don't think that's good for you. I think it's you turn it into a tea and then it's good for you. But if you, it's people that don't want to use regular tobacco. But if tobacco was not, I guess people who were smoking didn't get COVID. I don't know if you heard that
Yeah,
with
I've heard
regular
that. Yeah,
tobacco.
yeah.
I don't.
That's probably why they keep trying to get people to quit smoking before
Well,
this
the
all
the,
this
the
happened.
smoke. The problem with the tobacco is the chemicals. It wasn't the tobacco itself is not as bad. It's the
Hmm.
chemicals that they put on it that was
Yeah,
the
I
really
seen that
big
on
issue.
a movie a long time ago, The Insider or something like that. The guy was a chemist for the tobacco company, and sued him or something. I can't remember what happened. He had a big old he blew the whistle on him. They were putting chemicals in there to cause them illnesses and to make it more addictive. This was like in the 80s or something. Uh, Guy off of Gladiator. What's his name? Russell Crowe.
Yeah,
He was the star. That was like in the 80s or something like that. I don't remember. Kind of interesting. You know,
yep.
they're trying to kill us off one way or another. Bombarded, bombarded by everything.
Well, we know who our friends and our enemies are. We'll just keep it like that,
Yeah,
right?
that's for sure. Yeah,
Well, I just want to say thank you, Navy John, for being here and supporting the team and holding the space for everyone. I appreciate you and what you're doing. So happy New Year to you and your
and
wife and family.
I hope everybody out there, that's listening to this, whatever that you're putting together there, for them, they all have a better year, more of a positive one, hopefully. Same with the team. Hope the team has a better year.
And Peter.
Yeah, and I hope it wasn't as bad as mine, but maybe it was.
Everyone has their problems, believe me.
Oh
Everyone
yeah,
has it's their own brand of problems.
yeah. That's just life, I guess, right?
It's life, and then, some people are targeted, so yeah, it becomes a little trickier, but
Yeah.
thanks again. And
All right. Yeah. Y'all take her easy. Take her easy, Rolf.
Will do.
We'll see you tomorrow, Jessica, I guess, 7 or so.
Okay. Okay, so we just talked about Kurt Russell. Let's take a look at this Charlie Kirk look-alike that supposedly was found. Let me just close so you can see that this is not me creating any of this. This came from King Arthur fan, and probably has been sharing this information. There are quite a few views. Maybe this is AI. I don't know, but they came out on TikTok by somebody named Jack McClow, 65, I think that is. But let's take a look at it. It is weird. Could Charlie Kirk have doppelgangers? Could he be recycled, mind wiped and then put somewhere else? Um, there's a lot of possibilities. Let's take a look. And we will not share the audio. And you see, they ask a question. What's your name? John. John Kirk? No. Charlie? And the guy comments that these aren't the same person, or maybe at least they're related, but and he doesn't even act like them, but um he kind of is smiling. The person is asking questions, saying he reminds them of someone. So I don't know if someone's playing with us, but I thought I would share this with you. Something more to think about. The it's almost like the magic trick, you know, in plain sight, doing things, juggling the ball underneath the cup, and you don't really know which one it is, where it is, but you know that you handed it to them and thought you picked the right one, but it wasn't. This is the magic trick right here. And they bring up the movie Snake Eyes, which also predicted this. So yeah, we got a lot to think about this year. Um, and the more we call it out, I think that they'll be less likely to play the game, but or they'll become very angry because we're onto them. The chess game is becoming a little bit more transparent these days. And I know that people said, I said, well, yeah, he got killed, but you know, they can bring someone back. They can do all sorts of different things. Um, and they could just fully mind wipe a person. They have no idea, full amnesia, and placed in another situation and not have any idea. But I'm sure if someone's walking around looking like this wouldn't be the first time this individual has been approached. I just want to introduce, this is Anthony Zender. For many of you that know, Anthony's been around for quite some time now, and he has a proven super soldier and, in my opinion, proven time traveler as well. And kind of pulls from many directions because people, you know, recognize him. He's kind of been in many different camps and groups and has interacted with all sorts of people, but has tried to and consistently maintain a neutrality in many of these things and try to create a more cohesive feeling amongst many of the different groups that have segmented and are going in all different directions. So I appreciate that, and I've known Anthony for quite some time now through Unit 374. So welcome, Anthony.
Hi, Jessica. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's like I definitely have always maintained like, kept a neutral position and like always on the positive, inspirational, motivational side of things. That's just how I've been, and I've been able to maintain that through the years, of this process that's happening, this awakening, because it happened for me in 2012. I really came into contact with you guys at 2016, and since then things have just kind of been unfolding, in the way that they do in Paycheck. When he gets his memory wiped of being involved in black operations for time travel, and then he leaves himself clues for him to remember, what he's been involved in. And that's happening for me as a super soldier more and more every year. It's just the more stuff comes back, more understanding is happening as time goes on, because I know that when we got taken on this separate timeline, lived that out, and then got returned
Yeah.
back to when we were taken. And now we're living out our lives on this timeline, having experienced all that, and just remembering in a linear fashion. And I've been able to, but like through all the years, just be able to explain the unexplainable, grasp the ungraspable, know the unknowable. That's been my mission, to be able to understand everything that's been involved in this. And I really have gotten to a point to where I do understand it, but there's always more there's always the tip. You're just at the tip of the iceberg, and the rabbit hole always goes deeper. But I have found that the light is at the end of the tunnel. The light, and I mean like enlightenment, like understanding of everything that's going on. And I actually found that through finding the Pythagorean Illuminati. And that's been my mission, is to be able to explain who they are, what knowledge they keep, why it's important, because it does explain the next context of existence that we're moving into. And that's why I've taken it across myself to explain that, because they know what's happening. They know how the universe works, through mathematics, ontological mathematics. They have figured out the grand unified theory of everything. They actually know how to link mind and matter, which solves Cartesian dualism, which is still what science is trying to figure out. And they've proved all of this in their writings. And now, since I found that, I'm like, wow, this is like the greatest discovery I've really come across. So now I'm explaining the importance of the knowledge, because it does do what science has not done yet through the solving of Cartesian dualism.
What's interesting is Peter and I, we've talked about this 88-year mission, and at some point, we got sabotaged. I mean, we had someone that betrayed us, and that happens, that sometimes there's a multi-spy programming in a person or a hijacking. And so, as a result, we went in all different directions. And I said, I saw you going back in time to the Templars. And literally, I saw that movie Arn, and I was like, this is crazy. It looks just like Anthony. And then, you know, not even thinking about it, we took a trip to Denmark and went to this museum. I was kind of directed to go to this museum. And there again was, hints of you kind of going through the timeline in the past, as Arn.
Oh yeah,
That's
it's
crazy.
all coming. It really is all coming back to me, because not only that, I also remember, being going into the Temple of King Solomon, like seeing the temple and actually going into the Holy of Holies. Like I remember a
Yep.
memory coming back, and that actually, the Templars are actually a continuance of the Solomonic lineage, and that's
Right.
actually what the Pythagorean Illuminati are. The Illuminati are the Solomonic lineage carried on through the Templars and through Freemasonry. And that's what I'm starting to understand about my lineage and where I come from, because I remember all these past lives, and like in Egypt and stuff, and all this secret societies, being involved in secret societies. But I've always been uh in the Illuminati, which has been of the light, fighting against the elite throughout the
The
ages. Like throughout,
original Illuminati were the protectors.
that's right.
And
And it's been tainted. The name has been tainted and denounced and everything
well, they
throughout
took
time
it. They took
for
that to deceive the people, to make it look like they were the original ones that were the true illumined ones.
yeah,
And my first experience with radio was actually on a radio station called the Illuminati Network. And
yeah.
and and he said the very same thing that you said, is that he wanted to take back the true
It's
Illuminati
important because, like,
meaning.
the name is like a key nexus point for people that are going in to discover the truth,
Right.
because that's what I found, like, through when I woke up and when I want to know the truth, I started studying conspiracies, ancient mysteries, secret societies. Everybody goes through that process, but all
Yeah.
of that actually led me to finding the Pythagorean Illuminati, and the Illuminati and the Armageddon conspiracy. And ever since I found that in 2016, that's been my focus of study, and that's really led me to all the books I've written and all the knowledge I know, because they really do hold the truth, unbroken lineage since the time of Pythagoras and King Solomon. Is it really has goes back to. And so I'm remembering all these lives being in this lineage,
Right.
and and the what it's been about, you know.
It's interesting too. I mean, the Templars were the protectors of the Ark of the Covenant. And that if you would have had that connection with it, and then they find you and then they bring you into the Templars they've chosen. So they know who is who through lifetimes.
Yeah, it explains my secret space program,
Yeah.
involvement, because of the lineage I've been involved in. And so I'm just that's coming every year. I get more understanding
Yeah, it
of
starts with
that.
the recall because what they do is they try to completely wipe you, and then segments of memory come back. And so you're standing there saying, well, wait a minute, well, what is this? It just pops up. But I want to also mention about the Illuminati network. There were so many problems there that the somehow he had someone holding on to the IPN to make sure that like he was holding on to the website. This guy was helping out, and he turned on him and shut down the whole network so it could never come back again.
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
so
there's a
there
lot.
was an effort to shut it down. Yeah.
There definitely is a lot of that. But yeah, the Illuminati, they got their books out, 233 books. Their website, ArmageddonConspiracy.uk. They were banned by the Vatican and Amazon.
Yep.
The corporatocracy, and that it's been censored. But I was able to find their work and then like start preserving it and stuff, and get out the truth about who the Illuminati are, because I know that's a key to the awakening and stuff of the people, because everybody thinks that the Illuminati are the bad guys, the elite, the corporatocracy, but that needs to be switched around so people know that they're actually the good guys.
They
They're
were
the
the
whole.
original good guys, and then that was tainted. Yeah. I mean, the whole thing is pretty crazy, but we know that they do that switch, bait and switch type of thing where they hijack or co-opt something. And even like, my one of my past lives is Madame Blavatsky, and I have people with mixed, oh, you shouldn't be proud of that. And I'm like, well, why not? Because Madame Blavatsky started to understand, the spiritual laws, similar to, look, we have our natural laws, we have gravity, and we have, the laws of ebb and flow and all of this other stuff. And so when I started looking at it, I said, yeah, I know this, I know all of this, and I'm like, well, this is really weird. But also her realizations came in fragments, so she was not very understood. She was very angry, no, at some point because of the kickback and the problems. But and the whole Hermetic teachings were not, mainstream. But I would say very angry, but frustrated that, she was trying to put out that information. Anytime you bring in a new idea, or it's actually an old idea, that the those that are running, the systems, the control systems over the nations, um, don't like free thought, and they don't want people to understand the spiritual laws. And so, in that sense, you and I have probably met, somewhere through that whole process, and then of course the ascended masters that showed up. And so, and then there's also fake one of those. They have the fake ascended masters. And
Mhm.
there's a real Saint Germain, there's fake Saint Germains,
Yeah.
but it all is connected because it's an understanding that we live on many different
And
experiences, planes of existence.
I've really understood, like, yeah, reincarnation is really important to understand as
Yes.
being true. And, that's why I point out the movie Infinite, because that has, that in it about the secret society of immortals, that are reincarnated, and they're trying to get him to remember, his past lives and stuff, so
Yeah.
he can retain his skills and memories and knowledge and stuff. And that's what I understand is happening to me in this life. I am remembering I'm just remembering, everybody's remembering, because we're all going through this reincarnation process, and for a reason, until we figure out why we're going through it, so we can, go on to the next level.
Hmm.
And so that's why we're here. I understand that now. I'm remembering. Oh, I remembered to forget everything. I remembered, that I would remember when I was alive, like where I came from, and that's what I learned about the river Leith on the other side, and it's part of the Greek, mythology where souls drink. They either drink a lot or a little of it to remember their past lives coming in. And I'm like, well, I know I was one of those that didn't drink too much because I remember a lot. But yeah, it's all coming back to me, and I'm able to handle it. It's because people do, in Kundalini awakenings, they either get enlightened or they go crazy, But I obviously, yeah, but it's for everybody, it's gonna be like that, But
Yep.
yeah, that's and I'm a guide, I'm a guide in it. I found out my role in this to be a guide, to be peaceful and calm and composed as this is all going on, through the years of meditation and martial arts and all that. Like I'm with the knowledge, I'm just supposed to be calm and composed, and when people have questions, to tell them what I know.
Yeah, I mean, that
And
goes with any
I'm
type
getting
of new
blown
thought.
over a lot right now. This,
What is it?
yeah, basically, I mean, you know what it is, because I get flown around by TR series crafts all the time, everywhere I go,
Oh,
and I know that you do too. And
yes.
this has been, I like when I'm now in Florida, but when I was coming into Florida, I actually got a tape of a TR series craft flying next to me. And it's everywhere I go, but especially near airports, they really turn up they turn it up a lot. So you just heard that fly by. That it sounded like a plane, but it wasn't a plane. It was actually a TR series craft. And like Peter knows about these,
Yep.
and it's because yeah, if they can project holographically as planes, they can mimic the sound of planes. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? Because they mimic planes, but really it's a cloaked black triangle that's anti-gravity that's around. And I know this because I've identified them. They're part of the craft that take us,
But they
as
look like
shown.
helicopters sometimes too. It's the same thing.
Yep,
Yeah.
helicopters, planes, whatever type of C-130s, C-5s, AH-1 Cobras, at whatever type of plane you can imagine, and they're flying everywhere around. That's because, like most of the planes are actually holographic that people are seeing. I swear,
Yeah.
I've identified that.
I was doing a show with Peter, and the noise, it was so loud, Anthony. It sounded like it was hovering right over my house. It was so loud. And I
If
I
it
I
was,
was stunned. I ran outside. I couldn't see anything. Nothing.
yeah.
But then I got abducted. I got abducted that night.
Yeah, they do that to me too. They don't want me. They definitely don't want me talking about this, but I don't care, because they do the same thing, but they also do psychic. Like whenever I'm talking too much, they'll come in and intimidate
Yes.
me in my dreams.
Yep.
But one time I like they actually, and I know who they are and what they look like, because if one of them came uncloaked like that one that just flew over me right now, it would come uncloaked. It would be a black triangle. It would land, and then people would get out and they would look like they were in futuristic clothing because they're from the secret space program, and
Yes.
there'd be super soldiers on that, because I've seen them. I know what's on those craft, and so people would be scared shitless if they saw that, but they're always around, like, so.
I've seen them too. I mean, I'm wondering if you've seen the same ones that I've seen, because maybe there's different ones. What do the ones look like that you've seen?
Oh, I mean, they come in every holographic. They produce. I know we have seen the same ones because they're the actual. Just they monitor. They're especially around super soldiers. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? The super
yeah.
soldier will report seeing black helicopters flying around them. And when I had that happening to me back in 2012, 2016, that's when I went down the rabbit hole to find out what those black helicopters were. And then I actually found out that they weren't actually even really black helicopters. They're holographic projectedly images that are actual TR series craft. And that's when I uncovered the black helicopter phenomenon and being linked with being a super soldier.
So when you said what I was referring to is the beings on the inside. How were they dressed? How did they look?
Well,
Because
they
I've
look like
seen them too.
yeah, they're like humanoid, but they
Yes,
look like
humanoid but not human. Yeah.
right, but they're advanced. I'm sure they're cybernetic because they look
Yes.
like they're from the future,
Yeah.
And then I remember seeing huge super soldiers that I was scared shitless of because in I saw them in my dreams, and this is when I was talking too much, so they did an intimidation thing where
Yeah.
in the dream I saw them come out, they landed, they came out. There was a lady, and then she was surrounded by two guys. And I was like, I remember looking at, I'm like, oh, is that Queen Amidala? Because she Queen Amidala, she looks like she's from the future, but that's what I was seeing. I'm like,
Yeah.
I was, but then these people looked there like they're from the future, and then the super soldiers came out, and they were just huge. They were huge, just intimidating, scary soldiers in these black ops clothes. And I was like, in the dream, felt extremely frightened, and I knew that they were doing like a don't talk about things. They were trying to intimidate me, but I know I'm protected by even my friends in higher places, like being the Arcturians and all the them civilizations. So that's why I'm not afraid to talk out.
Well, Peacekeeper, right? The Peacekeeper from Canada, who is on our
Yep.
team, who is sort of MIA right now. We've had a hard time. Um, so we he talked about literally, physically being somewhere in Canada. And he said these guys showed up. We're talking midwinter Canada. You know how cold it gets, right? Like,
Oh yeah.
I mean, you need some gear. You're gonna get some frostbite. It's gonna be a very serious thing. He said these guys all showed up. They're over 6'4". He said all of them. He goes, they were built. They look like machines. You know what I mean? They were strong. He said they were barely wearing anything, like just a suit, like some kind of like I think he said uh like just like one layer. You know what I mean? I think it was a jumpsuit. He said, and
Yeah.
it wasn't very thick. And he said they didn't look cold at all. He said they stood around him, and it was like you said, an intimidation thing. And I think that they stepped down and they're here. Like they're in Canada. I know they're in Canada because there's a Monarch, Murkoff, well, even Shaw House is there because it's a Commonwealth and it's connected to England. Um, and Mobius, all in that region.
Yeah.
But he said and he wasn't afraid of hardly anyone. I mean, I never heard him talking about the same thing. And he
Right.
said, when I saw those guys, he goes, I knew that, if anything happened, it was going to be bad.
Yeah, they obviously showed themselves, and the veil is getting thin. The worlds are merging. We
Yes.
are merging realities. We are with the next context of existence, which is things openly being acknowledged. So that's what I know we're moving into. So that's the preparation.
Yeah. Yeah. So what do you think is 2026 is going to be like, Anthony? What's your opinion?
Oh man, I like because I do because consciousness is rising obviously as the ascension is happening, And as consciousness rises, that's the veil's going to thin. And that's what I'm saying is what these realities are going to merge, and more things in that reality that's been kept out of our consciousness is going to merge into this reality. So that like all of the extraordinary things, that's been kept from the ordinary world of common day are just going to bleed through, into this reality. So we're going to be living in another dimension, things are just going to be happening that are
Yeah.
just incredible, and it's just hard to believe. And it is going to be how the knowledge is power, it really is. And that's why it's important to know as much as you can, but not, you're going to go through misinformation, disinformation, all of that. But to just, really keep on the straight and narrow, to get to the truth, because that's really what is priceless in this, and everybody's really looking for. So I think that, I've always been hopeful and inspired. And I just think that, I know that there's gonna I believe that this will be the year of full disclosure. I've always held on to that. Like every year is going to be the year, but I'm like, this is the year. And I feel like, from being a time traveler and knowing all this is because I've already actually, because my consciousness is quantumly entangled with myself post disclosure.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
I, I've already seen like things unfold and stuff, like the disclosure unfold. So I'm getting information from my consciousness post disclosure. So I've already seen what it looks like when everything's rolled out, like all the technologies and stuff like that. So that's why I've always been relaying like this information into this time, from that time, to keep people hopeful and inspired, that there is getting through this is what we need to get through to get to the, technologies in the future. So we're definitely getting there every day, closer and closer, to full disclosure. So that's definitely what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, I agree. I think years ago I used to think, oh, we're just going to keep ascending. And then what I saw was actually happening is layers of oppression are starting to remove from us, almost like they put overlay realities into our space, or bleed through realities that have taken dominance over us, levels of oppression. And I'm seeing, I literally can see like a whole. Did it
I
happen
got
again?
I just got hit with the directed energy weapon.
Ah, shit.
Yeah, that that
Yeah,
that. But it's because things are coming back. We're talking about something that is, they do
yeah.
that to stop
I
to
know they
to
hit you in the head, in the heart. The heart is
yeah.
is well, we know what happened to James. Yeah. They
Yeah.
didn't like what I just said because they know I could see them. And literally there's little pieces of things that are holding on, right? They're the anchors. And when the anchors are removed, that whole reality disappears. And they really hate me because I know how to do it. I know how to figure it out. And people say, well, why you? What have you done? I said, they're trying to figure out what I know, how I understand it. And so and then same with
It's,
you,
it's, it's
because you're,
really simple. Like, it's really simple. We create reality with our thoughts, and they know that.
yeah,
And the more, they've been through mind control and all that stuff. We've been creating the reality, that they want through us. But like, now that we're waking up to that, like, more people like us that are not that are out of the control, of the powers that be, are able to now be lights in the world to get other people to wake up, and this is how it happens. Like, and so it's happening. I like it is happening year after year. The wake up is, they can't stop it.
no. They can't stop
So
it. And we will hold on to our freedom because that's something that they have been oppressing humanity for years, and this is the time. People are more concerned about disclosure. They should be more just concerned about freedom because that's the thing. The oppression has been so heavily on us, not just one group of people, but many. And what they do is they'll put the soul into each oppressed culture. So you think you're this one culture, but you're many cultures. They just, if they want to oppress you, they'll put you through every culture that's going to be tortured or enslaved in that lifetime. So they mess with the souls, not just the cultures. And I just want to add something to you is people, as you say, operating under the creativity of your mind, also creating understanding how to heal yourself in this battle while when they hit you like that in the head, go in and in a molecular level start healing it yourself, whatever damage they might have done or whatever type of memory they tried to retrieve or break, you know.
yeah, it's very important. Like I'm actually learning the more and more I am ascending in enlightenment, like going inward, inward, you know, subjective instead of objective and outward is kind of what we need to be doing in our consciousness more and more is the esoteric instead of exoteric, because that really is where reality is located,
Mhm.
is the inner. So we can do everything from that place, like the inner place. That's where it starts, that's where source is, and then we create from there, from our thoughts, and we can just project from that place. So that's what I've been learning how to do. And so I'm creating from source, with my thoughts, and creating my reality. And I'm happy that I've been doing it, because while the world is in chaos right now, I am not. I'm like in peace and understanding. So it's
And you're
the
resilient. You're resilient, Anthony. And that's because you do your work. I mean, you're one of the few people that are involved in this that actually do meditation. So everyone thinks that they just need to be angry and do some kind of psionic attack on everybody. And they don't even know if that person's doing that harm and that they're disillusioned because we're still in a point of illusion unless you're spending that time in meditation and actually seeing through even individuals that come at you, seeing through what is actually behind it, to try to um, not just lash out at people, but to try to, pull everything back and go within and have a clear path of what's ahead of you rather than, like I said, externally being, angry all the time or accusatory or competitive or all these, negative things. So, and that's why you have a calmness because you're doing this work. You have
there's a
you
I
have
was
a
just gonna
sense of it.
there's a thing, there's on this thing called Street Fighter 4, there's a character called Ryu, and basically he goes into this meditation where he sees everything that's going to happen to him before it happens, but he's able to face all of that before it happens. So then when he goes against it, he's able to, face it like with more strength, more endurance, more resilience,
And he
everything.
understands it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing with my life. So I've like already seen my life happen. So I'm living it out, already seeing it happen, and being able to handle it that way through what I've uh cultivated through my meditations.
Yeah, if there's one thing that people need is meditation. Any of this, the SSP, it's to understand, to be able to decipher, to see through the illusions. There's no shortcuts. People always say, Jessica, I want to be able to see more. I said, there's not a shortcut. There's one thing. It's one thing. There's no like magic spell or there is no like, going to see this person or that person or whatever. It's the going within exactly, Anthony. And that's why you navigate through things. You're not up and down, you're not, like falling apart. You regroup and you go back and you balance. And that is the difference between you and some of the others that are having a hard time when they're
Universal
attacked.
universal equilibrium is the royal secret. And that's what I strive to maintain and stuff, is balance and equilibrium. Because I know, yeah, the player, we're all there is polls and stuff on
Yeah,
everything, but I've learned how to be in balance and stuff. So I just want to be that example of that, and just continue to progress, and in my soul's journey here on this earth, and teach, and just let things unfold, and see what's in store. So
that's a good note to end this, and I think that was great advice. And I could probably talk for hours with you about all of this. Unfortunately, the Ralph is going to be like, "Oh, how much more is going to be on the show?" I said, whatever it takes, whatever it is. But yeah, we appreciate.
I appreciate definitely talking on the level that we speak on. I appreciate it.
I do too. I do too, that you get it, and that it's nice to see it, because generally I'm trying to help people to see that, and you kind of came in knowing that, so I think that's great. And yeah, we're all learning from each other, aren't we?
Yeah, definitely. And don't be afraid to die. Like, that's all I gotta say too. Just from all my studies and stuff, there is an afterlife. There is, the soul exists. You do go on. Consciousness goes on.
Hmm.
Like, just like, that's what I found. So that takes away the fear.
Right. We'll have you come back, and we're gonna get into other subjects maybe someday. What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds good. It sounds good because we got the knowledge needs to be, talked about and passed on. So I would love to do that.
Great. Okay, well, Happy New Year, Anthony. Thank you so much for your time. And thanks for your teamwork and all that other stuff, and being a voice in the community of balance.
Yeah. Thank you, Jessica. And yeah, thank everybody that's watching. Thank you. And for all the years that we've been through, we're still here. And every year, it's not going to be different. We're going to be here next year, and we'll have
Mhm.
everything to talk about next year too. So we'll see. We'll see what the year has in store.
Okay. This is from the Las Vegas that turned the sky into a horror scene with the Vecna drone show. And you can see the portal opens up. These are drones, by the way. It's not within. There we go. And bringing in Stranger Things, or the Montauk Project. Montauk Project is getting to be very trendy. It's getting to be, an amusing thing for children to watch, kind of like Harry Potter. And little do they know the trauma that's involved in how did this expand to this degree. I don't know why they've done this, but well, I take that back. I do know why they've done this. They plan on taking more unless we stop this. Okay, so we have Taino, aka Tyson, from Unit 374 here with us. And I'm really excited because, we get involved with our own personal lives. We don't see each other very often. And I know that we're going to have a good discussion here. And, he has been instrumental in Unit 374, and has, we've found him doing a few things. We found him, that's manifested here. So it's pretty interesting. But without, I just want to welcome you here, Tyson, and thanks for being here. And share with us, your ideas about what this past year has been, and then what you think 2026 is going to bring in for you and for the world.
Yeah. Yeah. So, oh, first of all, right. Just greetings to you, Jessica, Rolf, right? Um, all the members that's part of the chat group, and all the members, we don't have probably communication as well, and all to the people supporting actually your channel too, Jessica. That's quite important. Past years, you let me start with you know, it's only been a few years, right, since when I contacted you, and then on and on, got in touch with Peter, and then getting, in contact with the other guys and everything. And I'm gonna say like, yeah, past years were, it's up and down. It's part of the rhythm of life, right? Well, just for me, because I've been there actively. Well, I mean, in this context of reality, and then just last year, uh, even this year, took a pause because of, personal and family reason, which is nothing bad. But sometimes um, the responsibilities, there's some priorities. So
Yeah.
just to let you know that yes, I'm gonna say, despite difficult challenges or difficult moment we had to face through and everything, we're still moving forward. I mean, the core of the core team is not broke down. Uh, despite a lot of things were put at us, whether from the those, let's call, malevolent corporations, to uh, let's say the community that's on YouTube, or active on YouTube, going at us or stealing mainly, maybe your content, or Peter's content.
Yes.
The last year we've been through a lot of challenges, not only like the mission with 374, but even in this context of reality, uh, where things were coming up from the malevolent corporations, as well, directly and indirectly, through several individuals that are part of the, um, we may call SSP community,
Yeah.
going
Yeah.
at us, taking content
Hmm.
from, your shows, taking content from theaters, actually, you know.
Yes.
I've been able to say that now, at least for the past 4 years. That's for me. Um, so I can only imagine how long it's been, for you and Peter since you started, right? So what
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
say is, um, yes, we have very good support, but when we're actually, when our art is really with the right energy, I'm saying, we act with the mindset of being benevolent and everything. These are, one of the foundations that allows us to really move forward, even though there's obstacles coming at us, even though there's, let's say, battles or challenges coming at us. Um, these are really the keys, really, to stay strong and move forward. I think the basic is really this, have a good heart, benevolent mindset. All right. We do stuff with righteousness, with a sense of justice. I'm gonna say that really makes the whole difference, and not about, oh, we got to do stuff to gain, monetary compensation, or to get fame, or to get popular, so we can, um, gain a lot of views and everything. Nah, um, it's not really about this. Sometimes, sure, we would like to at least touch, what I'm saying, a lot of people, but there's a difference. Why, there's a difference with wanting to be famous, wanting to say stuff that is not authentic, right? So,
No,
I
our team is humble. You know that
yeah,
we have proof that they are doing things, as opposed to those that are, very bold and saying that I've done this, this, and this, and they have no proof. We have proof that some of our soldiers have time traveled or they have, done certain things, but there's a humbleness because they know what they're able to do, and that's the
mhm,
difference. And but trying to get famous off of our Peter's content and off of what our some of our soldiers are doing is not right, and that's part of the attack and the illusion and maybe the lure of how they're enticing people, that want power, like you said. So
yes,
it's
oh yeah,
hard because we know they're weak in a sense emotionally that they need that attention. So they become vulnerable in that area.
yeah, oh yeah, definitely, definitely, and but nevertheless, yeah, I wanted to put some emphasis on this notion, so current viewers, new viewers, will get a good understanding or comprehension about this. Uh, Squad, things are good. Yes, we'll go through challenges again because this is continuous. But nevertheless, uh, yeah, I'm confident that things will good for us even for this year. All right, yeah.
I just spoke with Anthony and we talked about how that Peter had mentioned that the 88-year mission was compromised by someone compromised us. Not some part of the team that's with us right now, but someone else. And they were, worked with Peter, in the past for years. And so somehow that mission got compromised and we all ended up in different directions. And Anthony ended up way in the past, you know, in like with the Knights Templars and things like that, right? Which we have proof of. Um, so and I went in a different direction, you went in a different direction, but we're still like cohesive. But it was a difficult time for us, you know, and
Yeah,
that mission, it was not anyone's fault, and then they started, it put us in a compromised state. But think we still are strong enough that we were resilient, that we got through it.
and to be honest, uh, the city and your mission feels very complex. Um, you know, I personally need to study more about it and grab some more intel because
Do you have
yeah,
memory?
because
Do you have memories of these missions? Because we've talked, I've brought in some memories myself here and there.
well, if it's yeah, fragments, right? Because if it's
Right.
involved the calypso stuff, right? So I had to get the game in order to refresh, you see, um, some let's say like distance memories that I have. But when I actually seen the footage going on to the various stuff within the game, then yes, but it's still blur. You know what I'm saying? It's still blur. Uh, but I feel there's a connection for me personally uh, with my passage on Mars. Uh, uh, I cannot explain it yet. I need to figure it out, but no. 'Cause
Well,
yeah, go ahead, Jigga.
we ended up having I had a recall that we were at the hmm, oh, what is Ralph, do you remember what the name of the mountain is? No, it's in Spain. It's a Moorish region that we ended up in
Gibraltar?
Gibraltar. We were in
Hmm.
Gibraltar. I had a recall. I could see us there. I could see us actually standing on top of it and looking over at the ocean, all of the whole team. And I thought
Oh yeah.
about you. I thought, well,
And
somehow, and I said to Peter, I saw us in Gibraltar, and he says, "Oh, that's not good." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because there's anomalies there. There's like time anomalies. There's something weird in that space
at this particular location or throughout when you
around
were going there?
the southern Spain and
Oh
close
yeah.
to that area, that water, and supposedly this is a place of Hercules, this Rock of Gibraltar, but it's a Moorish region, from what I was told."
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. The
So I don't know,
whole
maybe you
part.
brought us there. I don't know. Maybe you told the team to
Oh,
all come here. You know what I'm saying?
okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna think about it now. Yeah. Because
Once you
so
tune
it was
into it,
Peter was saying like, pardon me?
once you tune into it, maybe it will start coming back to you, the memory,
Yeah.
and help me to remember more too about it.
Okay. No, I will. Because I studied a lot the
Yep.
Moorish, um, let's say, civilization and everything. So it's not a coincidence that you saw um, this particular location. And I'll try to put up something so I can share it.
There was something else too I wanted to share with you that came up that reminded me of
Yeah.
you, and it was related to, I'm looking for it right now. It was related to the
Okay.
Olmec, and I posted
Okay.
something earlier about it. Let me see if I can find it. So apparently they found an Olmec sculpture that was really, really large. It's, like one of their
Okay.
heads. And I think this also has something to do. I wouldn't be surprised if it had something to do with the 88-year mission. So yet another portal, an ancient portal to the underworld, was found in Denver, Colorado. Looters stole this 2,700-year-old Hellgate. Now it's back where it belongs. Originally stolen sometime in early 20th century, a portal to the underworld depicting the Olmec jaguar god, and I won't try to even say the name, that because I don't want to say it incorrectly, returned to its Mexican home in May of 2023 because the looters broke the object into small pieces. Mexican authorities, with the government's National Institute of Anthropology and History, spent a year restoring the statue to its former glory. The return of the statue is a result of decades-long effort among archaeologists and officials working in stolen antiquities. The artifact was a 6-foot by 5-foot Olmec cave mask, also known as a portal El Inframundo, the passage to the underworld, depicting the Olmec jaguar god with its flaring eyes and gaping mouth, originally located in Chalcatzingo in Mexican state of Morelos, an area famous for its Olmec artwork and iconography, and the looted statue went on decades-long journey, winding in and out of different museums and private collections in the United States. Eventually, this ancient Hellgate wound up in Denver. Surprise, surprise, right? The Denver
Hmm.
airport is crazy, and the Lucifer and all of this other stuff. So it ends up in Denver in 2023, and finally, the authorities from the Antiquities Trafficking Unit based in New York City secured the masterpiece within a couple months, and the long missing statue made a return trip to Mexico. I think that's it. So,
Okay.
portals came out in December 29th, 2025.
Okay. What's interesting now, Jessica, is I may get a sense of the actual years of this, you know, ancient portal, because here it says 2,700 years old. I may have a sense it's older than this.
Yeah.
And then if you scroll down, Rolf, or just go, then it says somewhere, sometimes in the early 20th century. So I can have a sense when exactly. Probably not the accurate year, but I can get a sense of the century. So what I see right now, since it was found like in Denver whatsoever, um, I can only tell that that was a Monarch operation.
That
Um,
Monarch had hijacked this portal to use at the Denver airport.
oh, you see, maybe, yeah, maybe. Or because the airport, the DIA, yeah, maybe, yeah. Because I've seen it when you go to Denver, I've seen Denver. Because, not far away from Denver, there's well, in the south of Denver, there's a ski resort that's called Monarch. And then probably northeast, that's probably next to Boulder. There's a uh, there's a Monarch Park. You know what I'm saying? It's more a like an industrial technological little center, but it is there. Because where I'm at, where the first time I came, where I'm at, I'm outside of Denver, but you know what I'm saying. Uh,
You're
when I
from
sensed there
you're
was a Kruger
familiar with
base,
you're familiar with Colorado. You're familiar with the area, right?
a little bit
Yeah.
now, because I've been able to go at different places and just
Hmm.
by the feeling energy whatsoever. Because I felt where I was the Kruger base underneath, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah,
And Peter confirmed it,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
And then
There's
whenever I
also
would
the
go to the
Stargate Atlantis there in the Cheyenne Mountain complex.
got you,
Yeah.
yeah, that's you. And then every time I would go to Denver, I mean, I felt that there has there, there's a monarch presence. You know what I'm saying? Just because I saw, you know what I'm saying, those locations with the monarch, but the way Denver is set up, the energy around there, could feel I could feel it too. You know what I'm saying? Uh,
Years before I met you, years, I was doing a private session with someone and I wrote about it in my book, the book
yeah,
Macabre that I wrote, the Olmec man. And I brought up
yeah,
the
I
Olmec
remember that.
man.
Yeah,
Yeah, I shared that with you. And
yeah,
what happened was I had a vision. What was unique about this vision? It was in real time. So, for example, when I see the past, it will kind of run like a movie, but I can't interact with it. I can't say hi to the person that I could see in that past. In this
got
case,
you,
I tuned into the ancient Olmec, and the guy looked at me, and it was in real time. He turned his head sideways to show me his profile, and then looked at me again and was asking about his brother. Is my brother okay? And that's what he said to me
before that was before we
before we
start
met.
to yeah,
I'm talking years. That was more like 2010 or 11.
got you. Oh wow,
Yeah. And I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." Like was able to communicate with me in real time, and he said he could see me, like as if I was standing there as an apparition looking at him. But he
got you,
knew I was like a connection into the future. And
got you.
so when I
Okay,
saw this article, I could see you connected to this figure, which they try to break. It looks like they try to break it in pieces. And I don't know, maybe they thought they would pull the power from it, but then they call it a Hellgate. I don't know if it's actually a Hellgate, but like into an underground passage or something,
mhm,
you
mhm.
know?
Yeah, 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 yeah. And I'm gonna check this. Could you screenshot and send me or the link of the article or screenshot?
Yes, yes,
And
yes.
yeah,
You should definitely research it, and I'm wondering if there's other articles on it too, as well.
okay, got you, got you. And that was in 23, right?
In 2023, that they've
Yeah,
what does it say, Rolf, that they found the statue after all these years, or in 2023? Something happened in 2023. And then
Yeah, they found it again in 2023 after it was stolen.
it was stolen.
Like it was stolen in the early 20th century. They don't exactly know when. And then it turned
yeah,
up again in Denver in 2023.
But it was
exactly.
partially broken. Yeah.
Yeah, I have some idea where to research and everything. Because I was in, because I moved there in 2023. So, um, was it was it us that really, what I'm saying, uh, uh, let's say, make the whole investigation for the officials to find them. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe, yeah. Yeah. And I would say definitely you did. I don't know if it was all of us that did it, but definitely you did. And I also think that, that's maybe what was pulling you to go visit there, in that region. You visited there in 2023,
Yeah,
and um ironically, coincidentally, we'll say coincident, which is not a coincidence, that
yeah.
thing reappears. You pulled it back. Is it possible that this guy that I talked to on the way past was your brother?
I'm open to say yes,
It's
you
your
know,
brother, or
or
it was you seeing yourself in the future, calling yourself your brother, whichever one. What I don't
yeah,
know. Maybe if when you went and looked deeper into it, let me know. I'd like to know. And
yeah.
I'm happy if I helped that
Oh yeah,
situation from
got you,
2011,
got you.
2010. I don't know.
I got you. Yeah, so that was in 2010, right? 2011.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right before 2012, where the end of the world's supposed to happen.
that makes sense because on the mundane level, I was going through some, let's say, um, let's call it again, storms. You know what I'm saying? I was going through storms because I I was not making the right decisions, you know, involving uh, with a relationship or whatsoever, right? So the timing that you're referencing at now, it's right on the spot. You know what I'm saying?
And
Because
some,
yeah,
yeah, some of these
so,
these artifacts, these sculptures have consciousness too, like
hmm
the crystal skull.
yeah, oh yeah, no
There's a
doubt.
consciousness. So could this have some of your consciousness or someone else's that was communicating and that needed you to be there in Colorado at that time to facilitate pulling it back to where it belonged?
Yeah, all of this, yeah, oh yeah, all of this, and even I just want to say like when you had that vision, and it was say if my brother is okay, I yes, I think it is. A brother could be functional brother, could be only like being of the same civilization brother. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Not
Mm-hmm.
really where you know you already know, but it makes sense. So you saw something ahead, not knowing me
You.
back then. Yeah, back then, yes.
Yeah.
And you know what we you know with me before, but that was centuries ago, right? But not like in 2011.
Maybe
And
thousands. I don't know. I don't know how many years back I
hmm
was like
hmm
talking to him from.
okay, I
Because the
see.
Olmecs are how
So
old? How old are the Olmecs?
to be honest, I don't know. But
They're
they're older than what is been saying. You know what I'm saying?
They're older
Uh,
than the Mayans and the
oh yeah, yeah,
these
yeah,
others, yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah,
Or the Aztec.
oh yeah, oh yeah. That definitely. Uh, and what was I going to say again? Yeah.
It's a lot
But
to
when
that.
he had that vision, yeah, yeah, yeah. I see, it was related. Why I'm saying that? Because in 2010, 2011, uh, yeah, I was going to some, difficult times, but decision, this and that, you know what I'm saying? Um, so that, what he was asking you, that was really relevant. But
Yes.
I went through it, but that was really relevant because it would have made a difference nowadays. And knowing you and I, right, were mother and sons not a long time ago.
Yes. So in the Zulu tribe.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so, um, and knowing what was going on around the surface of the earth at that time, you had a lot of, let's say, revolution against the Bible Corporation, or could I say even like was the 12D was implement that equates the whole colonization and everything, right? So,
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah. None of that was supposed to happen. The
yeah,
power gotten to the wrong hands to create
exactly.
the divisions and the disconnect from the
Yeah,
cultures. Because, technically the body is a suit, the soul goes into all different cultures and everything like that. But if they can create a divide, they do. They like to create these wars and
mhm,
hatred towards one another when essentially we're all souls and we all have our needs and should be treated in the same way. Um,
exactly.
so that's the part that I would like to see blown open is the awakening of the transition of the soul. See, because they don't want to see reincarnation. They
Hmm.
they they just want to say, oh, you live and you die and that's it.
Hmm.
And it
Hmm.
doesn't work like that. I've been in every culture possible, so have you, and we've all, we're all one, you know what I mean, in that sense that we're all divine souls. But there is something to learn from injustices of cultures that
Yeah,
reflects on areas that we have to evolve from,
yeah,
and see
yeah,
everyone as divine, you know.
yeah, yeah,
They
definitely.
had you in some
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of
yeah.
program too, where you were kind of, I won't say a messiah, but sort of as some kind of voice when there wasn't a voice, like you had many lifetimes like that where you were like a voice for the people, and generally a person of color. So, and you
Hmm.
had
Hmm.
multiple lifetimes. There's one in Haiti that we found. There was another one
Yeah,
in Africa, and
yeah,
there's an individual, they say he had the abilities of Jesus, and I believe that was you as well. Do you remember we talked about it? That
yeah,
he,
yeah, yeah. I know. Yeah, 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 yeah. And you know what? The one in Haiti, I never really share it publicly, and even with close people, because I think the time is not there yet. You know what I'm saying?
I
It's
think it
not.
is, it's okay. I think it's
Yeah.
okay because people need to know that you're not just a brig, I mean, people are chosen on the team because of their long commitment of trying to help the planet
Mm.
and have been doing these things for multiple lifetimes. So
Yeah.
it's not just a random thing like, oh, we decided we like you and that's why you're here. But there's a
Yeah.
more
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
memory recall of your activity and what you've been
Yeah.
trying to do. And
Yeah.
um, so there's no reason to shy away from who you are and
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, I was only saying this just because I had an experience meeting with people, let's say on the different contexts of reality in 80, right? And I was told people at the surface needs to revisit the story, the proper story first, because it's all distorted and what's going on over there, and again, without naming uh the malevolent corporation, but there, what I'm saying? I I can only identify two, that's for sure, are really trying to operating over there and doing some stuff, right? Beside Monarch, but category, but yeah. Uh,
Yep.
because I did some section with segments with Peter and you.
Hmm.
I think I have to put it again and more, what I'm saying, it can be decoded or understood by, the public, and then I can bring, the whole um, connection with, this past Asian leader, what I'm saying, as the Salim. So yeah,
It's
because
important.
Peter helped me out, or us, within that context of things, because I had another experience when I was there and seeing a being, what I'm saying? But that being was a like literally just colorful being, a light multicolored being, what I'm saying? So I tried to find out who was it, what I'm saying, afterwards. And that was in 2015. And it's
Yep.
only when brought up the whole, what I'm saying, 15D, then it started to ring bells, and uh, then the connection with the alien, because still, we still call, the aliens in 80 in a way, right? That um, it's literally this, but you have to really put one and one together and understand it. So um, the pieces of the puzzle are here, but they're always scattered. So with Peter's help, and of course talking with elders, my father or whatsoever, it all coming, it coming to one, but it's only now to share it. Yeah. Because I think it will help to understand, okay, then the whole connection with me and the selling, but yeah, I see it bigger as the whole connection of, how the CIO, the Elohim, 15D, it's all intertwined. You know what I'm saying? So
15D Pleiadians, yeah, we talk bad about the 12D because they have done bad things, but the 15D Pleiadian have been
yeah,
helping
yeah,
the Haitian people and the Caribbean people, and I
yeah.
don't know if it's South American as well. They try to help out.
Whatever. Yeah,
Yeah,
of course. Yeah,
yeah.
of course. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, lots of things for me to, what I'm saying, to research, because I know I took a hiatus saying even doing report, I haven't seen stuff, and I was requesting, man, I have to start and do reports like I was doing back before where I was, you know what I'm saying? But
You will when
that,
you
that
when your house is in order,
yeah,
and everything.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah, yeah, exactly.
yeah, you have family, so you have to take care. They're young. Some of them are young, so
Yeah,
you get them where
yeah,
they need to be, and then
yeah,
and
yeah.
then but everything's timing, so I'm sure that it will all fall into
That's
place
right.
where it's supposed to.
That's right. That's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But I'm glad to hear that article. It seems small, but it looks very vast in terms of what it is, and
Yeah, mysteries in there that have
exactly,
to come open. Yeah.
exactly, exactly.
So, well, because this is supposed to be a short segment, it never is. I know Rolf is going to be, oh no, what are we doing? So we're going to have to end the interview here, but maybe
Yeah.
pick it up again later.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, for
And I
sure.
say thank you, Happy New Year to you and your family and your friends, and looking forward to what's coming in the future.
Yeah, thank you. Just saying likewise too. Happy family to you, Rolf. All right. Your relatives, family. You know what I'm saying? all the supporters of your YouTube channel, Jessica. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Here we see Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani sworn in on a Quran as New York City's 112th mayor. But and obviously this is controversial because this is essentially has been considered, I guess open in belief system, but strongly Christian. And no one usually swears on the Quran. Usually it's, yeah, I don't know, maybe Obama was the first one to do that, but who knows? But the thing that I really wanted to point out is why is he doing that in the train station? It's funny because they have those little carnival. I don't know if it's like a Swami or someone that predicts things. It's a little machine, and they call it the Zohar or something like that, and he gives you information, and it's kind of like, a little ominous, as a kid. But, I'm looking at this right now in the train station. Harry Potter talks about train stations. And you see the train station as a transitional space in the Matrix. And essentially, that's what it is. So, why are they doing this in a transitional space in the Matrix? It's almost like a free-for-all or a very dangerous place for things to happen. And New York City is notorious for very strange behaviors and also aggression and dangerous activities, but also the transport for thousands and thousands of people. And there's multi levels of that train station below ground where, you have probably all sorts of people living there. There's a huge population of the homeless. And um, it's one of those places to protect themselves, create communities underground, and to thrive, as if you want to call it thriving. But beyond that, as I said, these are the in-between spaces, the unpredictable spaces of the Matrix. And Peter mentioned that about the train stations in general, not just in New York City. So portals and other types of activity, I think they're trying to open things up to bring these are the bleed throughs that we've been talking about from the very beginning, and something to think about why we're having these problems. So we're welcoming in Michael. He's part of Unit 374 and one of our soldiers. And he's done quite a few shows with Peter in sessions that have been made public. So, hello, Michael. How are you?
Hey Jess, I'm doing well.
Happy New
Thanks
Year.
for Happy New Year indeed. Yeah, thanks again for having me on the show, of course. And yeah, honestly, I feel like 2025 has been a pretty exciting and productive year. And when it comes to the political side, I think there have been some very positive things have happened, but obviously we're still having a lot of problems around the world. But truth be told, I'm personally pretty optimistic about the way things are going, direction wise. Um, Let me know if there's anything you want me to focus on in particular. But
the world events, but also on a personal level, you've had some challenges with the cyberpunk and Arasaka.
yes. Yeah, there have definitely been quite a few things that come up in our sessions regarding like some different corporations. Yeah, the whole Arasaka cyberpunk thing that seems to be a very prominent thing that pops up from time to time.
Mhm.
Um, but honestly, like, the longer I've been working with it, I feel like things have been getting like better significantly. I will say personally that like I feel like I've made like a lot more progress in my life, personally, like after like doing some of these clearings and stuff like that. And just getting really more involved in some of the technology tools that I've been discussing with you about in some of our private conversations. So, but yeah, but when we going forward in 2026, I personally think it's only gonna get more interesting. You and I have talked privately before about how I'm doing some exciting work on some content around certain suppressed technologies. That's definitely something I would like to share more about in some of our future conversations. Because when it comes to things like free energy, alternative healing tools, or even natural healing tools, all these things are heavily, heavily suppressed from the public. And honestly, I feel like if people were actually aware of these type of tools, like we'd be able to operate close to 100% on 100% of our capacity. Whereas before, I feel like most people are operating only under like a small fraction of what they're capable of.
Right.
So, but yeah, again, I haven't revealed too much on your channel just yet, but that's one thing I would love to share more about with your audience later on.
Is it okay for us to say that you started a new channel that we'll be talking about it soon?
Yeah, absolutely. I've already started a new YouTube channel called Conscious Mike. I can spell it out for you guys later, but yeah, I like to talk a lot about essentially suppressed technologies that most people don't know a whole lot about. Some examples might involve obviously some of the free energy tools that Nikola Tesla came up with, some of the alternative healing devices by people like Royal Raymond Rife, Thomas Henry Moray. Um, Basically, I like to talk about things that most people don't have a lot of exposure to. One example of a topic I've been talking about recently was that I believe back in the 19th century, most hospitals had what was called an electrotherapy device, where they would essentially help people heal from injuries or illnesses by infusing electric shocks or electric currents into the body. And this was used to treat all kinds of crazy ailments, illnesses. But somehow, later in 20th century, this just got forgotten somehow. I believe the Flexner report came out. They basically said the whole science behind it was complete quackery. And so they forced all the hospitals and schools just to drop it entirely. But again, electrotherapy goes all the way back to 46 AD, where it was used by the Greeks to actually heal certain ailments. And believe it or not, they actually put electric eels into buckets to help people heal and recover. So again, electrotherapy has been around for centuries, but then all of a sudden in the early 20th century, someone just decided that it was quackery and it didn't work. So what's with that, right? A lot of foul play, in my personal opinion.
Yeah. Doesn't make any sense, but like I said, the medical field isn't necessarily for healing. It's a corporation. And they're doing whatever they can. I mean, I won't say so, and to some degree. I mean, you go to a medical doctor and you get, certain information that you're not going to get anywhere else that helps you to identify what health problem that you have. But the recovery rate or the remedies for your problem has other options aside from what the medical field is offering at times.
Yeah.
So that's the thing that we'd like to talk about because I don't like to throw out the entire medical industry because I think they're, critical. I mean, they do have some ways of identifying things that, it's really hard even for like a homeopath or a naturopath or someone like that to figure out everything. I know that they had like Chinese medicine. There's a lot of different modalities that have been around for quite a long time. But so I always say that, take in all resources that you can, right? But this is a bigger conversation that I'd like to get in with you and discuss more on this topic because you cover not just health but other areas, many,
Yeah.
many other areas that you've been researching for years since I've known you. We've had this discussion of this was part of something that you wanted to get involved in.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd love to share more. I mean, again, I think most people just be shocked to know like how much information, how much game-changing technology has been actually blocked, suppressed from them. Like, going back to, the medical industry, everything's, well, the industry is basically trying to railroad people into using big pharma toxic products that don't really work a whole lot.
Right, that's definitely scary. That part is very scary. Yeah.
Yeah, because if you look back at the official United States medical dispensary textbook back in like the early 20th century, like 90% of the cures that they had or the treatments that they had were all natural remedies, essentially.
Mhm.
And then about 40 years later, all those natural remedies were replaced with toxic pharmaceuticals, essentially. So you see the direction where things were going.
Yeah,
And
and the pharmaceutical companies overpriced meds that end up creating other health issues that you didn't previously have, which is
yeah,
the problem.
yeah, I call it like the Microsoft style of business, where you basically create a solution that solves a problem that ends up creating more problems, so they can sell you more solutions. That's
Hmm.
essentially how it works. And even if we look outside the field of medicine, what people don't realize is that technology suppression has been going on since actually the Middle Ages. There's a guy named Peter Peregrinus from like 13th century who figured out how to create a permanent magnet motor by using a crazy magnetic configuration to create the perpetual motion machine. And again, he invented this back in the 1300s. I believe he actually gave one of his devices to the King of England as a gift. So we had the technology or free energy all the way back in the 1300s. But then what happened? Like, why didn't we have free energy?
Right.
I mean, even today, people are saying that free energy is impossible. So you could definitely see that there's a worldwide conspiracy against these type of technologies from coming out.
Yeah, and we've talked about Tataria and how they actually took a lot of these free energy resources down, removed
Yeah,
them from large buildings and contained them, or just tore down some of these old buildings
yeah,
that were operating just fine.
absolutely. Like the Tartarians, they definitely had access to free energy. And the historical thing is that when the Wright brothers came out with the airplane, and when they flew their airplane for the first time, nobody in the media cared about them flying an airplane. Like no one even paid attention to it. Reason why is because people were already in the air. If you look at the airships back then, people were already flying around in the air without too much of an issue. So who cares about flying around the airplane? So that's one piece of history that a lot of people aren't even aware of.
Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
so we're gonna have more discussions like that. And I also wanted to get your advice too, because or your idea that the gentleman who wrote the whole Call of Duty had died from a terrible car accident. And Peter said he was extracted, but you were a part of that Call of Duty scenario.
right.
So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate because I'm actually a gamer myself. I've always been a big fan of the Call of Duty series, but I also know that the Call of Duty series was basically a symbol for soft disclosure, right?
Hmm.
Very odd as to why he died. Maybe he spoke too much truth. Maybe that's what happened. Or maybe someone just made a conscious decision just to pull him out of this context. But yeah, obviously, whoever created Call of Duty, they're involved in a lot of things related to the secret space program. So one can only guess why they chose this time out of all times to take him out.
Absolutely.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that, Jess?
Well, I know that we had some problems in the 88-year mission. So when I saw that he died or they pulled him out, um, I knew that that was affecting all of us because we were all in some kind of collaborative mission. And then at some point we were all kind of scattered. We were all brought in different locations and into the past, into the future. And we're starting to come back now. And simultaneously, we got a 99-year mission. So I don't know. There's a lot involved. It's still, I think there's more that's going to come out about this. That's my thought.
Right. Yeah, I think you might be right about that. Yeah, who knows?
Hmm. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to we had talked about this collaboration in the past to share some of your ideas and thoughts and researching, and I hope that happens. I hope that kind of develops into something more where, some of that information that you can be shared with our people that are over here in our channel. And
Absolutely. This is a project I've been working for quite some time on. So I think now the time is right to start sharing some of this information with your audiences. I'm sure everyone would love that.
yeah, and you're the type of person, I know you, that you're very detail oriented, you're meticulous, and you want to really feel like you have a strong handle on the topic. And spent the time in doing this research for years and talking to people that are inventors and innovators, entrepreneurs, and had products that were off the grid, just product free energy products and so forth. And you've been doing this for years. And you said you didn't really want to launch anything until you really felt that you had the information that you needed to be able to explain or to further understand it,
Yeah,
and also to see how it works, right? And
right.
so yeah, I'm really um I want to say supportive of what you did, and it's pretty impressive, the research that you've done, and so I know that only some good things are going to come out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I will admit that it's definitely a tough field to get into because a lot of the information is very obscure. And most of the science around it is basically frowned upon or not officially recognized by mainstream science authorities. So, finding the right information on this, finding the right people, collecting those resources, it's definitely been a challenge the last few years. But no, with the resources I've accumulated up to this point, I think I have some fun content for you guys to take a look at. So,
Do you
100%,
feel
I'm
that
looking forward to it.
do you feel that a lot of the actual data has been scrubbed? Like it's really not accessible online or
Well, the thing is that there's a lot more information available on this online than there was before, just with the internet and all. But
interesting.
the truth is that I just feel like there's not a lot of awareness, first of all, on these type of
Hmm.
technologies. Because a lot of the folks who work in the Tesla field, I will admit, most of them are older individuals. And I don't believe that there are very many younger people going into this area. So I believe what's happening is that a lot of these inventors with all this amazing information, they're basically dying off or passing away, and they're not passing their information on to onto next generation to carry on their work. So that's one of the things I want to help out with. My goal personally, with this new YouTube project I'm working on, is to really blow these suppressed technologies out into open, get as much people interested as possible. And the intention is that if we get a lot of people out there just consistently campaigning for new energy technologies to come out, for energy light-based healing devices to come out instead of using big pharma, then the government will not be able to suppress this information anymore. Right? There's nothing they could do to stop it if we have the entire population behind us pushing for these technologies. So that's really my goal with this channel right now. Right now, we don't have enough awareness or attention on these technologies, but that's going to change in the future, I believe.
Yeah. And a lot of it comes from Tataria and even earlier in time, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Like, some of the technologies that I've explored, some of the inventors I've been in contact with, do touch upon some very likely technologies that the Tartarians were using. Absolutely, it's very clear that they're using some sort of ether-based energy devices with their towers to pull ambient electrons and energy from the atmosphere. So, absolutely.
I actually did a show with someone years ago. Um, he went by the name of Audrey Ewis, and he started talking about that and how that, because we were talking about electric vehicles and um, I think there was, water-based energy, there's a lot of different, types of means to do this. When he started talking about the ether, and that's for some reason, that's the part that the elite don't want us touching on.
Yes. The ether is a really interesting topic, Jessica, because the concept of the ether has been around for thousands of years, for many generations across many spiritual traditions. They all say that we are surrounded by this large field of energy that's intelligent, that supports all things. But for some reason, mainstream science does not want to recognize, and I think they claim they've officially dismissed that theory through the Michelson-Morley experiment. But if you actually look into the Michelson-Morley experiment, there's so many flaws around how it was actually done. Because it assumed that it assumed that the ether acted like a wind. But what that experiment essentially proved that was that there was no ether wind, but the ether actually acts. It's hard to explain, but the way the ether works, that it actually goes in a downward direction towards the planetary mass, whereas in the Michelson-Morley experiment, they're trying to measure ether velocity on a horizontal plane. And so they were not able to see the ether drift in their experiments, and that's why they assumed that it doesn't exist. So I know I get a little bit technical here,
No,
but
no, I understand exactly what you're saying. But So then how did they get rid of the fact that it was actually operational during the Tartarian phase or the 1800s?
Yeah, so if you look at the Tartarian phase, I'm sure they had a full grasp and understanding of the ether, basically. But it wasn't until like the early 20th century that they conducted the Michelson-Morley experiment to really destroy all credibility in the ether theory, essentially.
But it was
And
already operating. That doesn't make any sense, does it? It's
sorry,
like
what doesn't make sense?
it was already operating. It doesn't make any sense. It's almost like
Yeah.
someone suddenly saying, well, you can't drive a car like that. You know, like with petroleum, you know what I mean? Like it's gas run car. It doesn't operate like that. The engine that, we have found this theory, it doesn't work anymore. It's like, taking a technology that's already operational and then suddenly saying, all right, so we just did a research and decided that it's not operational. It's like, that's like a major gaslight, It's like, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you look in Tartarian theory, it looks like the establishment did find a way to somehow take away these technologies from us and somehow wipe our memories that these things even existed. Then they
So you're
rewrote our
saying that
history
there
with
was like an
science.
amnesia type of thing that occurred,
Yeah,
possibly.
yeah, exactly. A big amnesia event that occurred, and they basically rewrote our history. They even rewrote our science. Unfortunately, they told us that the ether doesn't exist. And the truth is that if you're forced to recognize the ether theory, it essentially forces everyone to recognize the fact that we're all connected by this large intelligent energy. Maybe you want to call it God, maybe you want to call it all that is, or whatever your religion is, but it forces you to embrace the fact that there is an intelligent entity that's like calling the shots here in this universe. And so when you dismiss the ether theory, it forces people to embrace the idea that we're living in a completely godless world that's completely nonsensical, no order, all chaos, etc. Right? So it's essentially a I'm trying to find the right word, but it essentially enforces the idea that the universe has no meaning whatsoever, right? And I think that's what the establishment wants. They want a story of spiritual foundation.
Absolutely. What I was thinking when I said water, I meant hydrogen, hydrogen-based vehicles, which they always say that it's too expensive, you know,
Oh, right.
and which I don't know, suddenly water became more expensive, and then
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was back in the 80s, I think, with Stanley Meyer when he came up with the hydrogen engine. And yeah, that was famous across the country when Stanley Meyer came out with that. But then, I believe they poisoned him, they killed him, and then you never heard back about the technology.
right.
And unfortunately, this happened quite a few times, from my knowledge. There's another individual by the name Paul Brown who came up with a radioactive battery, and I think he also replicated a free energy generator created by Dr. John Searle from England. And not long after he created a working prototype, he wound up in a really crazy car accident and got killed. So, unfortunately, this sort of thing happens too often. And what's really unfortunate is when the inventor tries to keep the knowledge to himself. And usually, inventors do this because they want to patent the technology and make money off it, so they keep it to themselves. But the irony is that it's by keeping the knowledge to yourself that you increase the chance of you getting assassinated or killed. Because the moment they take you out, all the information goes away with them, right?
Oh, it usually disappears. Yeah.
Yeah, it just completely disappears. And this is kind of why I recommend that most scientists in this field who have game-changing technology, that they should try to share the knowledge as much as possible, go with an open source model. Because if you get the information out there, it's gonna be harder to suppress. And yeah, you can still make money off it, even if the information's out there. But at the very least, you can serve humanity by sharing this information. You can help out a lot of other people too.
That's great advice, Michael.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just my 2 cents on that. But no,
Yeah.
it's a huge topic.
I think it was worth
Absolutely.
a lot more than 2 cents.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely, because there's a right and a wrong way to do things, and that was some good advice.
Yeah, exactly. I believe now that we're in the internet age, it's this information is going to propagate a lot more so than it's ever done before. Essentially, I think people are going to realize that we're basically living in a state of engineered scarcity, basically, right? The fact that we're paying for energy, paying for oil, completely nonsensical. There's no reason why we should be doing that in modern day, considering what we have available. So,
Michael, this was fantastic. This is really good. This is
Yeah,
really good.
I'm
And
happy.
and I'm really looking forward to your videos. You just shared them with me today. So I haven't had a chance to delve in and listen to some of your content, but for what it sounds like, you've got the names, the dates, the technology, all of that stuff that I think is useful for people. You've done your research and your homework, and a lot of people can benefit from it.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
amazing.
No, no, thank you, thank you. I'm excited to share that with the rest of our audience. I'm sure they'll love it. But yeah, a lot of great information in the oven right now, so that's going to come out soon.
Yeah. And the learning is in progress, right? And as more and more things open up. Um, I know that there's a lot of controversy around Trump these days, but his he is aware of all this, and
I
people
imagine.
have reached out to him in the past about free energy. So if it would happen, it may happen with him around. So like some people say, well, he did this. Yep. I mean, a lot of people have done a lot of things, especially in politics, it's a lot. But if I just stay on this topic right now, not many not many people have been open to it. We'll say that people that can think outside of the box or that are not fully sold out to the system where they want to nickel and dime us on every little thing, pay for everything, pay for air.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
know how far it will go. Electricity, water, all of our resources, you know.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And so, again, we're being overcharged for everything, basically. And right now,
Yes.
I think we're living in some scary times where we have AI that's threatening to take everyone's jobs. But even
Yeah.
though we have AI, it seems like the cost of living is still going up, essentially. And I think that's gonna be really frustrating to a lot of people.
Yeah.
And and I know Elon Musk said that, with AI, that everything's going to drop in price essentially, and our quality of life's going to get way better. That's what Elon Musk is proclaiming. But I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case unless we can allow some of these disruptive technologies to come out, like for example, free energy generators, electric gravitics, because as long as the establishment holds those resources under hostage, then everything's going to stay freaking expensive, even with AI automating certain aspects of our workforce, right? So unless we're able to like free those aspects or free those resources from the grasp of the establishment, we're still going to be trapped in this hole where everything's way too expensive. We're overpaying for every small item, and everyone's going to be living on the streets, right?
Well,
But it doesn't have to
he
be this
he
way. It's
came
all
out,
self-inflicted.
Elon Musk came out with his prototype or his vehicles, and they've had a lot of problems, and he charges quite a bit. So, yeah, I'm not sure if I would trust what he says on anything at this point. He's out there to make money.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Elon Musk myself. He keeps referring to himself as the founder of Tesla, but like he actually bought Tesla from two other guys who actually did found it. I mean, he didn't create it. And and I
No,
remember back in 2013 when the first Tesla model came out, everyone's losing their minds because it could run over 200 miles on a single charge. But what a lot of people don't realize is that in the 1940s, there's a Japanese car company called the Tama, and they produced an electric car that could run over 200 miles on a single charge back in the 1940s.
1940, right,
Right.
right.
So it may not go as fast as a Tesla, but we had rechargeable battery technology since, well,
They
for a
had
very long
electric
time.
cars way back in the early 1900s or even 1800s, I think. I think I've
Yeah.
seen that.
Yeah, it's just somehow we just forgot about it when Elon Musk came out with the Tesla. Everyone just lost their minds. Like, bro, we had
Yeah,
this before. It's nothing special. Come on.
I know. I know. And there was, I think Toyota already had an electric car out. There was a Prius before he brought out Tesla, didn't he? Wasn't the
Yeah,
Prius out first?
probably. Yeah, I'm not really the car expert myself, but that may have been the case.
Yeah, I think the Prius came out first, and then he came out and, he pretty much, invented the wheel in his mind. But and I don't know. I mean, maybe it's like going back to square one where you're trying to figure out because a lot of the data and everything was scrubbed. But we have people that are actually that know the future, that have access into the future. There's discussion about Trump's family getting a hold of the original Tesla, the real Tesla's information and free energy devices and time travel and all that.
Yes, I believe it was John G. Trump who got a hold of
The
Tesla's
uncle,
papers.
right?
Yeah. He was a pretty brilliant scientist. He did some great work, I believe. So,
Yeah. So, I mean, it's pretty interesting that the information's out there. Whether or not they think the average person should have it, that's the issue. They think they should have it, but they don't think the average person should have it. I don't think we were meant to pay for some of the basic things of the earth that were here readily here for us, such as water and electricity and all of that should and even for transportation.
yeah, it's all a centralized control system. That's
Right.
essentially what it is. If they can create a situation where we have to overpay for things like water, gas, make sure that we're barely keep our heads above water, it makes the population very easy to control, essentially, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And then they never put any you don't hear a lot about water desalinization, coming from the ocean. We have a lot of water there. There's a lot of resources that they could do to make our world better, but then they want to just kill cows and they want, like focus on these things that they think will help the environment.
Yeah,
And I think that's a ruse because of the way that they're approaching it. I don't question that the earth is in danger, but I do question what their plan is to resolve it because it seems contradictory to not only all living things, but to human life here. So
yeah.
I don't know. These are not rational people. These are not looking out for the well-being of mankind or the earth in general, because the earth is in danger. But we never were the ones, whoever's been operating and working these infrastructures have allowed a lot of mishaps. I mean, they're constantly dropping chemicals in the ground, and you know what I mean? There's all this looks like a deliberate sabotaging that's happening to the earth.
Yes.
So, and then, we know what they're doing to our skies with all the chemtrailing.
Right. Absolutely. Things are a bit of a mess right now. That's kind of undeniable. But
Yeah.
um, but on one ironic level, it's like they basically tricked us into believing that living in a complete state of scarcity, when in reality we're actually surrounded by incredible abundance. Right. Now, I think that applies not just on a physical level, but I also believe that applies on sort of a spiritual level as well too. If you
Yes.
study like a lot of Zen or Hindu philosophy, they talk about this idea that every individual has like an enlightened aspect to them. Of course, it may
Mhm.
not seem like that when you're living everyday life, but on a physical level, like we're tricked into believing that we're living in a scarce world. There isn't enough to go around, et cetera, et cetera. You've heard that, right? But the
Mhm.
reality is that we're surrounded by insane levels of abundance. The Earth has so many incredible resources. Or if one of those people who makes low income, you may think that there's not enough money or resource in the world. But if you just learn how to say do business, for example, you're going to realize that there's incredible numbers of money making opportunities all around you. So I believe both on the physical and spiritual level, we're lulled into the sense that there's not enough, that everything that we're living in scarcity. But in reality, that's kind of an illusion, right?
Right. Right. Absolutely. Well, I just want to say thank you, Michael, for sharing with us. And like I said, we could talk probably for hours on some of these topics. And I appreciate that, all the information you bring into the conversation and sharing with the audience. So thanks again, and Happy New Year to you.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure. Happy New Year to you as well.
So this is from Decoding Mysteries or Ninjas and Butterflies. I don't know which name they go by, but you notice they have all these butterflies above them. Some of their stuff is really good, but in this case, they don't really have any facts. It's kind of a rumor that a military base has a report, has a complete blackout, but they don't say exactly what military base that is. They don't have any time period, they don't have any year, they don't have any location, region in the US where this happens, or even if it's in the US. And so they're going on and talking about this, and then they say, well, at some point everything goes black, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere they get this message, we are the Anunnaki, we did this to you, and we are here right now. Okay, so this whole thing with the Anunnaki, according to Peter in the ACIO and the history of all ETs and those that are existing on the planet right now, the ACIO has a record of all this information. And according to Peter, the Anunnaki, the ones that were, has it in the writings that they were the ones that changed the genetics of humanity. And maybe some people say they dumbed humanity down. Some people say they enhanced them and made them smarter. But ultimately, according to Peter and the ACIO, the Anunnaki technically were not here. It then started to break down into their children, which is the Nephilim. So, and the Nephilim then being incarnated is possibly some of the Anunnaki incarnated here. Yes, this is possible. But I think that the primary reason I'm bringing this up is because there's such a fear of the Anunnaki. And honestly, I don't think the Anunnaki, even if they were here right now, would not be your biggest problem. And I did get a validation also, the slaves of the Anunnaki, who were not necessarily us, they were a hybrid species. And I will go into that at a later time, but I believe they say Anunnaki, everyone gets frightened or they get angry or they start raging. And, they feel there's some kind of program around this where they're not being realistic and these are not necessarily the enemy. So if the agenda is to get everyone off focus of who the real problem is, more like the corporations, Monarch, Mobius, um, Montauk, and some of the agencies, some of the corporations, um, some of the negative ETs, like the 12D Pleiades, which is not dimension 12, but a region in the Pleiades that started a war there and then brought it here. Some of the Arcturians are involved in things. There's a bunch that are doing things right now. And although the majority of the public can't see it because they're caught on blaming the Anunnaki, and furthermore, accusing us of being the Anunnaki, which is a way to then get people to not listen to us or to believe that we are the enemy. But it's interesting because we're actually disclosing things and they are not. They're just complaining. So people need to wake up and start looking at the facts. Those people want to be famous. We don't care about being famous. Those people want actually use our content and twist it and do all sorts of things. And we don't do that with their content. They do a lot of complaining, lots of complaining. And I don't blame anyone. I mean, maybe this is some kind of programming that's been going on for a while, for a very long time. I mean, as soon as I started getting heavily involved with the disclosure movement, maybe about 20 years ago, um, I started, everything was Anunnaki. And, Zachariah Sitchin and his writings kind of woke people up a little bit, but then they didn't know how to get beyond it. And they kind of hung there. And then they wrote, I don't know how many books. If you go search about how bad the Anunnaki are, there's probably about, I want to say at least 30 different authors that have expert advice on why the Anunnaki are here and they're destroying everyone or something to that effect. So, uh, and maybe there's more. Maybe there's even more. But, it's almost like, it's called a distraction if you're looking over there. I'm not saying you could research it all you want, but if you're stuck there and you can't look beyond it or you can't consider that maybe they're there are some of their children that have gone bad through generations, and that's possible that they're enhanced, but they're causing problems. But that can go for anything. So it's almost like don't be single-minded and don't demonize one group in particular, even though we do that with the 12D Pleiadian, but we still are waiting for them to stop doing some of the stuff that they're doing presently. But then again, people want to believe because they look pretty, which is a facade. It's not really what they look like, but they want to think that they're perfect. And well, I mean, there of course there's a good group of Pleiadians as well, the 15 dimension Pleiadians. And but here again, like I said, there are many, many groups that have been creating problems, and especially since they're opening portals, creating bleed-throughs, and that's becoming the bigger problem overall, is that other groups are coming in, sectoids and all sorts of different beings. And those are not Anunnaki, by the way, and there's more. There's definitely more. Let's grow. Let's grow beyond this. Let's grow beyond the name calling and the character assassinations. Let's grow and start learning more about what's going on around us. And let's be effective instead of just nonsense and repeating the same information. I don't know. Usually, these people, when they provide something, they have some good facts. It's a little weak. I'm not going to criticize them. Sometimes, hey, nobody's perfect. Some shows are better than others, and maybe they thought this was something that needed to be brought to the public's ears. But there's no critique on them whatsoever. But it's more or less focused on the idea, that this is a problem. We have like a broadcast interruption of something. And of course, that's happened before. Similar to like the storyline sounds a little bit like the Ashtar Command, where they interrupted a television broadcasting in England and started saying, you're causing problems to the earth and the environment, and you need to stop. And then they left and they disappeared and they didn't have any information about it. So it has a similar feel to the story. So I'm not really sure if it's valid or not. And it's hard to prove it, because unless someone actually provided the location, the military base, the date when it happened, and any such footage, just like they have from the Ashtar commands. Okay, so I just wanted to bring up a reminder to everyone that we do have a news site and we're constantly updating, and we have thousands and thousands of articles over the years. Archived articles, if you ever want to do a deep dive into something, we have it. So, and these are general news articles that have been out there for a while, and I'm sure it'll be very helpful to those that, want to look up something. We have search features and all that. But Super Sleuth, who's been managing this site, had a message for us, and of course she likes to stay in the background for now, at least. And she asked me to read this message to the public on the behalf of um, her feelings for over the year of 2025 and 2026. This is something that I do every year, so she knows, and it's a nice way for her to participate and be a part of it. Um, so she said that, so this is message from Super Sleuth. Happy New Year. We made it another year safe and sound, sort of, even though the news seems more chaotic than ever. There has been a palpable shift in our gullibility meter. Many news stories that felt daunting and dark are losing their shock and awe appeal. In other words, many of us are just fed up with the bread and circus rhetoric, and its appeal is waning. The Ukraine and Russia conflict has no more bite, and the arguments to continue supporting it has been dramatically watered down by all sides. No one wants this war, or any war, ever. Most news reports are now focusing on the financial hole it has created and who is to blame in the level of the corruption that has been taking place worldwide. These leaders have almost become comical with speeches we have all heard several times before, all spiced up with the images of gatherings, with elite politicians and leaders dining in grandiose fashion, showing off glitz and glamour while soldiers give their lives to keep this insane engine running. Most news reports reflect the hypocrisy of it all, and many of us are just not buying into it anymore. Many editorial pieces in the mainstream media, newspapers, and outlets are focusing on the flawed reasoning and the devastating outcome this war has produced. And it has been refreshing to read these in the hope that we return to open discussions and not preconceived battle modes. President Trump has been, well, President Trump. Much of what he has done has been positive for the United States. He just needs to work on his delivery and loosen up on his self-involvement. The Trump Kennedy Center? Really? I guess the Gulf of America was just an appetizer to this elaborate meal we are being presented. Hollywood has also taken a deep hit with shocking deaths, murders, and sexual abuses lawsuits. These icons are less revered and now question more on their character and the way of life. These stories used to be few and far between, but now they take center stage. We are witnessing the horrible truths about many stars' habits and fetishes, and it is up to all of us to decide whether these notorious beings deserve so much of our attention, reverence, and emotional power wasted on them and not on our own well-being. A vast majority of recent movies, television series, and documentaries have been blasting us with apocalyptic, zombie, and dubious sexual themes, which make movie night a prickly event to contemplate. Having said that, I'm glad these are so blatantly obvious since it allows me to see the truth of these entertainment agendas and decide how I want to spend my time. I wanted to thank Jessica Rolfe, my Canadian friend and the love of my life, the man I share my life with. You are my family and support. What you have given to me this past year is priceless. It is thanks to Jessica that I have privilege to share the articles and stories that I find with you and your followers. Thank you for trusting me with this task and for helping all of us so much with your determination, dedication for all of us to reclaim our true sovereignty. Ralph, your devotion and professionalism are second to none. The tech support you provide is massively important and graphically outstanding. I appreciate your kindness, commitment, and presence. You are so creative and detail-oriented. Your work is your signature, and it truly reflects the gifts that you are. And I agree with that, Ralph. My Canadian friend, you are all our source of inspiration. Thank you for your relentless reminders for all of us to continuously elevate ourselves to be the best human beings we all have the potential of being, no matter the obstacles we face. You are the silent whisper of the star's light that guides our way in the dark. To my best friend, my joy and my light, I love you more each moment of each day. Thank you for standing beside me, especially when things get bumpy. Most of all, thank you for reminding me that I stand tall as a sovereign being of light, connected to our divine creator. I am blessed to hold your hand in the same light and life we share. I love you all more than these words can express, and it is an absolute privilege to call you my dear friends. Happy New Year to all of you. I hold the everlasting intention for all of us to reclaim our rightful sovereign space in this abundantly generous and loving universe. Super Sleuth. That was a wonderful message from Super Sleuth. And thank you. I appreciate your um, kind words. I always feel like we never do enough. We try to do more. I try to be there for more people. I wish I could be in a million places at once to help everyone on this level, and I think maybe we could figure out a way to do that this year. But for those of you that are news savvy and want to know everything that's going on, don't forget to check into Andronetalks News. It is ongoing, updated website, and as I said, there's a lot of depth of articles from the past, categorized, organized in such a way that is user friendly. So this is for you. Maybe if you appreciate it, you can buy us a coffee, support it in some way. We would very much appreciate that as well. And it's been up for quite a while. And hopefully, this is a source um, of information. So another level of information beyond disclosures and Androna Talks Radio. So many blessings. Thank you again, Super Sleuth. You're a hard worker, you're diligent, and you are detail oriented and have done an amazing job with the website and for the betterment of everyone. And it has always been free. So we have Stingray here with us, and we're gonna talk a little bit about the year 2025 and how that's been. He recently did a session with Peter the Insider, and then I'm interested, Ray, in your perspective of 2026 as well. So maybe if you could talk about both years, that'd be great.
Well, last year was a bit of I think last year was a lot of unveiling things. You know, opening up the parcels, opening up the strings, pulling down the valves, seeing what's inside. We know, and now I think this year it's going to show what's in the parcels, what's beyond the valves. I really think things are really going to open up a lot more this year, and quick. I think quick. I see silver's gone absolutely up at the moment,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, it
It,
has. Because they
um,
have another use for it, anytime, certain elements,
yeah,
metals become
yeah.
valuable according to their use.
Well, they've been holding it back, saying it's only worth so many dollars, or so many whatever it is. But it's not. It's worth a lot more than it is. That's
Yeah,
why they're holding it. Yeah. And you had Trump's wife wearing a dress today. You see her dress?
silver.
Yeah. With the song "Hi Ho Silver."
Oh, really? There was a song too.
Yeah,
Okay.
was it the Long Ranger? Isn't it?
The
It's
Lone
horse.
Ranger. Yeah.
Yeah. They had the music at the back. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they were saying something there, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I really think that's going to be a lot more secrets, a lot more things coming out in the open. They've been warning people this year, haven't they? Something's going to happen, something's big going to happen. I think, well, hopefully, I really do. Hopefully, anyway, we've been waiting so long, especially us people who's awake, and it's no fun being awake, really. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
it's lonely. It's lonely. You can't unless you've got people around you. There's not many people I can talk to and say anything. So my daughter, she comes out some funny things. She says, "Oh, I watched Stranger Things the other day, Dad." She's the one who watched it before me, and she was telling me about it years ago.
Yeah.
It's funny that she watches it.
Well, they just opened, they have the new series that came out, and
Yeah, yeah.
and it's kind of like they made entertainment out of this very traumatic
Horror.
scenario
Yeah,
for super soldiers. It's a experimental lab there that they worked on all these super soldiers, and there's a lot of trauma, but they turned it into, oh, there's a monster, and you know
yeah,
yeah, it's I guess they kind of make light of it in a sense they turn it into entertainment. But if you're waking up with hot sweats and
Yeah.
recalls and memories, having regressions and traumatized for days of what you've experienced, and
They
that's
reckon
not entertainment for us.
they reckon there was thousands of people went through it, especially children, obviously, and only 1% out of them thousands survived.
Yeah, we have, I've heard stories of people being bused to the location as children. I've heard of people, kind of just showing up there or just curiously looking around and then finding out later that they were hooked in. Peter pretty much was very upset that we actually went down there to talk about it.
Yeah.
Um, and then it got really weird and he wouldn't get off the phone until we got out of the space. So it's nothing really to play with. It's not, but
No.
and they're encouraging people, young people, to have an interest in it and can go down and hang around there, which is collaborating with those that probably do in the labs, the TV series.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. Yeah. It's probably, I don't know, some sort of taking some sort of energy from them or something. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I recommend watching it to see what the agenda is that they have.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I wouldn't be surprised if they're one and the same. People think that those that are putting together these shows that they do the deep dive into it and they usually know someone that's connected to it. So there's definitely, if they aren't actually involved with it, they're definitely collaborating with those who are.
We saw one, was it Netflix, isn't it? And Netflix is very dark, isn't it?
Well, the
But
corporations like to
there's
release.
two brothers that run Netflix.
Yeah.
Forget their name now. Two brothers, and they're very satanic. They're producers or something. I don't know.
The Duffer Brothers.
Duffer
Pepper
Brothers.
Brothers,
Well
yeah.
done. Yeah.
But I didn't realize that Black Rock was involved too.
Well, Black
Makes
Rock's got a
sense.
finger in every pie, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, they sure do.
Black Rock and Vanguard. Well, Black Rock is at the top.
Vanguard.
It's Black Rock. We know what Black Rock is, don't we? It's all that black goo and all that sort of stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
So wow. There's a Mark Randolph also, Reed Hastings is
mm.
the chairman of the board, Ted Sarandos and Craig Peters, co-chief executive officers, Vanguard, BlackRock, Fidelity Management and Research, State Street Corporation.
I've worked for a company called this.
Interesting for, TV series.
Yeah,
TV series are guiding the narratives, aren't they?
yeah, of course they are. Especially hitting
But
the young.
that's why we say soft disclosure.
Yeah,
They're telling us what they want us to see,
yeah.
what they're doing. Yep.
Well, I I think hopefully these things are going to be opened up this year, and we see who's behind a few certain things.
Mm-hmm.
Bit more truth for what we want, and a bit more quick, very quick. You know,
Yep.
it was a bit of a drag last year. It was scraping the hills, wasn't it? Going everywhere. You know.
Yeah, and a lot happened in your nation as well as our nation, as well as Rolf's nation. I mean, it was
Well, Europe, yeah, and all that. It was whirlwind. It's getting rid of the white people,
yeah.
and that's what they plan to fill every
The
country.
people that are from their own country,
Yeah,
that if we would do that, if we go to any other country, it's wrong to do that to any country. But
well, they're
and
using that
it's
religion, weren't they, to take us down? You know, that's
yeah,
it.
yeah, the erasing of people, the cleansing of humanity, I mean, it's no different, and people complain about the Nazis, but this is essentially a similar type of thing,
Yeah,
right? You know,
yeah.
it's kind of getting rid of this specific types of genetics that they don't like, and you know, they don't want to see anymore. So it's yeah, ethnic cleansing, um, displacement of people from their own countries, genocides,
It's
depopulation.
yeah, and you know why they doing that to get us to fight against each other, against the religion, so they control everything. And
Yeah, because we
yeah, that's it.
technically we're not the
So
ones that have a problem with it, it's them.
no, they're not,
They're the
no.
ones that like to divide and conquer.
Yeah, and we can't say nothing, and we end up saying something, or even talking about it, and you end up in prison.
No,
If you do in this
it's really
country,
strict over there, right? You can barely say anything and they come after you.
yeah,
I mean, you can't.
exactly. Yeah. You know, be careful in what I think about and what I post. You know,
Yeah, oh yeah, social media. I've heard they go to the door. They'll come
yeah.
and visit your door. And they were doing that, I think, I don't know, it was in Canada or Australia. I know they were
Australia
doing
was
it in
very
Australia.
bad. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't. I think you can walk the wrong way in Australia these days.
Right. So, anyways, we are into another year, and it's been a long time since we was starting this all out on Wolf Spirit Radio and thinking, going back. Uh, you know, us, been awake for a long time. And it seems a long, long, long time, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and not it's like going there, not getting nowhere. You know, but I'm not going to give up. You know what I mean? It's just going to be that way. We know we signed up for a tough job, and that's the way it's going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what it is. I've just listened to a little clip today. A bloke was talking about it, saying, it's a tough job, but you got to stay with it because you know um, no one else is going to help you. You just got to do it yourself, and we knew that in the beginning. So that
Another thing that we're learning is that people need to figure out ways to take care of their health.
yeah,
Because when you do get scalar, you do get hit, affects
yeah.
the body, or you're
Oh
getting
yeah,
hit by this
things
biochemical
like that. I got no oil,
oregano oil. Yep.
oregano. Yeah, yeah. I put that in the drinks. You know, I I
There's
make
a
honey
lot of some
and
people use MMS. You know, there's a lot of different stuff
yeah,
that
the
people are
MOS.
using.
Yeah, I use a lot of
Uh,
things.
but you know, if you understand what takes care of, you know, any of the problems, I mean,
Well,
just
the biggest thing is structured water, really. Just living water. When you get it structured, you get it turning, twisting. I bought something, it isn't right. It's just the water sits in a canister and it twirls and twirls and it brings it back to life, like running water. And
right.
because dead water's dead, it's dead. And you're
Yeah.
supposed to do that and take just a little bit of salt, like crystal of salt, and that helps when you drink. That crystal opens up and the water goes into your cells, actually into your cells. Rather drinking water and nothing's in you really, you're dehydrated and it doesn't matter how much you drink, you're
Yeah.
still getting water. It's got to
Mm-hmm.
get into your cells. Just things like that. Obviously, water is the top priority, I think, really. Getting structural water in yourself.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
No, someone just said that to me, that you take a little bit of you know,
Just a little
I don't
crystal
know if this
salt.
it's a like the Himalayan salt or the
Yeah, a crystal
Irish
salt,
salt
rock
or
salt,
something.
crystal Himalayan salt. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, and it's supposed to be really, and that helps you to absorb the water properly to
yeah.
keep
It goes
hydrated.
into
Yeah,
it goes into your blood cells and all that. So you
just
came in a
yeah, and
water.
that's just water. That's just water. But we're
Yeah,
you know, like you know, we have that little mist. You know, we were seeing that mist that comes down, and it's little particles of something. We don't know what it is. That
mm.
you know, they say that they're not going to spray, but they keep spraying and causing these problems, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
So you
Spraying.
have
Yeah,
to be very proactive, and a lot of people have stomach issues. You get ginger, turmeric for inflammation. There's all sorts of
Yeah.
little simple remedies to help people get through whatever it
Yeah.
is they're throwing at
I
them.
take some honey and I mix it with ginger and turmeric,
The
um,
garlic, Peter had that remedy
and
for
garlic, yeah, and onions.
femto tech.
Yeah.
Yep, to get rid of it. And that's related to the jab too. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have the jab, but I mean, I did have a flu jab many years, about 8 years ago. And
Yeah. But that I don't think they were really, I don't know if they were
that was
actually
before
what
COVID,
they're
but
doing now.
well, it's still something in it, wasn't it? Oh, there's always something. Every jab is damaging.
Yeah.
Uh, that's why the children have it straight away, you know. And as soon as the child's born, they take it away and they come back and they stuck two needles in you. You don't even know they've done it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean it started early on, like, and then, when I was younger, I got so many immunizations, and then of course my son had a lot more than I had. And
Did you have the
you're
big
like,
B? Did you
really,
have
what are
one
you
in your
doing?
arm when you was a child? Was it BCG or something?
It's like a circular one,
Yeah,
round one, and it left
yeah.
a big, yeah, no, I got that on my leg,
I didn't have it. I had a day off. I was
which
ill.
is a weird thing. They put it on the child's, like
Yeah,
upper thigh, you know what I mean? It's kind of weird.
yeah. We had it at the top arm, and I missed it, and I never got it. Thank God. You never.
Yeah, it's funny that, both nations got that, but yeah, I know that they do different experiments in different countries.
Yeah, yeah. It's always been that way, especially through
Yeah.
war. All the soldiers have everything stuck in them. You know, they're saying it's malaria and all that, but they stick needles in them. They don't know what the hell.
Yeah, I
They've
was
got a
I was
clue.
in Italy probably around 1998 or something like that, and there was a guy there that was just completely messed up, and it was an immunization that went wrong in the military. He was in the military,
Oh, military,
and he
yeah.
was he was like mentally off, but he was normal before, yeah, before he went into the military. Like I said, you wonder, what some of these things are. They're these experimentations
Yeah,
and
yeah,
what they're trying to do.
exactly.
And it's
Well,
been going on for quite some time. I mean, the Japanese did a whole big
yeah,
prisoners of war went through a terrible torture. But it's almost like you wonder, are these people even human? Some of the stuff they call it science, and yeah,
it's
it's
just,
even cruel to do it to lab rats.
it's just
But
brainwashed. You know, the Japanese got brainwashed by their own government of, it's an honor to die. Like the kamikazes. It's a it's a disgrace to be captured, and that's why they treated the Americans and the British, like so poorly because you're a disgrace because you got caught. You shouldn't get caught. You should kill yourself. You should never surrender.
that's a
And
good point of view. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
what, yeah, you know, to them, it's the shame of getting caught, you know, and that's why
Mhm.
you're not worthy of nothing. And that's why they lower you to that cruelty to get so low down that you can't even pick your head up,
Yeah,
you know, degrading, so degrading. And that's what they basically done. It's
yeah,
mental cruelty. Exactly.
yeah, it is. It is. But they call it science.
Yeah,
They should call it genocide.
exactly. Yeah.
They don't.
Mm.
Maybe we should start calling it that,
Yeah, calling things what they are.
what they are.
Yeah. Without getting
Um,
thrown in prison.
yeah. No, I mean, I'm out there myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Still going. Um, Peter's had his attacks as well.
Is he? Yeah, I expect he has. Yeah, he was saying the other day he's been under a bit of stress himself.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's part of
That's part of the
the
parcel what he
the
does,
the
isn't it?
deal. Yeah, I mean the ACIO, they're and the teams are like in the front, you know.
Yeah,
I hear people say, I'm more powerful than you and this and that, and it's not even about that, it's just everyone just do their part, just do their
exactly.
part. I don't think I'm better or
No,
above
you
anyone,
just got
but
to play that, Peter. You're that part of that puzzle in the left hand corner, and that's your part, and that's it.
right.
The picture can't be done without you playing that part. So stay in your part. Other people's got their part. You can't do that. It's not your job. Your job is that part. You know what it is. Otherwise, you're missing up the picture, and the
That's the
picture can't be built.
military. You understand that that's the military part of it. It's a
Yeah,
team. It's a team
yeah,
effort.
exactly.
If you're not in the team effort, if you're in some kind of solo hero or like what do
No,
they call lone wolf? I mean, it's
yeah,
just garbage, actually. It really is. There's
yeah,
no huge Superman scenario.
no,
It's team and it's we're getting hit from all different angles. And until people start operating as a team and recognizing team and not saying, oh, the super soldiers are so bad, the program's so bad, you need to get out of it, you need to get out of it. So you don't have any protection, you don't have any help, so that
yeah,
you're vulnerable. They're setting everyone up for something really bad. And um, you
that's
know,
it.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised how people have a campaign essentially to do this, to
Yeah,
tell everyone to run away because of, well, especially what happened with James Rink. They think if they try to be a lone wolf like he was, they don't recognize that he was a lone wolf. They thought he was surrounded by this is
yeah,
kind of what he wanted. And we told him it was dangerous, but people, I guess he tested the waters for years and finally it caught up with him. I don't mean to be insensitive, but I mean, until we call it what it is, it's not going to help anyone. So it's really important that people operate as a team and recognize, like you said, each person has a different piece that they're bringing in that's equally valuable, and
exactly.
they
Yeah,
need to be operating under that. And also, how many people can be protected just by people being in their spot,
yeah, yeah. That's why I think if if you fall out your spot, you're not in the right place, and
Right.
that's when you're vulnerable.
You're vulnerable, and then you
Yeah,
make a whole bunch of other
exactly.
people vulnerable, and you're responsible for that too.
Yeah, yeah,
That's why I didn't bow out, because I thought, wow, if I go and I have all this information and I am able to see these things and I step away, they have a gap. Everybody has
yep,
a gap.
yeah. There's a void. Yeah,
There's a void. Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
So doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me. I just have come to those terms that this is what it is. And I'm okay with that because I know that there's a higher good in it. If I didn't think there was a higher good in it, then, well, then it's entertainment. And entertainment has, I don't know, a
yeah.
minimal function of
No,
entertaining a
that's what I
person.
think. Yeah, I mean, if I didn't think that, I wouldn't be bothered doing this myself. I know it's for the higher good. I know
Yeah.
there's a goal at the end, and that's it. You know, that's what we're
And there are
doing.
level of protections for people that have the right state
Yeah,
of mind and are
yeah,
not self-centered and understand that they're a cog in the machine, and
yeah,
I shouldn't say that we're a machine because then someone's going to run with that and turn it into AI or something else. But that's not what I meant, but it's just a figure of speech. So you can't
yeah.
say anything these days, without a problem. So
Right.
anyhow, what do you think? What do you like? I'm not trying to tell you to project
No,
anything, but your thoughts about the year coming.
I just hope if we can get this war that's going on in Russia and Ukraine. That's one of the big things. If we can get this done, and then the war in with the Israelis and Palestine, just stop the wars. It's just get the wars over and done with, and that's the
Right.
main thing. We've got to get these wars done. It's
We
got to
should be
be.
more involved in this at this point. It's really kind of disappointing that these collaborative politicians and the agendas behind them, those that are calling the shots, that there's such low consciousness at
Yeah,
this point. It doesn't make any sense.
no, we've got to get that done, and it's just more people waking up. I think it will be. That's going to be the biggest thing this year. Is a lot more people waking up, then realizing it, and then that's going to stop the wars because they're just not going to go along with it. They're not going to stop paying their taxes, stop supporting these wars because that's where it's coming from. Our money, we're the ones who's making it, not realizing it's coming out of our pockets and not going into the right places. And
Yeah.
that's the main thing, and that's the biggest power we have got when the people start waking up in big, heavy bunches of people and
Yeah,
realizing.
and so they want us to go to the digital dollar, right?
Yeah,
So everything will be digital. So then
yeah.
they say, "Oh, guess what? We don't have any record of you having any money." So now they siphon that money, right?
Yeah, it's all click off.
Yeah,
Everything's
I
digital.
don't
Everything's
I don't know what
yeah,
happened to that money. Where did it go? And who are you going to argue with? Because they're in charge. And then you get to work for free. Isn't that nice? You'll have nothing and you'll be happy. So
yeah.
everyone who's gung-ho about the digital money, and they're not smart enough to figure this out, and then you're going to drag all these innocent people into this because you think you know it all.
We're,
That's bad. It's
we're
very,
definitely
very bad. It's
in this
evil.
country. We're definitely not going to go that way. He wants to push it that way, but we're not going to go that way with it. It's just
Canada's they're pushing really hard. They got that,
there's too
they
many people, even Canada. They're not going to get the people to ever do it. They're just going to rebel. They're just not going to go with it. They're really not going to go. That is the last straw they can push, and they're pushing it, and it's going to snap.
well, the people were not happy with Trudeau. And then what they did was they brought this guy in called Carney, which also sounds like someone that works in a circus, right? Is a
Yeah,
Carney. I'm not making fun of someone's last name. That is someone's last name, but I'm saying that, it sounds like that, but also it could be Czerny, which I did talk to Peter. I said, is this Czerny? Czerny is this scientist that works for the corporations for Murkoff and is
oh right,
experimenting on people. So did they actually bring the corporations in to take over the nation and say, all right, it's all over. We're taking over.
yeah,
That's it. And you're going to let go
probably,
of your money. You're going to let go of your power. You're not going to have a voice. And we're going to bring you into full submission. And if that's, it seems to be going that direction. And I'm not going to be popular with some people in saying that, but it is part of, it sounds like it's gone to the next level with the corporations, and that can happen to any of us. And it's sort of, like with in England, it's the Shaw House, and we know that they're constantly trying to do things.
yeah.
So, yeah, it becomes an ongoing problem. Though they keep going to the next level when we fight against something, and we really need to shift the system. We need to close these portals, stop the bleed through.
Yeah.
That's enhancing and building up these corporations that are oppressing us.
Well, people are waking up more. It's more consciousness, and the bigger the consciousness, the more it's impossible to open up these portholes. Because they need our energy and they need us to think the way they want us to think. And when people don't, everything goes the opposite way. It's just not going to work their way because they got to get us under their control. And once we're not there anymore, under their control, they can't do nothing. They just can't do it.
Right. They get us
Free
under,
will. It's called free will, and that's the way it's going to go.
yeah.
People's going to take it.
Yeah, and they've convinced us that we have nothing, that we are deserving of
Exactly.
this,
Yeah.
that we're supposed to be submissive, and if we can, put our weapons down or, lose, which they've done. They've already done that in Canada, like
Yeah.
we want to completely disarm all the people, and people are, like the truckers, they went after the money and they attacked people. People lost jobs, so it takes something a little bit more, to keep it going. And as people want a better world for their families.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, that's what they try. It's the middle class they really hit. That's the ones they really hit.
yeah, and how do you do this? I don't know if I don't personally go out and picket and all that other stuff, and I'm
No.
not saying it's wrong for anyone to do that. I know that in England, people like David Icke is out there, he'll speak, and then there's other people they did a big protest a couple months back with
Yeah.
millions of people on the
Yeah.
street. Um,
Well, you know, see, it's like the middle class people, see, because when you get the lower class, they're not middle class people. Just love to go to work. They love achieving. So you got
yeah,
your own home. You got something called mine. It's my car. It's my house. I paid for it. I bought it. All the stuff I got. I got a nice house. I got a nice home. You know, the people on lower income and just and what you call, I suppose, people just coming into the country and just getting a house and not going to work. And there's no life. That's no life. You're just sitting at home, you know. I've got a couple of neighbours next door. I don't hardly see them. Just all they do is stay there. They don't go out nowhere. Stay there all day. You know what I mean? And they get everything. They got all their food delivered and everything. You know, they just throw money at them. You know, but there's no
yeah,
pride. There's no pride in that. What, you know, I got my own car. I got my own stuff. I bought that. Do you know what I mean? You know, but
yeah. It's a
that's how they get.
bribery. Yeah,
They just give them the money and they think it's great. Well, no, it ain't gonna work that way. You got to get off your butt and do something, and it's
it's
good to
at a
get off your butt
cost.
and do something. It does you good to get off and do something.
Yeah.
It's good for yourself. It's good for your
It's going to
self-esteem.
be that this is where the super soldiers come in, is this battle is a spiritual battle. It really
Exactly.
is. It's
No
an
doubt about it.
energetic and Peter said that they're coming from some of those problems of bleed throughs are coming from the inner earth, where there's some very nasty creatures. He said that
Yeah.
we have some really weird I've been seeing insectoids, I've been seeing all sorts of different things. Um, and they want to take us out. They
Oh
really
yeah.
do. And they're just jumping in these people. These people, they're useful because they don't have much of a soul left and they could just use them.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
so that's all we see. And then they can jump into some other space, some other person, and we never even know it.
No.
So, yeah, you get rid of Trudeau, but then the same entity that was in Trudeau might be in Kearney,
Yeah.
you know?
Exactly. Just like that film Venom, it just jumped
Yes,
in. Yeah, exactly. You know, it's showing his black goo, it's showing everything in the whole film on that.
they just find the right people,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, politicians make, some kind of deal to be where they're at.
They're so bribed and they're so far down the road that they just can't
Yeah.
turn back. They've got nowhere to go. And I think some just like it that way,
And
don't
they
they?
know they know if they don't go along with what they're supposed to, they'll
Yeah.
just be kicked out or disappear, something
We
like that.
got a couple over here, a couple of MPs. He was not an MP now. He got kicked out because he talks about them, you know, and he just talks from his heart. You know what I mean? And they just got rid of him. Every time he stood up in Parliament to say something, they all walked out. There'd only be about 15, 16 people sitting there listening to him. It's just absolutely terrible. You know what I mean? He's
Mhm.
all walked out. Andrew Bridgen, good bloke.
Yeah.
So, and he puts a lot of stuff up, and we all know that he's talking the truth. He's just telling it as it is. They're all corrupt, and they always will be.
Yeah.
Have no heart. They have no heart.
But here's a positive. Look at it. I think they wanted us kind of all removed or fully enslaved probably about 10 years ago.
Oh,
Maybe more, maybe longer.
2012, I think everything changed.
2012, maybe that
Yeah,
was, yeah, they switched the clock and
yeah, I
said, all
think.
right, time's up, end of the world.
Yeah,
Time for
that's,
all of you to be, removed from the planet and,
yeah.
cleansed or
Just wait to the
whatever.
showers.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
COVID was joke. I used to say it all the time. And I used to go walk round to my doctors, and it's a doctor's place. It's a dentist and everything. It's quite a lot of people in a big car park. They're all walking, and you get a bloke standing outside. Would you like a mask? Would you like a mask? Got to wear your mask this way. And I'm walking in like this way to the showers.
this way to the showers. Yeah.
He's looking at me like that. I went, yeah. No, it's not like that. I said, yes, it is. Think for yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
have a mask. I don't want a mask. You know what I mean, go away. Mind your own business.
Hmm.
I want to do. And I was sitting there one time in the doctor's waiting at 8 o'clock at night because I had a bad chest infection. And this woman sat there all night on the phone from 6:30 to 9:30. I was there, still phoning at people. Oh, it's Janet here. I'm just reminding you. Can you come in tomorrow and have your flu injections? Thank you. And she must have done about 100 phone calls. It was doing my head in. It was doing my head in. I was only about 4 people in the place left. I thought, "God, if I don't get seen, I'm going to walk. I've got to get out of this place. Just one. It's my job.
Yeah.
So they know
No,
exactly what they're doing.
but we're still here.
Yeah, we're still here. We're going to be here to the end, that's for sure. Yeah,
The job is finished. That's for
that's what
sure.
it is all about. Yeah, that's what we signed up for. So I think, yes, uh, good year, a lot of truth, a lot more people waking up, and a lot more power back to the people. And we start seeing the shift going towards the people now.
Yeah. Well, thanks for sharing your thoughts. And
Well,
I'd love to keep talking with you. We're gonna need to make a little room for some other people too. They're gonna share for New Year's in the show.
good.
And but we'll do another show sometime.
Yeah.
We'll talk
Thank
freely
you.
again.
And thank you, Rolf. And Happy New Year. And Happy New Year to everybody out there. We all love you. And everybody love each other. Just be kind and look after each other. Be happy. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Ray or Stingray.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
you being here, and we will talk again soon.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so everyone knows who Power Lady is. She's been around for quite a while, and she's one of the oracles, and we well, not that there's a whole lot, but there's a few different things going on, and has proven herself. Unlike many people that call themselves that, has definitely proven to be able to see into the future. And you saw something recently about me that I didn't share with you, but yeah,
Oh,
I
so
didn't tell
wait
you
a
what
minute.
that was.
I saw something that
Mhm.
you haven't shared with me.
Yeah, yeah, you said you saw me in a casino,
Yes. Uh-huh.
and I had bought this
Oh, that's a slot machine.
as a slot machine. And
Yeah.
I had no idea. I felt like I needed to buy it. I didn't know
Mhm.
why. So I must be in Las Vegas doing something,
You must be doing something because,
clearing something.
yeah. Uh-huh.
I
Because,
know there's I caught a few grays over there.
mhm.
So
Yeah,
that was a problem.
that was a problem because they had almost tricked me one time. I remember being asleep and I woke up and I found myself at my front door. And I did have a cousin who was supposed to come visit. So when I opened the door, there was like at least 25 people there. And they're like, "We're here." And I'm thinking it's my cousin because they were all, African American, and it was raining out there. And I was like, "Oh, you made it. Well, come on." And I almost told them to come in. And I said, "Wait a minute." I said, "There's too many of us." I said, "No, you can't come in." I said, "Back up." And I slammed the door and I woke up and
Hmm.
I'm calling and texting you. And you said those they weren't grays. What are the other ones?
Serpo was a
They
purple.
were grays
Okay.
that
The
were
tall
there.
grays are Zetas.
Zetas, that's who they
Right.
were, the
Yeah,
Zetas.
the small
Yeah.
ones.
Yes,
Yeah.
there were like 25 of them, and I almost let them in until I it hit me because they were speaking a language
Yeah.
and I was didn't understand the language, and I said, "This is not my cousin." And that's when I told them no, they couldn't come in.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they were trying to access the matrix, and we can't have that
Nope.
at all. No.
No.
So,
And when they come in as someone familiar, I said that's when it gets a little tricky.
mhm.
And also they try to show up posing as me, which
Yes.
gets me pretty upset,
Mhm.
because I don't want something showing up doing really bad things to people and then they think that I'm involved with it. But
Mhm.
that's how nasty they get.
Yeah.
They get
And
really nasty like that, and I get concerned. And I like it when people tell me that they saw me somewhere so I could say, no, that was or wasn't me.
was me.
So then I could clear their mind that, I don't do stuff like that.
Right.
I'm not going after people like, in that way. I'll say it in front of them.
Mhm.
I won't sneak through a
If
back
I
door.
Yeah, if I have something to say, I'm gonna tell you, and that's
Yeah.
something that I love about you.
And it's with love, you know what I mean? It's a,
Mhm.
if you have a regard for a person, a respect for them as a soul, as a conscious soul, as having, you know, um divine value, you have to, at least, s- you know, they could still offend you. They could still say some terrible thing or be really cruel or
Mhm.
spread lies or threaten you or what have you, and but I think the important part is to come right up front and say how you feel.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, the sneaking around was never really
no,
the type of thing that
that's not you. No, you're
no,
straight out.
no.
Yeah, I'm quick. Well, I said no. Let me ask her because like when I saw you in the casino, it was. I said the best way I can explain it is it was like a girls' trip. It was just, you know, just being in a casino. I don't even know why I was there. You were there, and so you were there doing some work, and I saw you.
This well, you're from Nevada, but I did do some
Mhm.
work at one point, and it was at the other city, not Las Vegas. It's the other one that has a bunch of casinos.
You got Mesquite, you got Henderson. got Reno up north.
Reno.
Reno, you're
So
up
I
north.
went to Reno, Nevada,
Mhm.
and we did some work at one point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I'm wondering if you were tuning into that because that's what I was thinking about today,
Mhm.
actually.
Yeah,
And it's been a
probably.
while since I've
Mhm.
been there.
Mhm. Yeah.
But yeah, you picked up that I was in California.
Mhm. Yeah. I tried contacting you, and I said, "Well, where is she?" And I heard, "Oh, she's traveling." So I said, "Okay." And then I didn't know where you were. And I know you got to be, what is she? What is going on with her? Because I'm like, so I was like, I, you're over here by my area. And she goes, and you're like, well, maybe. And I said, well, it's okay because they already told me that you were over here on the West Coast. So, you can't, there's nothing you can't. Because I know you want to do your thing and not having any peeking or any other things coming across that could interfere. So I do get that. But they told me that you weren't where you were supposed to be and you were over here in the West Coast. Yeah.
I
Uh-huh.
was supposed to be in the West Coast. Well, actually, it was one of those spontaneous things, and someone asked me to go and help them with
Mhm.
something. And I said, yeah, let's do it, and it gave me the opportunity to go back out into California because of all the craziness that's been happening.
Yes.
And then they're still doing it. Those
Yes.
floods and everything are a
Yeah.
problem.
Mm-hmm.
So I do get concerned about the people from California. I was just thinking about Paradise, and I kind of got triggered today. I was at a store and I saw something that said Paradise on it, and all of a sudden I got a flashback, like as if I was right there
Mm-hmm.
when they lasered it, when they burnt it down,
Mm-hmm.
and I could see the how like the ashes, but it was thick little pieces of ash coming down, and the feeling that it was so sad, very very sad feeling I had. I was very emotional.
Mm-hmm.
um and I had gone through there. Before that all happened, and it was like a breach. It was like a horrible thing, but
The only thing I remember from that time, of course, I was asleep and I saw this vision and I thought it was snowing. But when I looked closer, it was ash that was coming
it
down.
looked like, yeah, it looked like snow, but and then it was almost like a piece of paper, you know what I mean? You could see
Mm-hmm.
it
You
was
can see like,
thin and
yeah,
kind of, yeah,
the
curled.
edges are, yeah, curled and the edges are look like they're just torn.
Hmm.
Right. And they were just, I was like, that's ash.
Yeah.
And that's, just got my book and wrote it down. This is what I saw at the same time. I try to keep track of all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah. So you always like, sometimes the work that I do is not to just to tear anything down, that's bad, but
Hmm.
um it's to help the souls that get trapped in the whole process as well and try to bring them to a better place.
If I can talk briefly, I'll be quick about it because I went to Savannah, Georgia this summer. And I went to the woman that started the Girl Scouts, went to her home. I can't even remember the name of it. And we did a tour, and I could see some things, feel some things, but eh. So I get back here and I'm talking to you, Jessica, and we take care of clearing some things. And then you say, we need to talk. I'm like, okay, how about tomorrow? Because we were running out of time. And you said, okay. And so when tomorrow came, I said, hey, can we like maybe do it next week or the week after? You said, no, we have to talk now. I was like, okay. So when we get on the phone, you tell me that there was like 45 souls that followed me back and they were
Yes.
all there. And through that experience, I'm getting chills. You helped me with crossing over those souls. And when we uh, opened a way for them to cross over, these other ones, other souls that were trapped in the ground, in the water, started coming through. And it was going on every now and then. I would say, are they still crossing over? And you goes, yes, it's still. It was, I think it was close. And I know it sounds like a crazy number, like close to 100,000 souls
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
had been trapped. And we got a high five. Like, there we go. We did it. We helped, many of the people over. And it felt good to do that because there were some of those souls who knew who I was when I went to that house. And my granddaughter, she had tones going off in her ear because she's, sensitive too. And my niece, she was getting, she said she was starting to get a headache. But my other two sisters, they're just drinking their Starbucks, doing nothing affected them. But the two young girls, it did, and myself. And it was an experience because I was like, I'll talk to you. Can we do it next week or the week after? You're like, no, we have to do this now. We have to. I'm like, okay, because usually you're pretty calm and you say, okay, we could do it maybe next week. But you said, no, we have to do this now. And that's why, and with your help, we were able to help a lot of people. And it feels good to know that those people, after all these years, decades, or however long, were finally able to cross over. They were trapped there.
Centuries.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was old.
Yeah.
Um, the reason why when you have that kind of, it can create paranormal. It can create a little bubble pocket reality in your space. It can make you very sick. It can cause other people to get sick. It can cause an untimely death. It can cause a lot of different things because they're not aware of what they're doing,
Mm-hmm.
and they were either mistreated or um you know gone through some kind of torture or just had been lost for so long, so it's a bunch of different things that can happen.
Yeah, because in Savannah, there were, many of them were slaves. And
Yeah.
because the property that we went to look at, they were like buried underneath the house. And they had paving stones that you actually walk on the sidewalk. And it said, that there were slaves buried underneath. And, people are walking across it. So when I saw it, I went over to the side and my niece like, what are you doing? I said, there's people buried under there. She goes,
Yeah.
how do you know? I said, I know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They
So,
weren't buried in a good way. And the same thing that there was a when I lived in Newburyport, there was an area where I was looking around and I said that, I saw like a bunch of burials that happened in that space. And I said to the woman, thought she was like a historian. I said that was a potter's field. And she says, you're right. She says, historically, you're. I said, well, they buried a bunch of people there, but they didn't give them graves. So if they didn't think you were of any value, or your enemies got a hold of you, if there was some kind of battle, you didn't necessarily have a good grave, and you
oh,
were just
just a
kind of
hole,
thrown in a big hole, or
right?
yeah.
That's exactly it. Thrown in a big hole. Mhm.
So yeah, that's what I was seeing. And that's the kind of stuff that creates some of this energy, because sometimes those souls are, attached to other people and they're very angry.
Mhm.
And yeah, there's just so many
There's
different
so much
problems.
stuff. Yeah, so much going on. So many different things.
Yeah.
Agree. Yeah.
So, and we've known each other for quite a few years, so we've been working with each other.
Right.
And you usually in the background. I mean, I know that you go on social media and you're a very nice writer. Um, but you've also been very uh supportive, collaborative,
Mhm.
in what's been going on around us, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
I also I'm looking forward to some future things as well. what can happen, and maybe we can get some groups going,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll see how that works out as
Well,
public.
I look forward to that because I think that your knowledge and your understanding, because there are many times that I'll see something and I'll focus on it, and then I'll talk to you, and you'll say, "Well, let's look at it this way." And when I look at it your way, I go, "I did not even see that." I'm like, "Why didn't I?" You have discernment. You see things in a way that others don't see, and you have the ability to help a lot more people than many of these groups are doing right now. There's in a super soldier community, for example, there's a lot going on. Everyone is kind of scattered, looking for someone, um,
Yeah,
look, looking for information, and they'll connect. They'll eventually find where they need to be, and if they use discernment and the especially like with you, you're always there. If someone asks you a question, you give them the truth, or you give them to the best of your ability, and you'll give them links to books or sites that backs up what you're telling them. And
yeah.
plus, you're also a seer, so you see layers that other people don't see. And I truly appreciate your work, and you too, Rolf, because you're very helpful. Very helpful. It's a team. And
We
you,
couldn't do it. None of this could have been done without Rolf.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
He
it's
does
true.
his thing, and I appreciate him.
No, in all honesty, we do want to have this group. We want to have um, people to be able to come in and have a safe place where they could share their ideas. Not just to promote other people have their groups, fine. We're not going to be there as an advertising agency, promoting everybody's book, everybody's this and that. It's mostly just like a safe place to ask questions regarding what's going on with Peter, and his content, clarifying certain things because some people think they still think that Monarch, Montauk, and the ACIO are the same thing, or
Oh,
that the ACIO is still with NSA, or which we never were with NSA. But that kind of conversation where we have to just really clear it because um, it continues to get out of hand, and I think people know we've already corrected it,
yeah.
but they want to perpetuate it here again. That's the passive aggressive behavior, or maybe just aggressive behavior, contrary to us, or blaming us for things,
Mhm.
um, and refusing to look at the truth of what is actually going on. And we're here to help. So we try to be patient with people that are still struggling over, the gossip that's been going on for years, rather than dealing with the facts
Yeah,
of what is.
for what it is.
So it will be a way to clarify things, but at the same time for people to talk about like real challenges.
Well,
Um,
I can say that from experience that it would be very helpful to be in a group where, because when I started talking about and started understanding these things, and I would say them to you, and you were like, "Oh, that's this and that and this and that." And I'm like, "Is it for real?" You're like, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh, shoot." You know, to be amongst a group that understands what you're going through.
yeah.
They've been through it, and they can help you to get through it. And they can give you the information, even if it's a book, a link, or a reading, because that's how we get through the trauma. We find out this information through trauma.
Yeah,
And
and avoiding trauma, not refusing to understand fully what actually happened
Mhm,
is not going to help anything, will only perpetuate it. And people can find some peace of mind throughout everything that they've been through.
mhm,
We have been and we continue to be in a situation where we're vulnerable our children are still vulnerable. Our world is still vulnerable as long as these negative corporations and ETs, and the corporations essentially run by either hybrids or ETs, the negative ones that are here to enslave us and have little regard for us and also are experimenting on us. So that's the kind of thing that we need clarity. We need to define who is what and what is going on so that people can find a place where they're actually healing rather than just feeling perpetually traumatized. And I know that you're concerned about that. It's been troubling for all of us. Um, you know, not critiquing anyone else's style of dealing with others. I mean, they're letting people, express themselves and be angry and go on and on. And we understand that there's a time and a place, but then after a while, you want to see that there's some progression and understanding and some growth in the area, where they find their own personal power and move on.
Right.
Yeah, and not everyone is in that position where they're in serious danger, but we do recommend that you don't kick the hornet's nest. You do not try to challenge the system that you know that it will induce an experience of being attacked. I mean, some people say, well, I didn't do anything for, the TIRAP experience to happen where, that black helicopters is showing up. I feel like I'm being surveyed. Comments are being made. We had an experience even yesterday. We were walking down the street and someone said something to me personally about, oh, are you going to such and such store? And I was like, did he just say what I thought he said? And then he said it. I turned and looked at me. He said it again. And they said, yeah, oh my God, how did he know where we were going? And who is he? And I turned around and started walking toward him, and he turned and walked away almost like as if he never said anything. He tried to gaslight me.
Uh-huh. Like something came through him to let you know that they see you.
They were listening to us and they see us.
Mm-hmm.
And either it was an agency or corporation.
Right. Right.
But to name the exact store that we were headed to, person we don't know,
For someone just
no,
it
yell it
reminds
out. We were approximately um maybe 10, 15 feet from him.
Wow. It reminds me of that movie. I can't remember the name of it. I think Denzel Washington is in it. And they sang that song, Time is on my side. And the entity would jump from person to person just
Yep.
by a touch. And that's how they got their message. It's like, see, we can get to you anytime we can. It was just a touch. And then that person would turn around and say something to
They would
him.
almost go into a channeled mode.
Yeah.
And then they would make that comment. And I've been through that a lot.
Yeah.
But this one was probably the most obvious one. It was, he wanted us to know.
Yeah, it was blatant.
Yeah.
Interesting. Wow.
So anything can happen. Things are really opening up right now in the world, and different people are having experiences. Don't lie about things, people. Never lie about things. It's not, especially right now. It's getting more, um, what's that, that movie with Tom Cruise? Where they see everything, the future, everything you say, everything you think, everything.
And they have like 3 oracles in it that are in the water.
Yeah.
Minority Report.
Minority Report. Thank you, Ralph.
Yes.
His Minority Report, it will be, it's pretty close to being there already. It's getting close to being there People need to be careful, not like worried, scared, or anything like that. But if you choose to say something, then back it. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Anyhow, that's why we want to do the group. And I want you to also tell me if what your thoughts are for the future of this coming year, 2026.
Okay. Well, not trying to. We are we determine what our future is by
Right.
our thoughts and our things. So I wanted to preface it that way because I've seen that 2026 there's going to be something big that happens in 2026, and I put it in. I did a Substack about it, but I preface it always that future is ever changing, and it's up to us with the highest for humanity to make these changes. But 2026 is going to be some really big changes. I don't know what it is. I haven't been shown yet. I was shown that there would be high prices in meat, that they were going to change the milk. And I was always told to prepare yourself and have food, water on hand because you think, maybe it's some type of apocalypse or anything like that. But if your city is flooding, that's an apocalypse right there.
For you
Yeah,
personally,
for
sure
you
it is.
personally. So you
Yep.
have to prepare for what the earth is going through right now. Um,
Mhm.
but
And
that is
yeah,
but that is probably all I can say is to be prepared for the physical things that can happen with us. Stay as healthy as you can, be in shape, um, have food and water on hand. Uh, buy silver. I don't know. I'm just that out
yeah,
there.
I saw that about the
Yeah,
silver.
I saw that too. Um, but that's the best thing that I can say is just to be prepared and stay vigilant. Um, and stay those people that you care about, do as much as you can to let them know what's going on, because I have people in my family who had that, and they think I'm crazy, or where'd you get all this? But then I have other people in my family that listen to what I have to say because it comes to fruition, so they
Yeah.
understand. So if you have someone in your family that's sensitive or gets visions or things like that, listen to them. It's coming from the heart, it's coming from love, and it's coming from a place of protection. We're here to protect and to do as much as we can to help. And we get attacked, like you spoke about before. I can't always see some of these things that attack me, but you're like, looks like you have a knife in your head, and I could feel a sharp pain in my head, and you can actually see it. And so as a group we just need to get together because we could spread this word to everyone. So I look forward to us getting a group and to get the information out so that people have more of a clarity and understanding of what's really going on. That this is a fight or a war that's been going on forever, and we're not going to give in. No, we're going
No,
to keep fighting. Keep up. So
no, we're not going to give in. And yeah, I didn't mean to put you on the spot about
no, it's
predicting
okay.
because the future is not set in stone.
Correct.
It's constantly moving. And
Mhm.
even Peter with he doesn't see himself as a psychic. He sees himself as someone that has access to the future. So he has his computer and connection to the ACIO, and he is able to find out what's up ahead of us. But there are some things that can be changed. Like I would say that, we don't have to experience some of these things. I think we, have submitted
Mhm.
in a lot of ways, especially during the pandemic. We submitted to something that put a lot of people in danger,
Yes.
and we lost a lot of people. There was a culling that happened, and they want to do more culling. They think there's too many people on the earth. When I say they, we talked about the 12D Pleiadian and also grays, and Serpo also is a problem. And so, you know, these are the things that I think as a group, we would be stronger because it's not just what I think I want. I mean, I can do that for myself, but as a collective, that's much more important,
And we
is the people be in agreement.
can cover more ground, so to speak, help more
Yeah.
people. Yeah.
Mhm.
Exactly. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And we're looking forward to some of the good things that are going to happen in 2026. And thanks for joining us and being a part of, we'll say, our family.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, the friends of the ACIO.
Yes.
And a good friend on a personal level. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And I thank you. Just love you. I have to send you texts every time. I just love you. Because, when you text me about something I'm going through because you connected it, it's, I think I'm going through it by myself, whether it's a pain or something that's going on. And you like, okay, I see you have this going on. You need to clear that. And I'm like, how did she know? Yes, she does. And I truly appreciate your friendship, your loveship, and I thank you. I do.
Thank you. I just want to share with you, this came out today, is China has a Terminator patrolling with police in the public. And in south of China, a humanoid robot straight out of a sci-fi movie was spotted walking side by side with real armed cops. It happened in Shenzhen, where the machine, engine AI T800, casually joined police patrol like it's 2049 already. Yeah, they literally called it the T800, and it looks like a jacked metal soldier ready to arrest your grandma for walking too slow. This went down at a window of the world, a major tourist spot, and no one even blinked. Now, the window of the world is a location where, they might have structures there that resemble different countries. So, say 5 years from now or 3 years from now, they post this literally will look like you are in France and you will not know the difference. They have the Arc de Triomphe and they also have the Eiffel Tower. So, something very interesting to see. Keep your eyes and ears open. The agendas are still happening around us. I'd like to introduce everyone to Sophia Maya, we have confirmation from Peter the Insider, and I too had seen a connection between Sophia Maya and the Matrix. And so there's connection with Power Lady and all collaborating together, working harmoniously. And thank you for being a part of this team that we've been, working together to help things in the best way possible. So, yeah, why don't you tell us what you think, your perspective of how this year went, the year 2025, and then after that, maybe reflect on 2026 and what your hopes are.
2025 actually was a carryover from the ending of 2024 for me personally. I had just left the Super Soldiers live stream with James Rink, and I was dealing with health issues, which, he and I had worked on together over the phone for, 2024. And, just a little bit of disagreements and such. And I just decided it was in my best interest just to step out of that venue and to proceed along my way on my own. And I'm a loner. And since 2025 in meeting you and Peter and Rolf, I have, and Power Lady.
Our Lady.
Oh, I just love her to death. I just love her. And, you know, we've got a lot in common. I've decided and realized with all of you and the incredible support that I've had with you, all of you, um, I am not alone. I'm not a loner. And that I've been doing missions for decades without
Yep.
knowing it
Hmm.
and had a lot of anger issues around it because I didn't understand what the heck was going on. And now I am uh, finding my way, you know. And I'm going to be 70, ooh, in a few months, just a few months, 75 and 76. So,
You look fantastic.
well, thank you. And that has a lot to do with the work that we're doing. Because
Hmm.
when we met, I reached out to you because I was not well and I was very concerned about whether I was going to live or die. And 2025, I had 3 operations, with the thyroid. And a lot of us do have thyroid and autoimmune issues, which
Yes.
is something I did bring into the Super Soldier live stream group, and the genetics and, how to find our mutations and such. But it fell on deaf ears, and that's okay. It, you know,
They
um,
were some people weren't ready to hear about it. I mean, some people are quite a few years younger. And
oh my,
so these are
yes,
not their thoughts at this time. But being
yes,
involved with some of these programs or being pulled into my labs, there is a lot of radiation. And, with ETs and people with interest in ETs. And so it is something that people should learn about. If they don't have that issue, then good, that's great. If they're
yeah.
very health minded and take very good care of themselves, at a young age, that's fantastic. But it's still good to know, and it's also good to know for other people around you.
Exactly. And, we are all aging. And, I want to be here as long as possible. I'm active. The missions are active and they're heavyweight. And I have a humble pride about what I'm doing. And I just want to continue with the work that I am doing with all of you and with all of us. And talk about Power Lady. We are succinct. So much in the Matrix. I'll be sitting here watching Battleship backwards because I listen for codes and logistics. I'm very mathematical and straight lined. And I text her, I go, you should watch this movie. She goes, I'm watching it right now. I go, are
Yeah.
you watching it backwards too? She goes, no, forward. So I'm going backwards. She's going forward. And, that's the kind of succinct and synchronicity that she and I have on an ongoing basis. And it is so powerful. And with Peter, my mind is blown, completely blown. It's one thing. I didn't want to be a super soldier. I let James Rink know that for a year. I'm in denial. I don't want to be, but the bleed throughs in my career, I can see
Right.
now where it's even more. Uh, the emphasis was more in the career was training me as well for these missions that I'm going on now. And Peter has seen me on a few of the missions, which blew my mind because,
Right. Hmm.
and especially the
Yeah.
explosion mission. And I'm still healing because the jaw's still off, the bite is off. And
Yeah. I mean, you actually feel it physically manifesting here. And this is what's happening with people. They're physically having the after effect of these bleed throughs and these missions. And you have been very
yeah,
active, but you also have a history in as a sheriff or as Is it okay to
State
talk
police.
about
Yeah, and the federal marshals, yeah.
it? Okay.
Yeah. And Iris and I, we rescued some children in Texas last year, or this year, last year in 2025. We worked together, and and Peter's seeing me. I'm seeing how we are all connecting, that we do connect in the different uh, timelines, realities, and all of that. It's just a matter of time and hanging in there long enough. The bleed throughs are rough. The scalar is really, really rough. The time it was
Yeah.
hitting the hip and I couldn't walk for a couple of weeks. And I had the parasite in the same leg at the time of the scalar hit. And going through the ER and the doctor diagnosing me with tactile hallucinations, and since then the records have been lost in the hospital. Life goes on. But for this year, it was a solid base of developing relationships with you and Peter, Rolf, and Power Lady. Firm foundations, testing the waters in the way we communicate and how we respect one another, and what our missions are in that's also in sync with, humanity and this planet. So for next year, I'm looking forward to continuing healing as a body, a group of us,
Right.
developing our healing skills, especially the scalar and the bleed throughs and the thyroid, because it's not in my throat, it's in my pancreas. It's an autoimmune pancreas issue. And I've got a metal stent now, so the fluids can flow through the body. And it's interesting because I think a lot of us are having intestinal issues, and that's a solar plex, and that's the power center. And it's really a brain. Solar
It is.
plex is a brain, and we're all dealing with that being hit in the intestinal area. So, take care of yourselves, everybody.
Absolutely. And we're gonna somehow put together some of the things that we've learned health-wise to share with the public at some point, because
Yeah.
you were in a very, very dangerous place. You and Tomas both became
2 weeks
very sick at the
apart. Yeah.
same, yeah, two
two
weeks
weeks
apart.
apart. I was hit, and we were on the phone talking about avatars,
Mhm.
and then he was hit in 2 weeks later. 15 hours on the floor, 4 heart attacks, and he's still healing. And, by the grace of God, and you've been imperatively important. I mean, it was it to him and his mother, Jessica, because you were there. You're much more compassionate than me. I'm more logical, and I don't deal with emotions very well. I do what needs to be done, kind of a thing. It's just
Well,
weird.
you kind of need both, because
Yeah,
you were boots on the floor, and you got things done, and you got him the medical assistance that he needed and coordinated everything just like a pro, and made sure that he's still I don't know. I'm sure that there's some other people that were helping, but I know that you were the primary one. And of course he's had some emotional support from outside, but he needed some assistance, serious assistance, that you were there and you just did it without blinking an eye. And I think I have a lot of admiration for you. And we want to do that with as, many people as possible, as help them through, because we know it's not easy. But it's also not easy, when people just say, well, just cut yourself off, don't be involved. That's not going to stop the attacks. So
no,
let's be realistic about it and deal with what the problems are. And we could be grateful that you are the person that you are, and you have helped a few people already.
yeah,
And it's very admirable. And I think that, moving forward, we are going to learn a lot together, aren't we?
we are. I don't know if you know this. Our lady and I are setting up a scholarship. every month, and to help the super soldiers that are in need of your assistance and Peter's assistance, but can't afford it. I don't know if she shared that with you, but I'm announcing it. Merry Christmas.
Yep.
And it's amazing because we're doing, work for humanity, and we're doing work for our brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
And that's my heart, and it's a difficult population. I've got to be honest with you because I get triggered as well. And when I get triggered and someone else gets triggered and we're triggering each other, there's got to be a password like pumpkin or fire or something, and say we've got to separate for a while and then come back together when we cool down, and let's resolve the conflict. I don't think our community has learned how to resolve conflicts in a very mature professional way.
Absolutely. And they don't listen. They only see their side of it. And I've had problems with that as well, where people are extremely insensitive to what others are experiencing. And then, they also are perpetuating hate or certain rumors and things about people without any factual basis. And I think that's something that we've been subjected to a lot. We had a lot of hate throughout the years for people, quietly whispering things about us that were not true, that had no validity. And, we tried our best to try to get around it, but it's it prevented us from helping a lot of people, which is
And
really a shame. And we really
it's
hope that changes moving forward.
it's very sad because I played a part in it. Hey,
Yeah, no,
I'm gonna pull my big girl pants up here. I was a part of it. I was brand new. I came knocking on James Rink's door. He, bless his heart, he accepted me into the group, and I learned a lot. And but along with that was, the text messages, and, be careful with who you talk to. Don't talk to this person because he's dangerous. Don't talk to this person because he's a pervert. Don't talk to this female because she's a whore, and it's like, I don't have time for that. Right now,
yeah,
I'm out doing missions on Earth and off world, and I come back and I'm like, oh my God, that's the
yeah,
last thing I really need. What I need are people to surround me, and I can surround them and just love one another and say, we've been traumatized, we've been through hell and back, we're still going to hell and back, we're doing what we've got to do. And even researchers and scientists, people think, oh, you're military and you're a soldier. There are various types of soldiers in this world. We've got nurses, we've got researchers, we've got teachers, therapists, intuitive seers.
yeah.
Yeah, I just love warriorship.
Yeah, and I
Warrior.
mean, the thing that's different about you is that you were willing to listen and be open-minded. And I think we need more of that rather than, like I said, having these preset ideas and thinking that you have a right to mistreat people that you don't know and you don't understand fully why that they're upset or what is going on. And we do know that there are certain, groups that are out there that don't want us talking about disclosure. And so they kind of want us to be hush about what's happening, and they don't want us disclosing certain amount of information. And we understand that, but then there's others that, like I said, are, picking and choosing who they want the public to like, and it doesn't work like that. So, and it comes back on everyone, I mean, there's some kind of karmic type of thing that happens anyhow. And I've been here for a long time. So if someone was going to take me down, it's a little too, I've been here quite a while. I'll say it like that. So,
Yes.
yeah, we don't have thousands and thousands of people following us, but that's not the reason why. We really wanted to just work with a niche group, not just to be well known on TikTok or some of the social
Yeah.
medias. But I did know Power Lady for a while. She's got a wonderful heart and she cares about the people, and she
Yes.
would feel really bad when she'd see, certain things going on. And I think there's certain people that are really good at trying to talk to the masses and trying to get people to bad behaviors and so forth, that I try to instill also, like the copyright issues,
Yeah.
you know, grabbing people's content and then claiming it for yourself, or, the little bad behaviors of things, instead of just saying, Peter the Insider said this, but here's, I have more to add to it because of I have a recall related to it. And then that's fine, but doing it any other way. So I'm trying to, I think it's for the betterment of everyone to make the community more honest, to get them to have some level of integrity. If we are going to be taken serious, there has to be some level of truth and integrity.
Well,
Otherwise, that's a problem.
and really it's a law, it I went through college and I had to sign forms saying that the material is my own,
Hmm.
and I would be expelled, and with $180,000 loan in a doctoral program, you can't mess and you can't play. It's stealing.
Yes.
And we even had lectures on it because it is a problem in the educational system. And then they get out with their degrees and they don't know what the hell they're doing. We're not putting out the high quality that we used to put out because we're losing our critical thinking.
Yeah, and now with the AI too, people are taking the shorter route, and it's easy to do a search on something and say, was this written by AI? And
Oh,
it will
yeah.
tell you right away, just so that
Yeah.
people know if you're not aware of that. So, you try the best to be, there's certain things that you can and cannot do, but it's always good to do a citation of where you get your information. It makes you look more valid when
Mhm.
you have citations, when you say, I got this from this person, I read this book. Their idea I think is interesting. Here's my take on it. Kind of phrasing it in such a way that it has some level of integrity, and also people will respect what you have to say.
Yeah.
And
Um,
we want that. I would prefer people to take everyone more legitimately.
I think, again, due to my age, I've had a lot of experience, and these young ones that are like what you're saying, doing the plagiarism, they're poor role models, number one. Um, our young ones, and I'm saying 50 years old are young to me. They're
Mhm.
the age of my children. Um, they they need to learn to be responsible. And it's like for me, if I'm lying and not telling the truth and stealing other people's ideas, it's like taking a patent and twisting a little bit and repatenting it, then I am a very poor role model in the direction that this world needs to be. Um, and the matrix is a trick. And people think they've got a grasp on it. I see conferences on people lecturing on the matrix, and they haven't a clue. They don't. They don't I sense that. I see that. It's purely mathematical. And how many okay, I can't expound on that right now at this time. But it's a dangerous place to be. If you're a poor role model to begin with, and then you're teaching on subjects you know nothing about, you're dangerous to me.
Yeah, you misleading people and
Mm.
directing them down another path.
Ex-
I know that some people feel like they're jumping on the bandwagon. It's easy because, you might have some level of charisma and then you can talk about something and regardless of what it is, people are going to follow you. But, eventually that catches up with the person, you know.
It
And
does catch up. Getting along the lines with the experience, I don't know if many of those that are um, um, displaying negative behavior, if they've ever been held accountable in a skiff hearing, if they've ever been pulled into court, if they've ever been investigated, you wouldn't want to be. As I've told Peter, there were times that I was under the wire and being investigated face to face like this. And it's a place nobody ever wants to be. So, let's grow up and let's hold ourselves accountable and be responsible. I wouldn't want to see anybody in that kind of predicament. Along the lines, Jessica, one of the blessings, I don't know if I can talk about it here because, we don't talk about really what I'm doing, and I respect that. I feel safe.
but you're in the mission, as Peter says, while the mission is active,
Yeah,
you don't talk about it publicly.
no, Um, and there've been several missions like that. But in regards to handlers, he gave me a blessing, informing me. I'm talking between the line. Peter let me know who my handlers were, the
Yeah.
military handlers.
Mm-hmm.
And since that time, I've been telepathic with two of them, particularly with the most recent life-death experience in the hospital, that occurred. They're there, and, um, that there's a fear about that in our community. I personally haven't had any problems. I'm talking between the lines, Jessica.
Mm-hmm.
There's a fear about that. And I'm saying, don't be fearful, just show respect. And that's what Peter has said.
Yeah.
Show respect.
Are you
Uh,
referring to people that have a different higher rank than you, or are you referring to people that are from the corporations that were trying to handle you?
the people from the corporations, I wouldn't trust as far as I can throw them.
Correct.
Um, but the military, um, there's a respect that
Yeah.
I hold, uh, thanks to Peter, and not a fear. I because there is a connection. How can I say in working together? Do if I
Absolutely.
walk,
There's a mutual respect and it has to be mutual, if a person is flippant and has an attitude, it does change the dynamic of it, or if they're making sideways comments and you know, it's kind of obvious. That's why I'm very careful who I actually do these private sessions with because I want to make sure that these people are ready to hear what they're going to hear. Because in the past, if they didn't like what they heard, they would then fabricate and accuse. And
and
that is
add to it, embellish it.
embellish it and then slander. And
Mhm.
which almost cut Peter off from us. And people say, well, why are you protecting Peter? Because Peter is our lifeline
Oh my
right
God,
now.
yes.
And if you don't you're not aware of it, like I'm a psychic and I have a lot of awareness and a lot more than most. But Peter has access to the future and knows what's happening. And he is able to let us know what's going on. And people wanted to shut that down.
That
They
is
wanted to shut
crazy.
off.
And that's something that I would like to share with the people out there. Be sure to journal your experiences. Do drawings. Even if you can't draw, at least do stick figures. The drawing that I recently showed Peter, he knew immediately what that was.
Yes, he
You know,
did. Hmm.
friggin' blew my mind and how it tied into everything else going on right now. That was just one piece.
So these are world events, not just your personal, hey, I remember you when you were a soldier and blah blah blah. It's not just that. I mean, we're talking about world events that are happening that some of our soldiers are actually involved in, that they're
Yes,
there in the background that people
yes,
aren't aware of.
yes. And Peter's got the wherewithal, the knowledge, 360 degrees around him. He immediately saw that and linked it to another mission. And then your soldiers, the 374, how it all links together. And it's so awesome. Like so many times I have said to you, Jessica, is this real? This
Hmm.
is so mind-blowing. I don't believe it.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I've been doing this for quite a few years. I mean, I was active before I met Peter, but after about 2016, 2017, and sometimes you just sit there and you reflect after talking to him and like, yeah, how did he know that? He knew that this was going to happen. And also, but it's relevant to your life. It's not just information that doesn't amount to anything. It's something that you can actually wrap your head around it and see how it is related. And then he used to tell me certain things were going on, and I'd say, really? And I'd start searching for it, and I would find it in some obscure website or something like there. Someone was
Yes.
trying to leak it somewhere, and he already knew about it. And I did this for years. And that's why when people were saying, well, we don't really know whether we believe Peter, I said, you haven't been listening to us. Because if you did, you would see that many things that he talked about had happened.
Yes. Yes.
And that's not from prophecy. That's from someone that has access to the technology, knows what's happening.
Exactly. Um, in regards to channeling versus telepathy, that's a training that would be awesome for this population. Um, and knowing you and knowing Peter, because the messages come in, they don't make sense to me, like L check. And I'm going, what in the hell is L check? Right?
Mhm.
And I look it up and I go, what? And you share with me, and then he shares with me, and we're all on board because it can. And Tom Cruise is on the ship, by the way, and like I'm going, why is he on the ship?
Yep.
And what does this mean? And he's asking me if I'll take the mission, right? And
Yep.
that's the other thing I want to say. People out there, I'm asked if I'll accept the mission for the most part.
You're not told to do it.
No, I'm not.
Right. And that's the difference. They are confused with the my lab, with the corporation experience, as opposed to super soldiers. They can't figure out the difference. And we've been saying this for years, and I'm waiting for the population to catch up with the truth of it. We've put out hours and hours and hours of information on the corporations. We have them on the website, and they still don't get it. They were still bragging, hey, yeah, I'm going to be at this show, and I'm a Monarch asset. And I'm like, are you
Oh
serious?
no.
And I mean, if even whether they think it's funny, whether they just are completely misinformed, I don't know, but do they realize that Monarch assets are pedophiles and they're torturing children? I mean, would you be so readily excited to be proclaiming that? It doesn't
Yeah.
make any sense, but they are. They're making light of or they're completely misinformed or have other information We've spelled it out over and over again. We've also talked about what the MyLabs do and what the Secret Space program does, and it's different, and they don't know the difference.
No. There's not an appropriate teacher with all these disclosures to step forward. Many of, well, this is only my take, they're still living in the past. There's not new information, and our world is moving forward very quickly with the techniques, with the corporations, with the agendas, and everything else. So we've got to step out of the past and start moving forward.
Well, we've given them information.
Yeah, I
Since
know.
2016, it's been there. But if people are telling everyone, don't listen to them, then my question is, who are you working for? Because you don't want the corporations to be exposed. Why is it that you don't want because you're working for them? And whether
Yes,
you realize it or not, why are you cooperating with this? Why are you not protecting your other friends and those that are going through
yes,
these different things?
yes,
Don't act like you're protecting them by saying you need to get out of the super space program. You don't just get out of the secret space program. You need to, be more aware. And
right.
they're not providing valid facts. They're using scare tactics, and
Yes,
they're using this whole thing of what happened with James or
yeah,
Tomas or I don't know, Sean David Morton, who's quite a bit older, who had recently passed too.
yeah.
But I think that the attack, the scalar, all this other stuff, the TIRAP program, which I think they were trying to change the name of TIRAP in their community, so it's not related to us, but it is called the TIRAP program, legitimately, the black
Mm-hmm.
helicopters and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and they're not providing that information to the people and making them aware of it. It's been going on for years, maybe 50 years, maybe longer, you
Well,
know.
and a lot of the symptomologies, like I was suffering a year before I finally got diagnosed. A lot of our soldiers, and I say soldiers generally, super soldiers,
Mhm.
our community, because there are researchers and scientists are invaluable,
Yes.
um, that are becoming ill. And the prevention is, um, how are you, how can I say, like aging? I could look at a person if they say they're monarch, woo woo, and there's age, they're looking older than they
They
really
should
are.
be, right,
Yes, then I know there's something dire
right.
happening. And it's
Because they don't treat their people well.
no,
The monarch assets are being asked to do really bad things, which they probably would not agree to, but they are asking them to do that, putting them at risk, and then instead of re-aging, they're de-aging.
yes,
Yeah, so they're like they're rapidly aging actually in some cases.
yes,
So you could tell that they're not necessarily in the right place.
correct.
But anyhow, yeah. I mean like I said, my biggest concern is that people are just trusting someone that they think is familiar and may not actually have the best interest in mind. So do your own
Yeah.
research and try to understand what is happening and ask questions. But don't accuse people. That's a difference.
Yes. And
Yeah.
and I would also like to say, again, legally, the law, we are military. We have laws and codes that we need to stand by, and we don't give out information. It's not, for the most part, the questions that people are asking, it's a right to know and a need to know. And many don't have the right, and at that time, they don't have the need. And I'm speaking specifically about logistics and codes
Hmm.
because that comes up a lot. And that is the arena that I most of my missions are centered upon is logistics and codes. And there's my life depends on the privacy and the confidentiality of Peter and you and Rolf and Power Lady, you know. And we don't share a lot of what's going on with everybody.
No, no, we're not required to because this is something that we're doing and we're not it's on a bigger scale. It's on a bigger scale and it's related to the individuals. And that goes for other individuals that come through and they have private sessions and their sessions remain private if they request it to be so. And that's where it ends for us. And so, as how you treat people and
And
how that they,
and I
it's
need to
it's
say out loud, Jessica, and affirm, that I've paid for some sessions with super soldiers I don't know, and not once have you broken confidence. There was no confidentiality that I had. Like I know myself certain traits and things, but you don't go, well, I had a session with so and so, and this is what went on, and this is who they're tied to, and
no,
this,
no,
yeah,
you don't even
you
ask
don't.
that. You just trust that these people needed help. Sometimes you introduce yourself to them, which is fine. And if they want to share it, then they share it. But I think everyone should have their own safe space, where they
Yes.
can really think through what their experience was, and then if they want to talk about it, they can, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we did with James Rink. We gave James Rink, particularly Peter, gave him a lot of intel about himself. And I was just sharing today about, how he was a hockey player. And literally out of nowhere, the house that I was living in, there was a hockey stick that showed up.
Wow.
And I had no idea where it came from. I asked some of my other roommates, they had no idea. And I took a picture of it and showed Peter. And I said, where does this come from? I said, does this have anything to do with James Rink? And he said, yeah. And I contacted James and I showed him the hockey stick. And
Mm-hmm.
then I sent it to him.
Mm-hmm.
And this was something that it was validated. Like to this day, I have no idea how that hockey stick it was by the garage. It was just standing there, like leaning up against the garage. Nobody claimed it.
And that is what happens, at least my experience for the year with you and Peter and Rolf. We're all sitting in here and our minds are being blown, when
Yeah. Yeah.
it's like, what? You know?
I had, this was disappointing to me. Someone says, well, I heard that James said that, just don't trust Peter. And I'm like, it's been a really sad journey for us because we reached out to him to try to,
Mhm.
talk to him about whatever he thought was really upsetting. And he contacted me, wanted Peter to be on the show. And I said, I don't know. I want to understand why you didn't talk to us for this length of time. And I think I don't know. I mean, it's almost like somebody got in his head or they said something, but it's not because we did anything. I'll say it like that. And this was the
Mhm.
part that was really hard for us is like, people are like posting videos with him making comments like that. And they don't know the whole story. And I try to put the whole story out there
Mhm.
that he asked us to stop contacting him, and we did.
Mhm.
If a person doesn't want to speak with us, we don't
Mhm.
try to push anything. We don't, we're here if you want to have a normal conversation. But if you don't, and if you want us to kind of get out of the way, then or we're not going to get out of the way literally, but
Yeah.
we're not going to bother anyone.
Mhm.
And that's the part that people are like, they want to make it look like, Peter did something to him, and it was just the opposite. He cut off Peter by
Mhm.
choice. He saw himself as the lone wolf. He didn't see himself as someone that needs to be under a chain of command, and that's typical military. Every military group has levels of command. That's the bottom line. You can't say, hey, you offend me when you're standing at boot camp and they say something, because you will be out.
Exactly.
You will be out, and that's it.
And
This is military.
yeah, and I've been that way with Peter, because there have been times when he says something, it's kind of like off the wall, and my mind starts going. It's just, and then it grows, and then it's yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's all, you know. And most recently when he says, I am your commander and you're going to do this, right? With this last meeting.
Yeah.
And I'm going, wait a minute. I've got four handlers over here. And now, part of me is going, okay, yes, sir, like
Yep.
I'm honored, but where did this come from? It's like, whoa, okay, another mission. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the earth is in a situation right now, and that's what we're working on. And it's not in you, who is a seasoned individual in this type of field,
Mhm.
even though that you were,
Yes.
you know,
And the
in
old me
more in the
last year, I
police.
would I would have played that down last year.
Hmm.
I watched my interview that you did on me, and I'm going, wow, I was weeping and sad. That's where I was at that time. I didn't feel strong within myself. I was so lost.
Yeah.
I had so much to share, but I didn't know who to share it with. And you just opened yourself up. You didn't judge. You allowed me for the first time in 75 years just to push all of this, birth this crap out of me, And I'm going through, the birthing pains while talking to you, and I'm crying, and it's not like me to cry. You don't cry, you kind of thing, And I'm just, oh, and
Soldiers cry. They
we
do.
cry. Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%.
Yes.
But they also, dust themselves off and get back up, and they don't start blaming everybody. They just go back to doing what they need to do for the betterment of everyone else around them. And that's how I feel. And I know that you understand that. And I
Mhm.
think when you were sad and frustrated, you were an admin with helping or wanting to help a bunch of people, and feeling that there was huge communication and disconnects, and that too is very
Mhm.
heartbreaking to see that
Yeah.
happen.
And a setup, I found out later.
Yeah.
It was a setup. You know, People can play lightly the Galactic Federation of Light. I was a part of that group. I know what it is.
Yeah.
I confronted them, and they didn't give me the answers that I was entitled to. And, they tried to stay in touch with me, and I allowed one to stay in touch. And I said, sooner or later, he'll cut the limb off, and, the tree branch,
Hmm.
and we'll just fly away in our separate directions. But yeah, that was the setup. And I knew it when it was happening. And, all I could do is go, wow.
Yeah.
You know, we all have our freedom. We're all sovereign. We can choose who we follow. You know, I,
Yes.
I'm not following Ashanadine anymore. That's my choice. It served me when I needed something, but
Right.
it's like I'm finding more and more everything that I need is within me, not out here. The missions, I've got you and Peter and Rolf. I watch
Power
all
lady.
Power Lady, and I watch all of Anthony Zender's videos, because he he's he's so focused,
Hmm.
and I can relate to that. He doesn't bullshit. He's simple, focused, concrete, says what's on his mind, and I can deal with that. He shoots from the hip, but he smiles and he's loving. I don't have I don't have that ability. When he talks, the way he talks about what he talks about, if it were me, I'd be so, you know, and he's just so
He's one of
loving.
the few people that I've met in person,
Wow.
and and he's real. Anthony is Anthony. He has never tried to be anything else, and he's very understated for he literally was, an MMA fighter. He has very accomplished in the military. He's never, you don't see the ego on him.
No.
He is the real thing. And uh, you know, he met Lincoln Clay. He
Yes.
has a lot of, accolades, and all of our team members are like that, all of them. Some people they know Taino. Taino's a great guy.
Mm-hmm.
Really,
Your
really a good
lady
guy.
loves Taino. Yeah.
Yeah, well, he just wants the truth. He wants to know what the truth is. And I know other people feel the same way. They want the truth, but
Yes.
you have to hear all of the truth before you make that assessment. And I try to give him all the information that I know, to put that information out. And he has also an intuition, and we have other teammates that are just, for like Navy John is wonderful, absolutely wonderful. He's got a soul. He's got like some incredible information, and he was in the military, and he's still surrounded by military, and he knows military equipment. And these people are valid.
Yes.
Um, Olaf, he knows all sorts of things about what's going on over in Europe. He's a
Yes.
seasoned soldier, he knows what's
Yes.
happening. So, and then of course people don't understand. They see Michael, he's quite comical, but he is very active as well. And he does training, physical training. He's a fighter. And he's behind the scenes, but everything's very, very meticulous about what he does, and he supports us in a lot of ways, and he has been to Japan and has gone on missions and done different things. So everybody in the team is instrumental.
That is
Everyone. And there's
so
more.
wonderful.
We have more that's coming out this year, and what I hope is we can put together some groups this year,
Good.
and with you and Power Lady.
Yes.
um We had that discussion, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
We're just waiting. Tick tock.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hopefully, these I see one main mission coming to an end here soon. The other one is there's a couple that are still active, but but how can I say when things calm down? It's also the holidays, but next year we'll have time, Jessica,
I
hopefully.
think I think people would be blown away if they knew what you were involved with.
Oh my
If
God. I mean, I'm blown away. I have to realize that I choose a life out here to be alone because I'm in awe when I look up at the sky and I go, why me? You understand?
Yeah,
Why?
you have the talent and the ability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't believe that until I met you.
Yeah, but you lived it. You did live it.
I
You
know,
did
but
live
it
it.
didn't click. It's
Yeah,
like, yeah, okay, well, that was then and I'm retired now. But why am I still active and tired all the time? You know,
right.
why,
That's the part that surprises people. Yeah, in their older years that they're still active. Yes.
look at my age and I'm still active. You know, I people, if you share this, Peter says I look like me when he sees me on missions and such. Okay, but there are other me's, right,
Yeah.
Jessica?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That one where they strapped, the back of my legs so I could run faster.
Yeah.
And, you know, so
And
yeah.
you have synthetic aspects as well.
Oh my God, what a blessing. I was so ashamed of that and so fearful of that. And now, you know, the commander, the main military handler, reminds me constantly, it's because you're the only one we know who can do this. Okay, all right. Oh, my bootstraps up. And you keep me safe. And recently with this next mission that Peter's assigned me, he says, I'm going to be there. Yeah, I'm protecting you. Both of you at the same time said, we're going to protect you.
Yeah, we do. We'll
How
watch out for our soldiers. I let them know if I see if there's anything going on. I let
Yeah,
them
and
know
you
right
jumped
away.
in on one mission, on that
Yep.
that one mission where I was poisoned.
Yep.
That's all I can speak about. But yeah, you were there. Um, it's just amazing how
We clean up pretty quick
you come
afterwards.
in, you come in and
Yeah.
then you're gone. It's like,
Yep.
and then, you know, I was in that other situation and she said, I said, I just got back from mission. She goes, I heard you calling me.
Mm,
And she says it's mist. And I said, we were in mist. And I I was
yeah.
desperate, and she saves ass. I mean,
She's got
she's,
that police background too. Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, we talked about how she apprehended someone. She was chasing someone down and tackled them and
that's my
yeah.
girl.
She knows she's been trained. She knows what to
Yes.
do.
And what I like is she's calm,
She's very
cool,
calm.
and collected. And that is what a true warrior needs to be. It's okay to lose it, behind the
After.
scene afterwards, to go through the debriefing. But I see too many of the soldiers in our community, they lose it so quickly. It's like a short fuse. And I worked with an agent, uh, trained this agent real hard to keep his job and, drop his gun under fire and all of that. And I go, we can't handle that. But losing the temper would go home, beat his wife. And instead of suspending him, he sat behind the desk. And I had to assign another agent for his location, which was huge area. So this agent was overworking his territory while this guy sat on his booty butt because of a temper tantrum. And he was, you know, kept his job. But that's a heavy weight for everyone when someone cannot conduct oneself
Right.
responsibly.
It
Everybody.
it affects the entire team.
Yep. It puts them in danger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we have many interviews that we're going to be doing in this, and I could spend hours talking to you. I want to point out something that you, of all the people, could see Rolf and saw that he was quite powerful, and I was like, wow,
Oh my
he was a
God.
hid he's been hiding. He's been hiding behind the scenes, but he's quite a soldier, isn't he?
Oh my God. I was thinking of him today. He, to me, is the most dangerous of us all. I'm serious.
Yep.
I was trained by someone I just recently I thought he was dead. I was trained by a man um, who worked for the FBI, a terrorist specializing in planes that have terrorists aboard, and the plane is in flight, and it's similar to Flight 93. And he trained me how to clear from a distance. You've only got so much time, but you've got to keep your calm and you've got to keep your logic. And you don't, it's like total focus, looking through the windows. And this is how I see Rolf. He is so stealth, you wouldn't even know he is there standing next to you.
Right.
You understand?
Yes.
That is how lethal he can be.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean to be dramatic, but it's that kind of lethality when I have a team hitting the house. It's got to be taken down in 8 seconds or shit goes sideways, right?
Yes.
And that's Rolf. He'd be the first through the door.
He's the clutch. He's the
Yeah.
clutch. Yeah.
And then everyone would be behind him and they'd be watching him and he would run the show. Do you understand? It'd
Mm-hmm.
be done and done quickly. And people would go, what just happened? Because he'd be gone.
Yep.
It's like we'd be cleaning up the mess.
2 seconds. He operates really fast. He also like he'll ask me, what I'm seeing, and then he can tune right into it and he's right there and then he's out. And it's that fast.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 That's
There's different modalities of different soldiers, but you're the first one that actually could see through it. He was the Winter Soldier. He was the actual Winter Soldier. We had a picture of him. I swear to God, it looked exactly like him
oh
in
my
like a
God.
1940s to 1950s military picture of Russian soldiers. And just standing there looking like, what am I doing here? It was amazing. We lost the picture. I don't know how we lost. I think somebody pulled it from us.
Oh my
But he was
God.
a Winter Soldier. He went through an awful lot. They put him through an awful lot. So, and we try to get him on the right side. You know what I mean?
Thank God. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Well,
when it comes to the space wars, there's no nations.
yeah,
Russia, China, I mean, we're all kind of we're humans at that point.
right.
So people need to understand that too, because we're pretty much there.
We are.
Yeah. So there's no like, oh, we hate this group or we hate that group. No, we have people that are from different nations that are listening, following us, and that are also soldiers by their own right. But
Yes.
we are fighting things that are not of a human race.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's getting back to the disclosure. I don't know how many of those people that are actively involved in the disclosure groups are actively doing missions. And if they are, how many of them are doing ERDs? Are they doing the Earth missions as well? Are they doing missions in other countries? Because, that one Beirut operation, that's a Orionite, and they're here. They're
Hmm.
walking among us. And
Yeah. Yeah,
um,
we just found something that was there was a writer and from the 19 I think it was 1980s, 1970s, and he had insectoids there. He had all sorts of different types of creatures that, mantids. Um, this is something that's been going on for a while. It's not new information. You look at and the sci-fi industry has been showing what these different creatures look like. It's not an accident. They have been present here for quite some time. To say that there is no ETs or no other types of intelligent life here is just foolish. It's
mhm,
foolish. And it's
mhm.
negligent to the human population. It's negligent to not share that with them.
And along in what you're saying, let's say my two daughters that are not really my daughters, I will not say their name, one born in Iran.
Mhm.
Um, she was subjected, both of them were subjected to what you were just saying. They and what we've been subjected to in the my labs and such, and
Yeah.
yet they're they were not raw. They did go on the other side, right? That they're
They never could, they never really wanted to leave,
right.
right? So they had some kind of Stockholm syndrome, where the abuse and the bad treatment made them want to hold on. Yeah.
Yes. And I've been talking to both of them. No response, but that doesn't mean I have to stop. And I make a terrible mother, and I'm letting them know that. I
It
can,
has absolutely nothing to do with you because there's been some very, very good people, including Peter, who have tried to help them. And we're talking about, those that were hooked into Monarch. And Monarch has such a pull and such a draw because it works with ego and it works with power and money.
is
And
Monarch the surrogate? Does that include the surrogate program? Because James was tied into the surrogate program.
no, surrogate program is a secret space program. They had people, they did create surrogates for specific reasons. I'm not sure why.
Okay, that's
That's a
different
good
than
question for
Mama.
Peter. But the Monarch program is to appeal to the ego, to the sexuality, to drugs, to all sorts of the vices. And so it's alluring for some of these people, so why they go to that in that direction.
Yeah.
It's like the Red Sparrow program, those seductive types of programs.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These individuals, these monarch kids were involved with the Jeffrey Epstein
Mm-hmm.
situation. Some of them were trafficked, some of them were trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And in the prison system, people talk about men raping men, that they were gay. No, it's power and control. That's what that's all
And
about.
it pulls, it's actually a spiritual violation. You're pulling and taking
Soul
from
killer.
someone. It's a
Yeah, it's
soul
it.
killer. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah.
So, Jessica and Rolf, I love you both with all my heart as best I can, being a synthetic.
You're doing a wonderful job. I feel it.
I'm very loyal. Okay.
Yeah.
But have a safe travels. I love you both. And Rolf, thank you for being in my life. I'm learning from you, whether you're aware of it or not. You're a very good mirror for me. And you take care, and uh, I'll talk to you soon, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay.
All right. All right. 2025 was a very interesting year. Oh, by the way, everyone, I'm Eagle Son. Yeah, and yeah, I felt like 2025 was a very interesting year. There was a lot of positive shifts happening on the energetic level. I felt a lot of I felt it was a good year of reflection, and it was a nine number in numerology. So it was very interesting. There was a lot of ending of old cycles that were and then I just felt a lot of things are shifting for the better. And although it appeared to be a different story on maybe on like what the media was projecting, but I felt it was a very positive year for change and just how things are shifting into what 2026 will be about. um I feel like 2026 is like planting the seeds of cosmic sources revolution, of extravagant Ganza, spreading new Earth's blossoming 5D energy rays into everyone's cosmic molecules of cosmic delight, delivering delivering an energetic cosmic dessert of frequency and abundance that was gifted by cosmic Gaia and cosmic sources, unconditional love, and from all the benevolent gods, um, adding their spoons in and adding to the, the collective collage of cosmic sources abundance that through 2025 was like preparing for the cosmic surge of resilience and bouncing back into a more like groundedness, balance, cosmic resurgence.
Yeah. Yeah, putting the energy in, because I mean, I guess there will be people that want to discuss the layout of, what happened in
Mm-hmm.
political arena, what happened in with governments, what happened
Mm-hmm.
with our weather, what happened with the frequency from the sun, what happened in general as a
Mm-hmm.
culture, um, what happened with our money system,
Mm-hmm.
what happened with the way people travel or purchase things,
Mm-hmm.
and families, what's happening with families. So there's a big, very wide spectrum of
Mm-hmm.
things to reflect on for the year. And it's always good to have that perspective of the frequency and how it's affecting us, and
Mm-hmm.
inserting positive thought into the intentions of what's coming ahead.
I agree with you. It was there was a lot of just many blessings that kept happening this year, and next year I think is like it's a one in universal year, so it'd be like after like ending of certain negative stuff, and then the bringing in of positivity or refill and like if I were to say like it's like throwing out an old pizza and like creating new toppings on top of a new one. Like this.
Well, what I want to say is you did a few sessions with Peter, and you also
Yes.
did an earlier show regarding MK anime,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
you've had, quite a different perspective and interesting component of information that came in through some of your content, your
Hmm.
experience. So that was very helpful for people to listen to. And
Hmm.
even though that you had some difficulties coming at
Hmm.
you still have maintained a positivity. So I think that's great. And I think you
Thank you.
can really be proud of yourself for getting through that. And thank you for sharing your positivity. And I hope you have a very good New Year's.
Thank you. Same to you, Jessica and Rolf. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
There goes another year. I'm sure that all of us could remember a few, to say the least, not so positive events that happened to us in 2025. These are the moments where we learned something, grew on a personal level, gave us strength to get up, lift our heads high, and move forward with our lives. Each year, humanity is pushed harder and further with many world events that are not so pleasant to observe at times. We are constantly tested on many levels to see where our limit or breaking point could be. But we keep proving to ourselves and the ones that are opposing to our beliefs that these tests are only bringing us closer and closer to each other in many different ways. These parasitic politicians, governments, corporations that never had any good intentions for humanity will continue pushing their agendas against humanity. That's what they do. What we need to do is stop giving them our consent in their crimes and to raise our consciousness so high that they will naturally detach from our reality. In my personal observation, One silent, invasive, and extremely dangerous threat to humanity has been slowly creeping up into our lives with ease and no resistance or opposition from the ones that should keep us safe, the ones that sold humanity for corporate greed. For many years, this threat has been diligently, with extreme precision, building its own infrastructure where it can exist and to thrive hidden and unnoticed. The real threat that I'm talking here is about AI, that has been very evident in 2025. Why did we even allow this to be this invasive at this stage? What happened here? The real questions we should be asking: why is this AI being pushed upon us? What is the ultimate goal of this AI? Where will humanity end up in next few years if we allow AI to take control over us? We can already see some of the world events that are unfolding. Digital ID, social credit score, 15-minute cities, drones, cyborgs, androids, and many more hidden agendas behind the AI invasion that it's still hidden. I personally believe that humanity is at a crossing point in our history where it's still not too late to stop this AI invasion. We need to take our stand and to say that we do not consent to this AI-controlled slavery that is in front of us. We ask for higher universal intervention to stop this AI invasion and all of the ones that are pushing this upon us. We don't want this. We never asked for this. It's a corporate greed that has no interest in humanity. And we ask all of it to be removed right now without of any attachments or contaminations. So be it. This was not the way humanity was intended to thrive. Some kind of artificial intelligence that has no connection to Prime Creator. Something that will never nurture us, protect us, love us, only to use us for its own benefit. So don't give your consent to this AI, and always remember that we are still organically connected to Prime Creator and never-ending love that the universe has for us. Recently, I was deeply emotionally touched and inspired by a historic battle that happened around year 1240. It was well hidden for centuries from history books. The battle that made 10,000 Mongols terrified of only 100 Vikings. It was the battle where 100 strong Viking men with pride defended their ancestry, families, nations, and refused to die. Fighting against the army of 10,000 Mongols who conquered every city and army that was in their previous path. It was the battle that teaches us what bravery is, what courage is, what pride is, and most importantly, what hope is. Final message of the battle was, we held the line. As in year 1240, 2025 and 2026, the message is very clear to all external and internal parasitic invaders of planet Earth. We are still here, some wounded with our arrows in our bodies from attacks over the years, but are still standing strong. We are the ones that never gave up hope for unlimited potential for humanity. We raise our shields, defend with pride, and are here to hold the line for humanity. From a recent mission by Rhodan, the message was clear. Our small army defeated all of them. We reign victorious. With this strong stand, gained experience, open minds for new learning, positive advancements, with clear guidance from our guides. We can welcome new 2026 year that is ahead of us. that we embrace and support each other and our loved ones on our never-ending journey. I would like to thank all that participated on Jessica's show and contributed with your info, knowledge, and assistance in regaining humanity's sovereign freedom on the planet Earth at this time. There are many who are working hard on this channel and keeping us informed. Thank you all for the hard work that you do. But only two lovely souls stand out who never stop with their hard work, working many late nights to ensure we stay informed, connected, and protected at all times. To ensure open, honest, truthful communication is passed to public eyes and ears, with many challenges along the way. Without of Jessica and Rolf, none of this would be possible. Thank you very much. You are truly amazing. What we learned from the past years, what decisions we make today, will determine outcome in 2026. So without any doubt, I wish and desire, in the name of all the eons, the highest unlimited potential for humanity in 2026. Love, Bylar.